Knock knock. Guess who? Your toxic ex is freezing and needs your warmth. For real? Yes. Open up and let me show you some love. Okay, Hyona, coming. Smooch, grab. Whoa, she is going wild. She pounces the second the door opens. Yes, baby, she says. I realized I love you so much. Let us warm things up inside. Heh, fine. I love you too. So close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Close your eyes, she says. Then bam, a brutal betrayal. He gets ended right there. His ex and her new boyfriend break in just to steal his food. Yep, another classic apocalypse cliché, but who does not want to see this toxic ex suffer for this? Let us set the scene. The world is literally turning into a giant block of ice. Temperatures are plummeting. It gets so bad that planes freeze midair and fall from the sky. Welcome to the new ice age. Food and warmth are the new gold, and our guy fought to survive, only to be backstabbed. But no worries, because he just reincarnated. This time, he is building an elite survival shelter. It will be so warm, he can chill in a sauna with gorgeous girls, while everyone else freezes outside. Sounds like a plan. Right now, he is actually hyped for the world to end, especially when he woke up with a weird power. There were strange red and green glowing lights around his hands. At first, he hoped for super strength, but instead, he got super hungry. He grabbed some raw soybeans, but the moment he tossed them, they instantly sprouted into full plants. Boom. Food creation magic. He immediately realized how absolutely broken this ability would be in a frozen wasteland. To get ready, he heads outside, though the power drains his energy fast. He is walking and plotting, when suddenly, a pair of warm lips call out to him. It is that gold digger Hyona trying to use her charm. But in this life, he is done being a simp. He plays it cool, keeping his cards hidden. First, he secures his own survival. Then, he will plan a masterpiece of revenge. When she tries her cute act to go shopping, he brushes her off. No more simping. He hits the stores to stock up and drafts a survival plan. To fund this, he takes massive loans from every bank. Meanwhile, Hyona is fuming outside. She cannot believe a broke loser with no car rejected her. But then, a luxury ride pulls up. Guess who is inside? Our main man, waving hello. When she asks about the car, he casually says yes, bragging that his dad's business is booming. Instantly, the drama starts. She whines about how heartbroken she was when he ignored her invite. He knows exactly what she is pulling, so he starts flirting back to reel her in. She thinks he is falling for it. We are playing high-level chess here. She invites him over, but he claims he is too busy today. He bought tons of stuff, including a gift for her. She smirks, thanking him and thinking he is an easy target. Little does she know, his master plan is just starting. Once the freeze hits, she and her lover will suffer. He is actually eager for the world to end. The apocalypse is only 2 weeks away. Massive snowstorms will bury the earth, dropping temperatures down to -20 degrees. Over the next month, things will get way worse, hitting a freezing -70 degrees. Going outside will become completely impossible. That is why stockpiling food is so critical. He has already hauled everything to his apartment, hiding it all under covers so the neighbors do not suspect a thing. As for the larger items, he plans to sneak them inside under the cover of night. But food is not the only issue. The power grid will fail, making fuel highly necessary. Luckily, our boy Hanfang just bought a whole year of fuel to stay prepared. Next, he knows the city heating systems will fail completely. To handle this crisis, he hires a construction crew to reinforce his entire apartment, making it fully winter-proof. Finally, he sets up a secure, hidden storage room for all his supplies so he can easily access them. By the time the remodeling is finished, it is already July 14th. Now, there is only 1 day left before the global freeze begins. With his base ready, his final task is to master his weird superpower. Food alone will not guarantee survival in this frozen hell. He needs an edge, and that is where his plant powers come into play. They are his ultimate beacon of hope. He looks at the fresh soybeans he grew with his magic hands. Now, it is time for a taste test. He still has not figured out how to trigger the power at will, but he takes a bite anyway, praying it is actually edible. Half a plate later, he is still alive with no stomachache. This means he can safely grow his own food. But the real challenge is figuring out what triggers the green glow. Since he has only grown soybeans so far, he raids his fridge for other vegetables to test. Hours fly by, and he wakes up feeling completely drained. Did he just pass out? He is holding broccoli, and the kitchen is covered in vegetable mess. The power drain is absolutely brutal, leaving him barely able to think. Eating some of his homegrown soybeans to recover, he reflects on what he just discovered. Let us look at what happened before he passed out. He had gathered different plants to experiment. Some plants did absolutely nothing. But with others, like raw seeds, they quickly exploded into fully grown plants just like the soybeans did. Then there was a third, weirder category. Some options literally exploded in his hand, leaving him completely baffled as to why. He found charred, coal-like residue left over from the blasts. But hey, that is actually a win, since he can burn this stuff for heat later. He just solved his heating problem for the freezing days ahead. Hyped, he focuses on training his abilities with more tests. After a few failed attempts, the green magic sparks, giving him what he wants. But the energy drain strikes again, knocking him flat. Now, he is still trying to make sense of the power's logic. Some things grow, some explode, some do nothing. But he finally found a clue. The key trigger lies deep within his own mind. He starts meditating, trying to connect with nature on a deep, spiritual level. It works. The moment he opens his eyes, he is thrilled to see his hand glowing green. The power is definitely linked to his consciousness. To push his limits, he decides to test his magic on some raw meat. But our guy is immediately disappointed when absolutely nothing happens. Looks like he is stuck being a vegetarian in the apocalypse. Even when he begs the power to work, the meat stays dead. This gets him thinking. During his meditation, he saw two distinct glowing colors, one red and one green. What could they mean? Up until now, he's only messed around with the green light. So this time, he shuts his eyes, trying to tap into his second power. To his absolute shock, his hand glows bright red, warping the meat. It mutates into a disgusting, spiky blob that doesn't even look like food anymore. Totally repulsed, our boy throws the mutated meat onto the ground and creeps closer to get a better look. Hanfang pokes and prods the gross lump, wondering if it reacted to that creepy red glow. Strangely, the meat actually seems fully cooked, making him wonder if this red light is just a glorified microwave. But as he stares at his glowing hand, the truth hits him. It wasn't actually cooked. In fact, it's the exact opposite. This raw slab of meat is literally breaking down and rotting away. It's disintegrating. With this realization, he uncovers a massive secret. The green light accelerates evolution like crazy, while the red light aggressively reverses the process, turning everything back into dust. Eager to test what happens when he combines both powers, he squeezes the meat between his hands. A bright yellow flash erupts, and suddenly, the tiny scrap grows into a massive, juicy steak. But that raises another question. Where did those soybeans go that he was holding earlier? They've completely vanished, meaning they somehow fused straight into the meat. Hanfang is absolutely blown away by this result. After checking it out, he realizes this is literally the freshest, highest quality meat imaginable. He gets super hyped and immediately tries to replicate the fusion one more time, but his luck completely runs out. His next attempt fails so spectacularly that the entire slab turns to ash. He slams his fists on the floor in pure frustration, but quickly calms down. Patience is key, after all. He has plenty of time ahead to test his godlike skills. Honestly, making this many mind-blowing discoveries in a single day is a massive win. If he can just master this power, he'll basically become a real-life superhero and rule the world. But then, reality hits our genius hard. Food won't be enough to keep him alive when society collapses. Right now, he needs a weapon. He needs something deadly to defend himself from desperate, greedy humans. But just as he plans to head out and buy a gun, the dark truth sinks in. The apocalypse is already starting. Just like in his past life, an insane blizzard is dumping snow in the middle of July. He braves the storm anyway, knowing he must find a weapon before the temperature drops to -45. But there's a huge catch. Guns are highly illegal in this country. While racking his brain for a solution, he spots a punk with a ridiculous broccoli haircut bragging about his high-tier gang connections. It's the classic, hilarious "my brother is richer and tougher than you" defense to win a petty argument. Hanfang actually recognizes this clown instantly because of his downright terrible fashion sense. The best part is the nickname the locals gave him, Homeless Joe. This legendary local character, who goes by Leslie or Homeless Joe, actually lives in the exact same neighborhood as our main character. The guy claims to be a well-connected contractor who knows practically everyone. Whenever neighbors ask what he's up to, he puts on a massive show, pretending to be the busiest power player on the block. He constantly yaps about massive projects he's running with his big brother. In reality, the dude is completely unemployed, always loud-talking on his phone about imaginary multi-million-dollar deals just to flex. Staring at this loudmouth, Hanfang wonders if this absolute clown could actually hook him up with a black market gun. He walks right up, greeting Homeless Joe like they're old childhood best friends. Of course, Joe has absolutely no clue who our boy is. Hanfang plays him beautifully, calling himself Xiao Han and exploiting the punk's fragile ego to make him feel bad for forgetting a buddy. The dummy swallows the bait whole, quickly apologizing for his bad memory, because he's just so swamped with big business. Hanfang looks around suspiciously, leans in close, and explains his request. Once the explanation wraps up, homeless Joe nearly jumps out of his skin. He panics, frantically whispering to ask what on earth this guy needs a deadly firearm for. Hanfang is briefly stumped. Before he can invent a smooth lie, the blonde idiot warns him that guns are serious business and totally illegal. Even if he does have shady connections, he's not exactly looking to get arrested. Joe wants absolutely zero part in a highly dangerous weapon deal. Hanfang quickly pivots, claiming it's strictly for self-defense because some violent thugs are actively out to get him. He spins a completely fake sob story about a guy he encountered during his morning commute. They were both riding bikes when this random jerk carelessly spat right in his face. Naturally, he lost his temper. He confronted the guy and beat him to a pulp right there in public. But after that humiliating beatdown, the sore loser swore vengeance, promising to return with his entire gang of thugs. Sure enough, the very next day, the gang jumped him. They absolutely wrecked him, leaving him bruised and humiliated. Ever since that brutal beatdown, he's been desperate for a weapon to protect his life. Surprisingly, homeless Joe eats up the dramatic story and gets deeply offended, agreeing that spitting in a man's face is crossing a massive line. He passionately rants about how that jerk needs to be punished. Hearing this, Hanfang realized this idiot completely missed the entire point of his story. Regardless, homeless Joe wraps an arm around him like a dramatic savior, promising to fix everything. He vows to make a quick call to his powerful big brother to get the situation sorted out immediately. Hanfang can't help but smirk. His ridiculous plan is actually working flawlessly. Joe suggests they take the bus since his own imaginary luxury car is currently in the shop. Hanfang shrugs and points to his own massive ride, showing him they have a much better set of wheels. As they hit the road, Joe is wide-eyed, asking how much this beast of a car cost. Our boy casually drops the price tag $700,000, which he considers a pretty sweet deal. Meanwhile, Joe is busy snapping selfies in the passenger seat, like a cheap social media influencer. The funniest part? He posts the photos with a caption pretending this luxury SUV belongs to him. Soon, they arrive at the gang's hideout, where some thugs are huddled around a fire complaining about the freak July blizzard. Hanfang pulls up, and Joe jumps out, immediately acting like a total boss. The other gang members are stunned to see him in a luxury SUV. Joe, being the absolute fraud that he is, proudly brags that he bought it with $700,000 of his own cash. Hanfang is completely speechless at the guy's sheer audacity to lie like that right in front of the actual owner. Next, the blonde poser leads our boy inside to meet the big boss. True to gang leader fashion, this boss is covered in menacing tattoos. He's visibly annoyed to see his annoying little brother and immediately tells him to get lost. But Joe quickly shifts the focus to Hanfang. He loudly announces that his friend here is looking to buy some serious firepower. The gang leader freezes, giving our boy a cold, terrifying glare that immediately makes Hanfang break out in a cold sweat. The boss is just annoyed they wasted his time coming all this way for one cheap pistol. With a sigh, he orders his lackey to grab a basic handgun, throwing it onto the table in front of Hanfang. He quotes a price of $600. But our boy isn't interested in some weak, tiny pistol. He is aiming for full John Wick status and requests a high-caliber long rifle with a scope. The boss is completely stunned by the kid's sheer audacity, yelling at him for demanding a literal military-grade sniper rifle. He angrily reminds Hanfang that this isn't some friendly neighborhood shopping mall where he can negotiate. The boss is clearly a short-fused tyrant ready to blow. But that's when homeless Joe steps in, doing what he does best, spinning another incredibly wild, dramatic lie on the spot. He sadly explains that Hanfang's fictional wife cheated on him 3 separate times. By the end of this soap opera story, the emotional boss is practically crying and raging on our boy's behalf. Honestly, these ridiculous lies are pure cinematic gold. Moved to tears, the boss actually agrees to source the sniper rifle, though he warns it'll take a few days to deliver. Hanfang breathes a sigh of relief. He's just glad his request got approved. The boss even orders his underling, Chung's, to pack a semi-automatic handgun for him too. Out of sheer pity, the boss threw in a free firearm as a bonus. What a gift. Hanfang is completely starstruck when this guy just hands him a free gun. To show his gratitude, our boy decides to drop a massive piece of secret information to the BC's gang. He lies about his government connections and warns them that the weather is going downhill fast. His advice? Stock up on food and supplies immediately because everything is about to vanish. This time, Hanfang looks dead serious, making his warning sound incredibly heavy. The boss actually buys it, and that is how they easily wrap up their little business meeting. Sitting back, homeless Joe starts bragging about how he negotiated like an absolute pro. He is also just glad his brother was in such a surprisingly good mood today. Hanfang is genuinely thankful and offers to buy him some cigarettes. Joe plays the humble, good guy at first, but let's be real, he instantly caves into the offer. The hilarious part? He demands 8 whole cartons of cigarettes, thinking it is a tiny favor. While he is ranting away, Hanfang is just focused on checking off his survival list. He has officially secured his apocalypse starter pack, leaving him with plenty of time to study his weird powers. Now, he just needs to solve his long-term food situation. And it is smooth sailing. But just as he is feeling super confident, our boy slips right in front of homeless Joe and takes a brutal fall. Hanfang is down, and his leg is totally wrecked. As he shakes in absolute agony, Joe is just standing there completely clueless. Hanfang instantly realizes that his leg is definitely broken. He tosses Joe the car keys to get them to the emergency room, but the blonde punk just stares at him in silence before awkwardly admitting he does not even have a driver's license. So, they have to do this the old school way. Joe tries to carry him, but the whole situation looks so incredibly pathetic and depressing that Hanfang just orders a taxi to end the embarrassment. Next stop, the local hospital. At the front desk, the head nurse, Jian, is working the night shift and notices the snow piling up fast outside. Suddenly, she gets a frantic call to help out because they are understaffed. And yep, our boy actually broke his leg. He is sitting in the hospital, completely depressed after looking at his x-ray. Now he has to wait a whole hour before leaving. He planned literally everything for the end of the world, only for a random slip to ruin his entire schedule. Brother Lee says goodbye, claiming he has important business deals to handle. This puts Hanfang right back at square one. He is completely isolated, and now he has a broken leg to drag around too. Meanwhile, the hospital is absolutely packed to the brim. Patients are flooding in because of the freezing temperatures and extreme weather. It is a terrifying preview of the absolute chaos that is about to hit the outside world in just a few weeks. Hanfang is waiting for his prescriptions, but the line is moving at a snail's pace. That is when he spots a gorgeous head nurse across the room, busy checking a patient's pulse. She is super reliable, so the entire medical staff loves dumping work on her. Watching her handle everything completely takes our boy's breath away. Hanfang is totally smitten and cannot even believe she is a head nurse at her age. On top of being insanely cute, she is incredibly sweet to everyone. Yep, our boy is falling hard again, but for a new girl this time. While he is busy daydreaming, an elderly man calls out for help, and she immediately rushes over. He complains about sudden back pain, but Ginyan gently reminds him that they are extremely short-staffed today. But wait, this creepy old guy has an actual hidden agenda. He just wants to take advantage of the sweet head nurse. While she is distracted, he secretly slides a camera right under her skirt to take a photo. She has no idea, and kindly promises to arrange an x-ray once the rush clears up. But this absolute creep does not stop there. He goes into full predator mode, and actually grabs her. The innocent nurse still does not suspect any bad intentions, reassuring him that a doctor will arrive shortly to look at him. But get this, the old creep doubles down and actually tries to touch her inappropriately. Before he can do anything worse, our boy launches his crutch straight at the guy's face, knocking him flat onto the floor. The nurse panics, asking if the old man is alright, while Hanfang casually claims he just does not know how to use crutches yet. Sure, buddy, sure. When you struggle with crutches, you naturally throw them like a rocket. Hanfang pretends to check on the guy, picking up his fallen phone while the creep screams at him to stop. Hanfang opens the gallery, sees the photo, and loses his mind. He cannot believe this trash actually took a photo and dared to grope her. He immediately confronts him, threatening to call security to lock his creepy self in a cell. Honestly, the hospital could use one less annoying patient anyway, especially a pervert targeting the staff. Plus, there is no way Hanfang is giving that phone back. He warns the creep that he will blast the photos all over social media if he ever shows his face here again. Defeated, the old man bolts out of there. Yes, the same guy who supposedly had a broken back is now sprinting faster than light straight out the exit. Even the head nurse is completely speechless. Hanfang is just shaking his head, realizing some people are way too innocent for their own good. He shows her the screen, proving the old creep was up to no good. He tells her she can use the phone as evidence to report him to the police. Jin Yoon is incredibly grateful and takes the device, but then she asks a very logical question. Wait, wasn't his ankle badly injured? And that is when reality hits him. He acted on pure adrenaline and totally forgot about his broken leg. Right on cue, the excruciating pain hits him, and he starts screaming. A bit later, she wraps up his leg properly, and luckily, the pain fades away. The head nurse thanks him and promises to be more careful, but as she says this, she accidentally bumps right into his injured foot. Yep, Hanfang realizes this clumsy girl is probably never going to learn. Jin Yoon is called back to work, so she clumsily rushes off, reminding him to return in a week for a checkup. But Hanfang silently realizes a tragic truth. In 1 week, the world will be a frozen wasteland, and they will likely never meet again. He heads home with that depressing thought. The very next day, the weather gets violently worse. News channels are screaming about insane temperature drops across the globe. Even places like Dubai and Egypt are getting hammered by heavy snowstorms, which is absolutely unheard of. Experts from 46 countries hold an emergency meeting to figure out what is happening. According to their reports, this extreme cold wave is just temporary and will blow over. They tell citizens to stay indoors and keep warm. Meanwhile, Hanfang is chilling in his newly modified room, completely unfazed by the global panic. He has got a high-tech heater blowing endless warmth, so he has zero worries. The media keeps promising that the storm will pass, but he knows better. It is all just lies to keep the public calm. It is complete garbage, and he feels like an absolute clown for believing them in his past life. But this time, everything is different. He is ready, truly ready. His bunker is stacked, the heating is maxed out, and nothing can touch him now. Meanwhile, his apartment building group chat is absolutely exploding with panic over the freezing cold. People are crying about freezing to death in their apartments. But then, an anonymous user drops a massive bombshell, claiming this is the start of an actual Ice Age apocalypse. He posts that the extreme weather is coming directly from the Earth's core. These messages leave Hanfang completely shocked, because absolutely nobody should know about this secret yet. His mind instantly flags this random, sketchy guy as a major threat. After all, as the main character, Hanfang is supposed to be the only one who knows about the upcoming apocalypse. Meanwhile, the neighbors are acting like an angry mob, spamming the property management group chat to fix this frozen disaster. This endless snowstorm is completely ruining their lives. Since reading wall-to-wall text is boring, the group chat gets a hilarious upgrade, displaying everyone as cute little chibi avatars. But these angry neighbors are still totally miserable. If the snow keeps piling up by the main gate, they will not even be able to buy groceries. They paid a fortune just to get absolutely garbage service. Now, they want to speak with the manager to get their money worth. On the flip side, the property management team is utterly panicking, too. They are bowing and scraping with non-stop apologies, but those empty words are not going to satisfy these highly frustrated, freezing tenants. They want refunds because this crap is totally unacceptable. Watching this whole circus is our boy, Hanfang, who is just incredibly annoyed seeing everyone waste energy over nonsense. It is not like the landlord can magically turn off the blizzard. Still, one guy named Jian is actually mature enough to keep his head cool. He points out they cannot fight Mother Nature, so maybe they should cooperate instead of crying. Besides, a snowstorm is out of management's hands anyway, so screaming at them is pointless. But since these neighbors are completely short-sighted, instead of teaming up, they immediately turn on Jian and start roasting him for being a corporate sellout. Jian tries to explain he is not taking sides, he is just being realistic. Screaming at the staff is literally doing nothing to solve their problems. But the angry mob refuses to chill until the road is clear. They need their groceries, and starving to death is definitely not on their bucket list. Jian does his best to talk sense into these absolute clowns, pointing out that clearing the complex path does not mean the main highway is magically clear, too. He suggests walking to the store instead, which is way more realistic than shoveling miles of highway. Meanwhile, Hanfang is making a face like he just swallowed a lemon. He recognizes this bootleg neighborhood guru, and from that glare, their past is definitely not pretty. Suddenly, a guy who clearly has zero patience for drama joins the chat. No pleasantries. He just drops the truth. If you want to eat, grab a shovel. Otherwise, all this whining is not going to melt the ice. Boom, he logs off. Right after, another resident steps up to help. This tough, blunt-speaking thug is someone else. Hanfang knows very well. Slowly, the neighbors actually start volunteering to clear the snow. Even the delicate, pretty girls are ready to work. Then, we have the infamous Hyona, who surprisingly joins the crew. Hanfang is baffled that a gold digger like her is helping, but it is just a cheap ploy to lure in all the desperate simps who refuse to let a hot girl do manual labor. Classic move. She milks the attention and dumps her work on them. What else do you expect from an absolute opportunist? As Hanfang logs off, he is visibly irritated. That woman is a master at ruining his day. And guess what? She is texting him right now. Why? Because she thinks he is still a desperate simp who will obey her. She wants him to bring her food, adding a spicy picture of her bare thighs to seal the deal. Hang has to give her a solid 10 out of 10 for trying to seduce him while freezing. But with his leg broken, he cannot chase that trap even if he wanted to. Instead, he fires back a savage, teasing reply designed to make her skin crawl, and oh man, it works. Gets so mad she wants to strangle him. But let us rewind a bit. Today is only day 3 of this nightmare blizzard, and temperatures have already plummeted. Since this is just the beginning of the absolute chaos, the building's heating and internet are still working perfectly. keeping everyone comfortably distracted. So, like any bored guy, Hanfang does nothing but scroll social media watching pretty girls dance. Honestly, though, he is not even enjoying it. He is already completely bored, and we are barely into this so-called apocalypse. Loneliness is really starting to hit him, and having a broken leg makes everything 10 times worse. It is seriously cramping his style, trapping him in bed for at least a few months. With nothing else to do, he keeps doom scrolling. That is when he stumbles on a mind-blowing news report. There is a guy out there with a literal healing factor who survived a fall from the 15th floor with crushed organs. Yet, he fully regenerated in no time. Seeing this superpower reminds Hanfang that he actually has a little trick up his own sleeve. He activates a glowing green light on his hand, attempting to mend his shattered bones. But the magical energy just fizzles out, doing absolutely nothing to help. He tries again, but nope, pure failure. Defeated, he slumps back onto his couch, utterly disappointed that his hopes got shattered so fast. After hours of endless scrolling, he finally drifts off to sleep. He dreams he is wearing caveman clothes and riding a massive goat. But there is more. An entire army of flying goats is soaring right behind him. Suddenly, this glorious, majestic ride comes to a screeching halt when his goat slams the brakes. He gets launched right off its back, hurting his leg in the crash. That is when one of the goats starts licking his injury. He finds this extremely gross and shoves the goat away, offending it. Annoyed, the beast whips out a giant tongue, wraps it around Hanfang's leg, and yanks him into the sky. Miraculously, the wrapped leg instantly heals. Hanfang wakes up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. That bizarre dream was so realistic it genuinely freaked him out, his literally dripping sweat. But then, he notices his leg glowing with that green energy again. Quickly, he unwraps the bandages to take a look. He gingerly steps onto the floor, and guess what? Zero pain. It seems his healing power only triggers while he is asleep. To test this theory, he grabs a sharp kitchen knife to cut himself on purpose, hoping to trigger the magical healing again. Trembling, he reluctantly slices his index finger. While he conducts his test, let us check back outside. The angry mob of neighbors is finally doing something productive, successfully clearing the entire path to the front gate. All credit goes to Jian for that great motivational speech that got everyone moving. Jian then praises an old man who worked harder than anyone else, and the old-timer praises the twins for grinding just as hard. That is when our favorite stunning nurse, Jingyan, slips and struggles on the deep ice. The twins spot this gorgeous girl in trouble and quickly run over to help her up. They tell her to call them if she needs anything, then head right back to shoveling. Meanwhile, Jian notices with the blizzard dumping absolute sheets of snow, he tells the group they need to hurry up and grab their groceries fast. But right as they're rushing, the old man suddenly remembers something crucial. He didn't think much of it until Zhang pressed him for details. Finally, the old man shares a wild rumor about some guy who was seen hauling tons of supplies in a small truck. He pretended he was just moving in. Zhang shrugs it off because, come on, people bring stuff when they move. But then, the old man drops a highly suspicious detail that changes everything. This mysterious guy was hauling gas tanks and an entire fireplace. Definitely not your average housewarming decor. It looked like someone was prepping like crazy to survive the absolute worst. Before they can process this, the twins show up with an update. Just then, some random dude spawns out of nowhere, clearly eavesdropping and desperate to get the gossip on this prepper. He wanted all the juicy details about the winter survivalist. Too bad for him. Lu Shan immediately snipes him with a snowball, telling him to stop slacking and get back to work. Jen breaks up the drama, telling them to move out now that the path is cleared. Even Nurse Jin is hyped for this shopping trip. Meanwhile, the old man asks Jen for his honest opinion. Did this new guy somehow predict the killer blizzard? Janang pauses, then pulls off a masterclass in dodging the question, claiming the storm will blow over soon, so there is no need to panic. And hey, if things do go south, they have a loaded neighbor to borrow from, so it is a total win. But as they keep heading to the store, things get real. The blizzard goes full fury, forcing them to run. Meanwhile, our lazy main character, Hanfang, is sleeping like a baby in his warm room until a loud knock ruins his perfect nap. A familiar voice calls his name. He opens the door to find Zhao, looking a bit rough, but holding the high-grade goods our guy asked for. Talk about a solid delivery service. This was the gift promised by Boss Lu. Brother Lee brought it because he already hoarded enough food to avoid running around the frozen city like a headless chicken like everyone else. Still, Hanfang is genuinely grateful the guy braved this crazy storm for him. Plus, Brother Lee brings some spicy local gossip that has been spreading around the area like wildfire. Last night, a mystery thief completely emptied a massive supermarket in the Eastern District. When Boss Lu Gang and his crew finally shoveled their way there yesterday, they found absolutely nothing left. Just a whole lot of empty space. To Hanfang, this sounds completely impossible. Cleaning out an entire supermarket in a single night? What kind of monster could even pull that off? But Brother Lee is dead serious, meaning it actually happened. Hanfang starts to realize that things in this timeline are getting even weirder than they did in his previous life. It seems he is not the only person who unlocked cheat code abilities. Before he can spiral into deep thought, Brother Lee tells him to bundle up and stay safe, then heads out. Finally alone, our main character can actually think. He tries to find a logical explanation for the disappearing supermarket. What kind of power could make an entire grocery store vanish overnight? The only thing that makes sense is direct anime logic. Someone out there has a literal pocket dimension, capable of hoarding infinite supplies in their own personal subspace. But do people with dimensional magic actually exist here? Well, the answer is pretty simple. Since he has crazy superpowers himself, why couldn't someone else have them too? Talk about a terrifying realization. Hanfang knows he cannot slack off anymore. He needs to master his own powers as soon as possible. Just in case he runs into another awakened human, he needs a solid counter strategy. That means knowing his exact limits, strengths, and weaknesses. To figure this out, he pulls out his diary and starts studying his weird abilities. So far, he knows his magic reacts with food, whether it is green veggies or fresh meat. With this power, he can make things grow instantly or even cook them. Sure, he can multiply food or deep fry it, but it tastes absolutely awful. Plus, there is a catch. The success rate of his spell is actually trash, depending on the item. For example, soybeans only have a 10% chance of growing. Meat is even worse. Hanfang scratches his head, unable to understand why his power is acting like a bad gacha game. Suddenly, the soybean in his hand reacts to his magic and explodes into a nasty green cloud. Instead of a fresh plant, he is left holding a useless, stinky rock. Yes, a literal, smelly stone. This is getting highly annoying. The failure rate is just too high, so Hanfang decides it is time to grind and practice until he gets it right. Because practice makes perfect, right? He spends hours grinding his magic late into the night, refusing to take a break until he finally gets a successful breakthrough. Boom! He is holding a perfectly fresh, leafy soybean plant. But man, this victory did not come cheap. He is sweating buckets, practically turning his room into a sauna. But that is the price of progress. Through all this pain, he actually figures out the system rules to boost his success rate. The green magic energy is not just a constant stream. Different foods need different exposure times based on their nutrition. If you do not time the magic perfectly, you fail and get a burnt, smelly rock instead. Meaning, he has to hit the perfect sweet spot for every single food item. This suddenly reminds Hanfang of a very specific, old-school gaming mechanic. Like those rhythm dance games from 10 years ago where you had to tap the exact buttons to the beat. What if his magic operates on that exact same logic? It is like matching directions up, down, left, right, where the energy flow has to be adjusted perfectly second by second until you hit that sweet spot and stop. Do it perfectly, and you get a fresh plant. With veggies figured out, Hanfang decides it is time to level up and experiment with actual meat. But meat is a whole different beast. One wrong move, and his juicy steak melts into a vile, black goo. Still, the rhythm mechanics should be the same. Step 1 is figuring out the meat's energy limit. At first, everything seems to go perfectly to plan. But then, classic anime luck strikes again. The chicken leg explodes into disgusting black mush. Yep, mastering meat is going to be way harder than growing some beans. But he refuses to quit, trying again and again. Chicken legs keep detonating like mini-bombs in his kitchen. It is an endless cycle of culinary failure. Finally, our boy loses his mind, screaming in pure despair. He curses this ridiculously high difficulty power. But our main character is no quitter. As the blizzard rages outside and temperatures drop, he keeps grinding away. With mess splattered all over his kitchen, he reaches the moment of truth. One last chicken leg. Up, down, left, right, balancing the red and green energies perfectly. It feels like a stressful, high-stakes minigame. One single mistake means starting the whole grind from scratch. The tension in the room is off the charts, but this time, Hanfang hits the jackpot. The chicken leg swells up to a massive size. Sweating but victorious, he smirks and mutters that it was totally worth it. He collapses onto the floor, utterly exhausted but smiling. He finally cracked the code to infinite meat. Meanwhile, the news announces that today, July 17th, marks the third day of disaster. Brutal blizzard has paralyzed the entire nation. It seems humanity is now facing an apocalyptic winter, the kind of disaster that only happens once in a few thousand years. Alright. You and I are back with Hanfang, who woke up to the same old broadcast about the government doing their best to help everyone. Honestly, how many times had he heard this before? Just empty promises about restoring the paralyzed roads, power grid, and internet soon. They just needed to wait a bit longer for emergency supplies to arrive. To wrap it up, the news anchor told everyone to stay indoors. None of this surprised Hanfang, though. He had lived through all of this in his past life. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Then came another, and another. It was his building's group chat blowing up with drama, and he just couldn't resist checking in. Chat was absolute chaos, with everyone panicking over the morning news. Some gullible folks believed rescue was coming, while others knew better. While most made survival plans, one guy stood out to roast the gullible survivors. It was old Uncle Lou, asking if they really believed the news. The old man didn't buy the government's lies. If they had control, rescuers would be here by now. Instead, he shared some wild rumors from his old friends. Apparently, the military was gathering tanks and heavy artillery in the capital, City A. It looked like they were gearing up for war. Hearing about an impending war with an unknown enemy sent a chilling wave of silence through the paranoid group chat. But that didn't last long. Panic erupted as everyone begged Uncle Lou to say he was joking. Meanwhile, Hanfang was just amused by the sudden talk of war. He remembered this happening in his past life, too. Suddenly, Mr. Zhang chimed in to quiet everyone down and urge them to start preparing. Since several neighbors were already running out of food, he proposed a donation drive to support those who were struggling to survive. He begged the wealthy neighbors to share their stash as an example, even promising to donate half of his own food supplies. The neighbors started gossiping in hushed tones, but one guy eagerly agreed. After all, they were just trying to survive this crisis. He promised his own stash and even called out EX Hyona. She knew this creep, Wan Yu, was just trying to humiliate her for rejecting him, so EX Hyona played defense, acting helpless and apologizing for having no food left. Naturally, her army of simps rushed to defend their queen. This petty drama almost ruined the whole plan, since unity was non-existent. But surprisingly, the actual donations finally started pouring in. Moved by Mr. Zhang's emotional speech, people offered food, clothes, and medicine. Mr. Zhang expressed his deep thanks to everyone who helped. To manage all these people, he decided to appoint some leaders to run things, naturally crowning himself as the head of this emergency committee. Reading the announcement, Hanfang just smirked. He remembered this exact emergency committee setup from his past life, and how it turned out. Back then, it was exposed as a dirty scheme to steal everyone's resources. Flash forward to day 5 of the apocalypse, July 19th. The temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees, and the building's central heating finally died. Everyone was in a panic, freezing to death. People desperately built tiny fires inside their living rooms just to stay warm. It was exactly like his previous timeline, absolutely miserable. But things were only going to get worse. Well, except for our main character, who was cozying up using experimental charcoal in his fireplace. He had an ice-cold soda and a delicious slice of strawberry cake. He was basically living the dream, playing single-player games without a care. But his peaceful gaming session was interrupted by a phone call. Taking a break to sip his Coke, he answered to find the block leader. Apparently, they needed men in 20 minutes to clear the roads from the basement. Hanfang held back from cursing this idiot out. These fools didn't get that the snow wouldn't stop. Still, Hanfang decided to go down to the lobby since starting a feud now would be annoying. He had to keep a low profile to protect his secrets. Arriving at the main gate, it was obvious the snow had completely trapped them. The volunteers were furious that all their hard work was buried under a massive snowbank. Still, they decided to try and force the door open. Spotting Hanfang, they yelled for him to help. Everyone threw their full weight against the heavy door and shoved on 3. The moment it cracked open, a massive wave of snow and freezing wind blasted inside. The storm was so brutal, nobody could stand the cold. Just opening your eyes near the blast felt like getting stabbed. Hanfang instantly regretted leaving his warm couch for manual labor. Going out there meant certain death. Luckily, the volunteers agreed only an absolute idiot would step outside. And right on cue, speaking of idiots, a loud, familiar voice echoed through the lobby. It was Brother Lee, the local gangster, mocking everyone for being cowards in a crisis. The shivering volunteers tried to talk him out of this madness, warning him about the storm. But Brother Lee was built different. He literally finished his entire cigarette in one massive puff, pumped himself up, and charged headfirst into the freezing snowdrift like a maniac. The absolute dummy started screaming like an anime hero, literally punching the snowdrift to scatter it everywhere. Surprisingly, he kept it up. He actually managed to tunnel a small hole into the massive snowbank. Then, total silence. A moment later, muffled cries for help came from inside. They had to dig him out, his face completely purple from the extreme cold. With that, everyone agreed going outside was entirely impossible. They slammed the gates shut. Hanfang checked on the frozen gangster, then suggested they head down to the garage to find their supervisor. They could plan their next move once the weather cleared. But with this global blizzard, human effort alone just wasn't going to cut it anymore. Down in the basement car park, Mr. Zhang was already holding court. The self-proclaimed leader was surrounded by his usual group of followers. Let's pause here. Guys, next up, Mr. Zhang agrees to stop shoveling and turns the basement into their official supply donation center. At the donation site, Hanfang kept a low profile. He was finally seeing that guy Zhang from the group chat in person, the mastermind who would eventually go on to establish that fake disaster committee. This smooth talker loved putting on a polite act, tricking everyone into believing they were all united and supporting each other. But then, Mr. Zhang started blabbing about how amazing it was that so many owners were donating. He claimed these gifts would save the struggling residents and thanked everyone. Honestly, the atmosphere around the parking lot felt pretty warm. Everyone felt like heroes doing their part, sharing a fake sense of togetherness in this brutal survival game. But our main character knew the dark truth. They were in for a rude awakening. Once this endless winter dragged on, they would desperately regret donating their precious food. Meanwhile, shivering Brother Lee, still freezing from his earlier stunt, said his goodbyes and headed upstairs. That is when our boy spotted someone impossible to ignore: the clumsy, airheaded nurse from the hospital. She was wearing an incredibly adorable winter onesie while awkwardly balancing a massive stack of boxes, stumbling around as she tried to squeeze through the dense crowd of survivors. She ended up bumping right into a group of guys nearby. Her balance completely failed, and she was about to crash hard onto the icy ground, if it was not for our hero catching her just in time. Holding both her and the boxes, he asked if she was all right. She opened her eyes, blushed hard, and thanked him before realizing who he was. Wait, was not his leg supposed to be totally broken? He definitely should not be out here catching falling girls like an action star. Realizing that he had blown his own cover, our boy panicked. He started stuttering, trying to make up a quick excuse about how he had always healed super fast ever since he was a kid. It was the most suspicious excuse ever, complete with awkward sweating. Luckily for him, this nurse was way too innocent to notice any lies. She just thought his healing powers were absolutely amazing. He immediately offered to carry her heavy load. She politely refused, warning him they were super heavy, but he insisted until she finally let him help. But the moment he took the boxes, his jaw dropped. They felt like solid bricks, way heavier than any normal supplies should be. Intrigued, he asked her what was inside. She revealed they were packed with medical gear she wanted to donate to the community. Admitting they were probably too heavy, she offered to take them back. But seeing her pure heart and gorgeous face, he would have carried a whole building without complaining. She then warned him not to overdo it, boasting that she was actually stronger than average men. When he jokingly asked if she was always a powerhouse, she got a bit quiet, hinting that there was a story behind it. This mysterious answer sparked his curiosity, but seeing her look so uneasy, she quickly apologized. She mentioned that something weird had happened to her recently that made no sense. She also realized they had been chatting this whole time without exchanging names. Our guy quickly introduced himself, and the sweet nurse told him her name was Jin Shu. Her warm smile showed she was genuinely happy to run into him. He was totally starstruck by her cute face. But then, Jin Shu asked what he did for a living, and he honestly admitted he was unemployed. Talk about fumbling a gorgeous girl right at the end. Luckily, Manhwa logic saved him when a rude guy rushed past them, knocking Jin Shu off balance. Stumbling wildly, she crashed straight into Hanfang, grabbing onto him to stop her fall. This accidental stumble ended with her soft chest pressing right against his arm. With absolutely zero romantic skills, our boy just stood there enjoying the moment. She quickly backed away, blushing and apologizing while he played it cool. This would have been a flawless romantic encounter, but of course, the toxic ex, Lee Hyona, had to ruin it, creeping up on them like a brainless zombie. You could see how starvation and freezing temperatures were draining this parasite. The toxic gold digger immediately clung to him, shamelessly rubbing her chest against his arm while wrapping herself around him. She demanded to know who this pink-haired girl was. Feeling super awkward, Jin Shu quickly snatched her boxes back, wanting to register her donations and leave the couple alone. As the nurse hurried away, Hanfang watched her go with regret before asking Hyona why she was downstairs. The witch claimed she was just looking for some food, pretending she came down out of worry since he was being so quiet. He lied, saying he was about to text her, but she called him out for flirting instead. She immediately started digging, asking if he had any extra groceries left at his place, crying about how she was starving and needed him to share his food. Instead of getting angry at her greed, our boy just smirked. Keeping up his submissive act, he told her his food supply was running low too, but maybe he could spare a little only for girls who actually text him back. of course. He suddenly grabbed her by the waist, asking if she wanted to stay at his place. This sudden confidence from her usual target completely caught her off guard. Panicking, she pushed him away with a fake laugh, trying to play it cool. She insisted they should stick to chatting online. Treating this as a total rejection, he turned around to head home. But since she was absolutely starving, the greedy woman grabbed him, begging him to wait. She complained that he had changed, before putting on her best puppy dog eyes to declare her love. She claimed she did not want people thinking she was only using him for money, so she needed a bit more time. Hanfang feigned a blush, pretending to fall for it, but quickly snapped out of it. If he had not already been murdered by her in his past life, he might have actually believed her lies. Now, he just wanted to rip her fake mask off. Plus, he still had to identify the mastermind pulling her strings. But why search for him when he could just play along like last time until she brought the guy to him? He would be ready. They might have weapons, but our boy has a high-caliber sniper rifle. Keeping his cool, he laughed it off and claimed he was only teasing. The greedy witch felt a bit foolish for wasting her Oscar-worthy acting on a joke. Still, he promised to wait for her text and deliver food tomorrow. With that, they finally said their goodbyes. She told him to message her if he needed anything. As she walked away, a wicked smirk appeared on her face, thinking she had him completely wrapped around her finger. But she had no idea our boy was the one pulling the strings now. He loved silently messing with her. 2 whole days passed with zero contact from him. This drove her crazy, and she started spamming his phone with angry texts demanding her food. Meanwhile, he just let her messages pile up while enjoying a hot steak with a cold soda. Honestly, nothing beats eating gourmet meals while slowly torturing the woman who murdered you. Finding a way to cook incredible meat was a total lifesaver. This freezing weather made the hot food taste even better. While the rest of the building was freezing to death, our boy was actually sweating in his warm room. Look at him in his bathrobe. An absolute Chad, who actually spent his days doing science. He confirmed 2 massive rules. First, his infinite meat supply had a limit on size. Second, just like those soybeans, this meat could replicate forever. He already had piles of steak stacked up. Every time a crop of beans grew, he ate half and used the rest to grow more. Simple math, and it worked for meat too. Under those glowing red and green lights, half a steak plus a few beans, cloned into a massive new cut. Spamming this glitch meant infinite food forever. After running a bunch of trials to make absolutely sure his cheat code worked, he realized he would never go hungry again. Meanwhile, broadcast stations were still sending reporters out to cover this crazy blizzard. It was now day 19 of the freeze on August 2nd, and even the tropical Maldives near the equator were sitting at -42 degrees. Total frozen wasteland. The paradise was completely buried under ice and snow. Even the ocean was freezing solid right before their eyes. Absolutely terrifying. Experts reported the ice was already 55 centimeters thick, and the same horror was happening to other warm countries along the equator. Watching all this on his massive home theater screen, Hanfang just laughed. Honestly, the nightmare out there was way worse than television let on. But our guy was just sipping his expensive wine in peace. Suddenly, a massive blast rattled his luxury bunker. Hanfang dropped his glass and rushed straight over to the window, ripping the curtains open. Far off, a whole high-rise was burning. That was the 7th mysterious explosion in just a few days, and even Hanfang had no idea why. One thing was clear, things were spiraling fast. Military choppers were constantly buzzing over the city now, and if our main character was in the dark, you can bet the plotted over of Lucoms. Other survivors were completely losing it. Panic was spreading like wildfire. Neighbors were now camping out in the freezing basement garage, trying to swap goods for scraps of food. But human greed never stops. People started scamming and robbing each other, sparking some nasty fights. Right in the middle of this chaos was Mr. Jen, still acting like the savior of the neighborhood by handing out free rations to the desperate. Today, though, Hanfang decided to actually leave his warm fort and check out this basement gathering. Just 5 minutes out of his apartment, and he was already freezing. Every single time he stepped outside, he immediately regretted his life choices. But he had a goal. He needed to gather intel. Otherwise, he would never bother looking at these people again. See? Before his regression, he remembered a violent rebellion tearing through this complex. And if his memory was correct, the spark for that riot started right here in this garage. For now, the organizers were still pretending to be saints, giving away free food instead of robbing people blind. To figure out the truth, Hanfang quietly blended into the crowd. Looking at the massive line, it was obvious that almost everyone was running completely on empty. Up at the front of the line, a guy was throwing a major fit about his tiny ration share, especially since he had previously donated massive boxes of food. But the staff insisted on equal shares, handing him just one can and a single sausage. The angry donor demanded his supplies back, which was impossible. Mr. Jen stepped in, telling him to think of the community, and promised to reward him with piles of cash once this crisis cleared up. But let's be real, fake promises of money in an apocalypse are completely worthless. Soon, the starving crowd lost patience and turned on the complaining guy. They began yelling at him, calling him selfish and telling him to get lost. A full-on mob mentality took over, attacking a man who just wanted to feed his family. These people were completely brainwashed by the neighborhood committee. Hanfang smiled, knowing there was zero chance the leaders would ever share their private stash of food anyway. But watching people play the moral high ground against the guy who actually kept them alive? Absolute peak hypocrisy. Truly shameless behavior right there. Speaking of shameless, look who just crawled back into the basement. The man, the myth, the legend gangster, Brother Lee. Though honestly, he looked absolutely terrible. He was skinny, pale, and shivering. It had been a minute since these two crossed paths. Brother Lee tried to act tough, claiming he was fine, but his body said otherwise. He claimed he was only shaking because of the freezing cold and some minor stress. Yeah, right. The tough guy finally cracked and admitted he was starving to death. He had been chugging tap water just to trick his empty stomach because he had absolutely zero food left. Back when the charity drive started, he foolishly donated everything. Now, his stash was gone long before the blizzard even slowed down, and the tiny scrap of rations the committee gave him wasn't enough to survive. If he had only known how bad this winter would get, he would have hidden his food. Sensing a perfect opportunity to exploit this situation, Hanfang leaned in and whispered to the gangster. Brother Lee stared back in absolute shock. Hanfang was offering him 4 packs of instant ramen and 2 whole sausages just for a little errand. Hanfang sighed, pretending it was a massive sacrifice for him. The gangster thought his little bro was just making up excuses to save his life. He literally started crying tears of gratitude, swearing eternal loyalty. Holding Hanfang tight, he promised that whatever favor he needed would be taken care of immediately. As for the payment, he could just pick it up later from Hanfang. But first, the starving gangster needed a quick bite, so he shuffled into the ration line. Meanwhile, Hanfang was internally celebrating his absolute masterclass of a deal. For just a couple of cheap noodles, he hired a personal bodyguard and spy to do all his dirty work. He felt a tiny bit guilty, but hey, business is business. Besides, lounging on his luxury couch with hot meals and video games was way better than freezing down here. Everything was going perfectly for Hanfang, until a voice called out, "Oh no!" A very familiar face spotted him. Before he could even turn around, a hand came flying straight at his face. Lee Hyona's special greeting was a brutal, loud slap right across his cheek. Hanfang was completely shell-shocked. Who expects to get assaulted like this first thing in the morning? Fuming, Hyona glared at him and called him a disappointment. This broke gold digger started screaming at him for ignoring her texts begging for food. And of course, she made sure to yell so the entire garage could hear her drama. Hanfang was completely stun-locked. The audacity was unreal. This absolute witch just slapped him in public. He hadn't even started getting revenge for how she ruined his past life yet, and now she's tracking him down to hit him. This was crossing a major line. As his anger reached boiling point, he realized she still thought he was her pathetic little servant. He stayed quiet while she kept screeching at him, calling him deaf and mute while demanding to know where her food was. Hanfang took a slow, deep breath, letting out a puff of steam. Then, our master actor immediately switched gears. He put on a super apologetic face and told Hyona that all his food supplies had actually just been stolen. He claimed he put the box of food right outside his apartment door while searching for his keys, but when he turned around, the whole stash was gone. He looked completely devastated. He scanned the area for clues but found absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, this girl looked like a desperate addict begging for a fix, frantically asking if he had any supplies left in his stash. Playing hard to get, he claimed his stash was nearly empty, maybe enough for a few days if he limited himself to one meal. But hearing there was food, Hyona's creepy, desperate face instantly lit up. She flashed a sweet, blushing smile, instantly switching back to her innocent act. It was a flawless transition until she asked Hanfang to split his tiny ration so they could both eat once every 2 days. She claimed they would survive the apocalypse together, looking completely detached from reality. Hanfang honestly could not believe the sheer audacity of this woman. Her level of selfishness was actually terrifying to witness. To her, he was just a brainless tool to exploit whenever she pleased. But Hanfang decided to play along. He put on a warm, loving smile and happily agreed to her ridiculous survival plan. Played the part of the loyal, gullible guy ready to share everything with his princess. She demanded the food immediately, but he stalled, scheduling the delivery for tonight because he needed to pack. She gave him a playful wink, saying she would be eagerly waiting for his text. As she walked away, She sweet-talked him, pretending to care by warning him not to catch the terrible flu. He waved goodbye, already cooking up a deliciously petty plan in his head. By 8 in the evening, Hyona was already spamming his phone. She was so incredibly impatient for that free food. By 9:30, she had actually dragged herself to his lobby, shivering in the freezing, dark hallway. Meanwhile, Hanfang was enjoying his absolute favorite hobby, dangling the bait and completely ghosting her. He ignored all her frantic calls and texts. Since the elevator had been broken for weeks due to the freezing cold, if she wanted to throw a tantrum, she had to climb the stairs. Left with no choice, Hyona swallowed her massive pride and started up the creepy stairwell. Halfway up the climb, she was completely exhausted, shivering uncontrollably from the brutal winter cold. It was an absolute nightmare. Honestly, if she were not starving for free food, she would never do this. Having barely eaten in days, her body was failing her with every single step. Every step drained her remaining energy. But hey, you have to admire the dedication. Very few people would willingly hike up 16 floors just to leech off someone else. Funny enough, even the emergency lights on the upper levels were completely dead, making the pitch-black climb terrifying. Suddenly, she heard a creepy noise in the shadows and nervously called out to see who was there. Her answer came in the form of a massive black trash bag flying down from the upper stairs, aimed right at her face. Frozen in absolute shock, she could only stand there and watch it fall. Boom! The bag hit the ground. The lights suddenly flickered back on, and a massive cloud of white powder filled the air. Our sweet, elegant princess was completely covered in flour, and standing right there was Hanfang. He apologized, claiming he fell asleep, and rushed down the moment he saw her texts. He explained that when the lights died, he tripped and dropped the bag. He then casually started brushing the flour and plastic off her coat. She felt absolutely filthy, and her sweet girl mask was starting to slip. Hanfang loved every second of it. He had meticulously planned this beautiful prank, and trust me, he was not finished yet. He pulled out another bag, telling the witch he packed up his leftover food just for her. But when she opened it, she realized almost everything inside was covered in thick green mold. It looked like pure garbage. Playing dumb, Hanfang scratched his head and claimed he worked incredibly hard to save these precious leftovers. There was even rotting, foul-smelling meat mixed in. He then acted offended, snatching the bag back and telling her to leave it if she was ungrateful. Terrified of starving, the greedy witch snatched it back, insisting she absolutely wanted it. Hanfang stared her down, laughing at himself. Right here was the beautiful goddess he used to simp for so hard. Now, she literally looked like a homeless person freezing on a winter night. She was desperately digging through a bag of actual garbage, hoping to find a single edible bite, even snatched the half-empty bag of flour straight out of his hand. Hyona was actually celebrating getting dusty flour, completely ignoring the fact she had just been blasted by it. She bolted without a single word of thanks. But Hanfang did not care at all. Feeding her his literal household trash was guaranteed to give this witch a massive stomachache. Plus, taking a shower in this freezing weather was completely impossible, so she would be covered in sticky flour for a while. As Hanfang happily headed back to his apartment, he suddenly sensed something off. He pretended not to notice, keeping his guard up as he felt a presence moving in the dark behind him. He kept walking naturally toward his door, stepping out of the stairwell with casual ease. But a dark shadow was closely following his footsteps, and it was definitely a real person. He could hear the heavy thud of snow boots behind him. Using the element of surprise, Hanfang hid behind his door and suddenly pounced on the mysterious stalker following him. He grabbed the figure aggressively, slamming them hard onto the cold floor. But right as he was about to punch the creep spying on him, something made him freeze instantly. His anger completely faded. His stalker was actually a girl with incredibly messy hair, sleepy eyes, and super thick glasses. Hanfang could only think of one reason for her being here. She had to be spying on him, and he wanted answers right now. But all he received was dead silence and a blank, glassy stare. This girl was clearly not the talkative type. She did not say a single word. Surprised by her bizarre silence, Hanfang decided to use some serious threats to loosen her tongue, warning her he would strip her coat off in the freezing cold. Yet, even that threat did not make her speak. Getting tired of this weird interaction, Hanfang decided to let her off the hook, warning her that she would not be so lucky next time. He told her to stop playing quiet and go home before she froze to death. But as he turned to walk away, he felt a tug on his sleeve. This girl was not letting him leave. Hanfang had absolutely no idea what she wanted, while she just stood there, staring blankly without saying a word. He told her to stop staring and threatened to leave if she did not speak. But instead of answering, she quietly pointed down the hall and started pulling him along. Even a slow guy like Hanfang could tell she wanted to show him something important. They arrived at her apartment, which was shockingly warm and brightly lit. Hanfang was completely speechless. Looking around, he saw massive piles of boxes loaded with supplies. Sure, some boxes were empty and the place was pretty messy, but having this much food weeks into the apocalypse was insane. Did she actually prepare all of this in advance? Hanfang asked her point blank if she knew the Ice Age was coming, and surprisingly, she finally spoke. Though her words were highly unusual, she had a wild explanation. It turned out she ran complex calculations predicting this exact disaster. She was actually the mysterious user who kept warning everyone in the community chat before the freeze happened. Of course, Hanfang had no idea what she was talking about. It was hard for him to understand how a normal person could predict the future through pure research. You do not need to be a cheat regressor when you are a literal genius. But he knew she did not drag him here just to talk science. And he was right. She silently pointed him toward the real reason. Her room was packed with security screens running live camera footage. And on every single screen, she was watching our hero's exact movements. One feed literally caught him picking his nose, while another showed him eating gourmet food. First, he was spotted carrying a mountain of boxes in the elevator. Next, a delivery guy hauled 12 gas cans straight to his door. Finally, Brother Lee brought him a literal gun case. The evidence was stacking up. It turns out Hanfang's initial gut feeling about this girl was spot on. She had been secretly spying on him for ages. But now, she acted way too comfortable, not showing a single shred of hesitation. He literally started stripping down right in front of him. See, her room was way too hot for thick winter gear, but our dense main character immediately panicked, completely misinterpreting the situation and asking what she was doing. She casually told him it was just too hot. Obviously, he meant something entirely different, like, why do it right in front of his face? He yelled at her to stop and put her pants back on. But eventually, the heat got to him too, forcing him to reluctantly shed his own coat. Besides, this girl knew way too much dangerous information. He could not just walk away until he got some answers. Putting the pieces together, Hanfang realized she only started spying because his actions seemed super sketchy. Specifically, how he started hoarding massive amounts of survival supplies long before the first snowflake even fell. Luckily, she was not trying to blackmail him. She just wanted to test if our main character was actually smart and resourceful enough to be a worthy partner for cooperation. Now he just had to figure out what she meant by cooperating. Since speech was not her strong suit, she decided that showing him was much easier than telling, which of course led to some massive misunderstandings. Our hero's mind immediately went to some wild places as she started moving around. But get your minds out of the gutter, folks. She just pulled a heavy power generator out from behind her bed. All she wanted was for Hanfang to teach her how to operate the machine. Turns out, she was an absolute genius with computers and books. But her basic, everyday survival skills were practically non-existent. Within minutes, the engine was humming along smoothly. Now, let's ignore the minor detail that running a gas generator indoors is a terrible idea. We will just pretend this one runs on magic or hydrogen. Hanfang prayed this would be her last request, but no such luck. Those puppy dog blue eyes locked onto him again, begging for assistance with her water boiler. He got to work and quickly hooked it up, securing her 24/7 hot water. Still, he warned her to be smart about it. Save water, and for the love of God, turn off the tap. Up next was her refrigerator, which looked like an absolute disaster zone. Our hero literally had to explain that raw meat goes in the freezer, not the fridge, unless she wanted a massive case of food poisoning. He made it clear he was not going to be her personal maid. She had to clean up after herself. Honestly, Hanfang was baffled by how this girl had even managed to survive this long in the real world. He even had to walk her through swapping out the gas canisters for her stove. He forced her to memorize the safety rules and repeat every single step to make sure she did not blow herself up. The survival training only got more intense. He actually had to teach her how to cook food over an open flame. By the time they finally plated a decent meal, our hero was completely drained. He told her to dig in while the food was still hot, silently questioning all his life choices. How did he end up babysitting a grown adult? This girl had absolutely zero real-world survival instincts, not that she cared. She was too busy stuffing her face because the food was amazing. Hanfang realized he was talking to a brick wall, so he awkwardly tried to laugh it off as a joke. He was absolutely exhausted and wanted nothing more than to crawl into his cozy, warm bed. But as it turned out, he was not the only one who had an exhausting day. He looked over and saw she was already fast asleep, using the food-covered table as her personal pillow. He had never in his life seen someone pass out mid-bite like that. Still, he could not just leave her there, so he gently carried her over to the bed. Who knew he would spend his day babysitting? Overnight, the blizzard raged on, sending temperatures plunging even lower. Hanfang had barely opened his eyes the next morning when a knock came at his door. Yep, it was her again. This time, she brought a massive pile of gifts to thank him. Even our main character was shocked by how much stuff she had brought. But after he took the boxes, She just stood there at the threshold, refusing to leave. He knew that exact look. She was definitely about to ask for another favor. She had brought yet another generator, begging for a repeat lesson. Apparently, absolutely nothing from yesterday's training had actually sunk in, so he had to start the entire lesson from scratch. After spending a few days with her, Hanfang realized she was a total disaster at survival. The girl had zero common sense. She had no boundaries and no filter, but to her credit, she did not quit. Every single day, she dragged our poor hero to her room for intensive survival boot camp. Eventually, she whipped up something that actually looked like real food. Hanfang marked it as a massive win. Before this, even a stray dog would have turned its nose up at her cooking. But hey, in a frozen wasteland, people would literally kill for a meal like this. After all this time, he finally asked for her name. She introduced herself as Xiaoying. He still had no clue why she spoke so weirdly, or what her deal was, but he could not just abandon her. Meanwhile, downstairs in the freezing basement, the supply line was turning into a riot. The starving tenants were violently clashing over the few remaining scraps. It was absolute chaos as neighbors turned on neighbors, desperate to grab anything to keep themselves alive. People were straight up stealing from each other, shouting that possession was 9/10 of the law. The weak collapsed from exhaustion, while the strong and ruthless snatched up everything in sight. Peace was officially dead in this building. Residents fought tooth and nail for resources they believed belonged to them, guarding their small piles of looted goods with their very lives. Any minor theft instantly triggered brutal violence. Men and women beat each other bloody, punching and kicking without mercy, practically speedrunning the complete collapse of civilization. Through all this madness, Mr. Zhang stood completely unfazed. He cranked up his megaphone to maximum volume, letting out a screeching blast that forced everyone to cover their ears in agony. Talk about a literal sonic attack. This guy was acting like a straight-up supervillain. Once the painful feedback finally died down, Mr. Zhang spoke up, asking the crowd if they were done acting like animals. He dragged up a heavily beaten survivor to show the crowd. He pointed out how insane it was that they were risking their lives over a few miserable scraps of food. It was utterly pathetic, but the crowd was not having it. They reminded him that he was the genius who proposed this stupid donation pool, leaving them with just one noodle packet. If they did not kill each other, they would just starve to death anyway. Mr. Zhang listened to their furious rants about unfair distribution with a completely fake, patronizing smile. Then, he shut them down completely. He told them straight up that if they were going to act like feral dogs over scraps, then maybe they deserved to starve. He asked them to really think about who actually caused this nightmare. Naturally, the angry mob blamed him. So, he picked up a slice of bread and began explaining the real cold truth. He walked them through the harsh reality of their new economy. A cheap loaf of bread that used to cost pocket change was now being hoarded and sold for hundreds of dollars. The greedy elites were squeezing the poor completely dry, even slicing single pieces of bread into 10 tiny portions to auction off. They were actively getting filthy rich off this disaster. Meanwhile, the broken souls down in this basement garage had absolutely nothing left. Yet, here they were, murdering one another over a broken system that was never designed to save them, all while the wealthy hoarded mountains of food, refusing to share a single crumb. They were the ones driving up the prices, and yet, the poor were the ones tearing each other apart, starving and fighting to the death. Mr. Jen asked if that was fair. Knowing he had the crowd eating out of his hand, he urged everyone to drop everything and stand united to take back the resources belonging to everyone. The hungry, angry crowd ate up every word. Now convinced they were victims, they started wondering why were the rich elites getting all the benefits while everyone else struggled to survive? Mr. Zhang watched with a smirk as his little mind games worked and the puzzle fell into place on its own. He planted the seed of hatred, and boy, did it grow. All that rage from the lower floors was now pointed straight up at the wealthy residents. The survivors convinced themselves they were just taking their fair share. Seeing the recipe for violence, chaos, and absolute desperation cooking, Mr. Jen smirked silently in the background of the mounting chaos. Homeless Joer, favorite resident, Brother Lee was watching. He was literally the only sane person there who saw right through the garbage in that speech. The crowd was going mad, and something big was going down. He had to warn Hanfang, like yesterday. Meanwhile, in Hanfang's cozy room, our hero was busy pretending to read a book while snoring. He was woken up by the ringing of his phone. He opened Brother Lee's texts, warning him about the massive trouble brewing down in the basement. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's speech, the mob was ready to snatch supplies from anyone and everyone. They were already raiding apartments, breaking locks, and carrying weapons. Brother Lee begged Hanfang to just lock his door and avoid these crazy lunatics entirely. He could only hope Brother Lee would stay safe out there. Honestly, Hanfang never expected things to get this wild. Sure, he bought 2 guns for emergencies, but the idea of actually shooting another person made him a bit sick. Plus, if this organized mob targeted him and found his stash, they would go absolutely crazy to get his goods, would strip him clean, and leave nothing but bones. He needed to be ready for the worst. For starters, he grabbed a pile of electrical wires, some tools, and a few fire extinguishers from his stash. Using these, he decided to secure his door by wrapping live electrical wires around the door handle. Real safe, right? Once he finished this janky trap, Hanfang slowly rolled the wire across the floor. But his clever little science project got cut short. Total darkness. It looked like every single building in the entire neighborhood had lost power at the exact same moment. Panicked residents tried calling building management, but they were long gone. Hanfang figured that with the blizzard raging and everyone maxing out their electricity to stay warm, a blackout was bound to happen anyway. Plus, with meters of snow blocking everything and freezing temperatures outside, there was no way any maintenance crew could fix it. Basically, this power cut and signal loss were probably permanent, and once the starving mob realized the lights were never coming back on, things were going to get much, much worse. Panic would trigger an absolute riot, and that's when true hell would break loose. But wait, let us rewind 30 minutes before the blackout, where a certain witch named EX Hyona was greedily shoving instant noodles down her throat. Her rich boyfriend was bragging about buying up supplies at 50 times the normal price, laughing at how the poor had to sell him everything they had just to survive. He only spent $500,000. This absolute gentleman also started auctioning off food, letting the starving neighbors fight over his leftover crumbs like animals. This cruel tactic made this blonde rich kid filthy rich. Stroking EX Hyona's face, he asked if she was glad she chose to follow him. The witch smiled and nodded like a good little puppy. The rich jerk was already planning to use his wealth to buy her absolute obedience and do whatever he wanted with her. But their romantic moment was rudely interrupted by heavy footsteps, echoing down the hallway. It was the basement car park mob, armed with tools and ready to smash doors in the dead of night. And guess who their first target was? Blondie! He heard them shouting his name, targeting him for bragging about his price gouging in the group chat. Suddenly, the raiders started kicking and pounding on his door, trying to break it down. Blondie was loaded, but cash can't buy you out of a mob beating. He froze in sheer terror as his door shook. Meanwhile, the crazed cult of hungry residents led by Mr. Jang was going completely wild. Outside, the deadly blizzard kept screaming with no plans of stopping. Inside Hanfang's cozy fortress, things were looking a bit messy with loose wires everywhere. He was still trying to set up his Home Alone-style electric shock trap on his front door. He did everything the DIY guide probably told him to do, but the tester showed zero electricity flowing through the wires. Right as he was scratching his head, the messy pile of wires suddenly sparked and exploded in a puff of smoke. Talk about instant power! Coughing through the smoke, Hanfang put out the small fire on his wiring. He couldn't understand why this basic engineering project was being so difficult. If only he could just look it up online. But with no internet, he was totally on his own. And of course, before he could even finish fixing his janky trap, someone started banging loudly on his front door. Hanfang crept up and peeked through the peephole to check his mysterious guest. He couldn't quite see their face, but he noticed a very short figure with messy hair sticking out. It was that quiet, outcast girl from down the hall. Naturally, she had her usual poker face on while asking for help. Hanfang really didn't have time for guests right now, but then he remembered his past life getting seduced by a witch and beaten to death by a maniac. Yeah, let's not repeat that mistake. He slowly pulled his hand away from the door handle, terrified of what might be waiting outside. Refusing to open up, he warned her through the door that raiders were looting apartments nearby. He told her to run back home immediately. The outcast girl just stood in the freezing, dark hallway. After a heavy silence, she started knocking even harder. When Hanfang still didn't budge, she simply slid down and sat there, shivering violently against his door. The icy air was brutal, and to make things worse, the shouting of the raiders was getting louder as they finally reached Hanfang's floor. They didn't care who lived on the 18th floor, they were going to kick in every door they saw. Two sketchy-looking guys scanned the dark hallway, celebrating that they got there first. They immediately split up the apartments to loot, and unfortunately for Hanfang, his door was closest. One thug pulled out a crowbar and started jamming it into the lock, playing a friendly game of pretending to deliver supplies to check if anyone was home. Inside, Hanfang had quietly pulled the girl in and covered her mouth so she wouldn't make a sound. When the thugs got no reply, they tried to pry the heavy door open with their trusty crowbar. Hanfang leaned down and whispered to the trembling girl that these idiots had no chance against his beast of a door. Hearing his words, she slowly relaxed in his arms. Outside, the door handle jingled violently up and down, but the thugs couldn't get it to budge. Foiled by a piece of metal, they decided to mark Hanfang's apartment and move to the next target. Man, it was a genius move to install that heavy-duty door, complete with 5 centimeter thick iron plates reinforcing the frame. Even his contractor thought he was insane. Hanfang was so busy feeling smug about his genius prep skills that he forgot to remove his hand from the girl's mouth. He was just too focused on staying absolutely silent. Still, the quiet girl whispered a thank you for saving her from being spotted. They waited a few tense minutes, listening closely until the hallway went silent. The raiders were gone for now. Hanfang immediately went back to fixing his trap. Anyone touching his door next was in for a shock. Otherwise, he would literally fry himself to death. The girl curiously asked what he was up to, so he introduced his big-brain electrocution defense plan, smugly claiming she just wouldn't get it. Honestly, he didn't even understand it himself, and setting up this trap was turning into an absolute nightmare. But little did he know, this weird girl was actually a total expert on security systems and electrical engineering. This stuff was child's play for her. So, our outcast queen started backseat driving, ordering Hanfang to cut the main power first, then carefully wrap the exposed copper around the door handle. Next, they wired the circuit box straight to the metal knob and, for the grand finale, flipped the breaker switch. The voltage tester went wild, proving the handle was packed with lethal currents. When Hanfang asked how she knew all these complex equations, she dramatically declared that her supreme evil eye let her perceive the ultimate truth of the cosmos. Since she basically built his trap, he asked what she wanted in return. But instead of giving him a tragic backstory, she completely ignored him and dumped the entire contents of her backpack right onto his couch. Then, she boldly announced that the master of the evil eye was officially moving in, starting today. Hanfang froze, his brain failing to compute. He was definitely not okay with sharing his personal sanctuary with a crazy person, so he desperately tried to kick her out and send her packing. But in his absolute panic, he caught his foot on the tangled mess of wires on the floor, sending him flying forward. After some desperate flailing, he crashed hard onto the solid floor, knocking his stuff everywhere. Strangely, a vibrant purple glow was radiating from his hands. Tripping over his own feet like that should have really hurt, but he felt absolutely zero pain. He looked down and realized why. His solid coffee table had miraculously transformed into squishy, moldable clay. Did his panic somehow trigger a new, weird power? Hanfang stared at the purple energy crackling on his palms, realizing it was definitely the source of this magic softening trick. Even his nearby heavy-duty toolbox and steel tools had warped into cartoonish shapes when the light brushed them. He picked up a hammer, and the metal head literally folded like wet cardboard as he waved it around. Basically, this purple juice can turn any solid object into mush. Our Chunibyo companion watched this magical display go down and did not say a single word. She was so dead silent that he forgot she was even there, getting totally distracted by his crazy new superpower. She just stared at him with her usual blank expression before her eyes suddenly lit up with recognition. She declared him an official envoy of her legendary evil eye. Shrugging it off, Hanfang decided to just roll with the roleplay rather than explaining his actual supernatural abilities. Her logic was so warped that this might actually work. She then suggested that, as divine comrades, they must share everything, including the apartment he called home. But before he could shout a flat-out no, she was already marching into a bedroom like she paid the rent. The man had not even signed off on this, and she was already claiming it as her new dark fortress. Honestly, he decided to just let it slide for now. He had much bigger fish to fry, like figuring out what this purple energy actually was. For now, it was a softening beam, meaning he had access to way more than just 2 colors of power. He probably had an entire rainbow of abilities he had not even unlocked yet. Now, you and I know his powers triggered when he tripped over the cables and panicked. So, the logical next step was to recreate that exact feeling to summon the magic again. After locking in his focus and remembering the sensation, Hanfang successfully summoned the purple spark once more. He was definitely getting the hang of activating these powers on command. Naturally, his first test subjects were the very wires that started this whole mess. But he needed a real challenge, so he went to the kitchen and grabbed a razor-sharp steel knife. With a spark of curiosity, he unleashed the purple glow, wrapping the entire blade in its bizarre aura. To his absolute shock, even high-grade steel turned to mush, becoming as squishy and soft as a strip of jelly in his hand. Hooked on his new toy, he went on a wild rampage, testing the magic on absolutely everything in his apartment. Nothing was safe from his touch. The longer he channeled the light, the softer the targets became. But besides changing their density, the objects stayed exactly the same, making this color pretty lame on its own. That is when a brilliant idea hit him. He already knew how to combine his tricks. So why not mix the purple and green lights together? What would happen if he applied both elements to a melted object? Blending the two energies was a breeze. He picked up the sad, floppy kitchen knife and coated it in both colors before screaming bonkai like an absolute anime nerd. And holy crap, it actually worked. The melted, floppy blade instantly snapped back into a solid, razor-sharp state. In fact, it was so incredibly polished, he could literally use it as a mirror. Hungry for more, he looked around and spotted a box of cheap tissues on the counter. He applied the same combo to a single sheet of paper and tried to rip it. To his disbelief, the tissue refused to bend or tear, meaning he could alter any object's durability. The combination of green and purple turned flimsy trash into indestructible armor. And speaking of extreme durability, he suddenly realized he had the perfect, practical use for this new power. Meanwhile, over with the local scumbags, the raiders who had stolen everyone's food were starting to get greedy, flat out refusing to share their stolen loot with the other survivors. Paranoid about starving, they didn't want to waste their hard-earned stash on the women or elderly, but since they had to keep this crime a secret, they kept their mouths shut. But as these greedy thieves were plotting their next move, one of them noticed something deeply unsettling on the apartment walls. To their absolute horror, the concrete on the 18th floor was wriggling and glowing with a strange light. Slowly, a human face began pushing through the solid concrete, twisting and grimacing as if trying to break free from the wall itself. Sure, these thugs were tough when stealing food from old ladies, but a literal demon wall trying to eat them was a straight-up horror movie nightmare. And when phantom arms started stretching out of the solid rock like a ghost escaping hell, they completely lost it. Anyone would think they were witnessing a real-life paranormal activity. The terrified raiders scrambled back downstairs, terrified of whatever demon possessed the upper levels. Little did they know, it was just Hanfang, who was currently suffocating inside his own walls. Stretching solid concrete with your nose is not easy, and he urgently needed to pull his head out of the clay-like mush before he completely ran out of oxygen for science. Once he caught his breath, he chose a wall as a test site for his combined magic. But coating a massive concrete barrier was incredibly taxing. Finally, he managed to gather enough energy to weave the green and purple powers together. It was completely exhausting, but the result was a wall far sturdier and tougher than any steel-reinforced concrete in existence. To test his work, he dragged out a massive sledgehammer. Standing before his newly reinforced fortress, he hoisted the heavy tool high, ready to see if his hard work paid off. He swung the heavy hammer with all his might, slamming it dead center into the concrete. He bashed it repeatedly, swinging until his arms grew completely numb and he could barely hold the grip. Every bit of fatigue was worth it. The wall did not even have a single scratch on it. Now, you and I can definitely agree that he just built the perfect bunker. Down in the basement parking lot, the raiders were heading back to hand over their loot. One guy nervously scratched his head, apologizing for only grabbing a tiny bit of food. This was during their daily audit. Feeling totally on edge, he jumped when someone tapped his shoulder. Big mistake, because that person immediately slammed him to the floor, pinning his arms back. Our aggressive neighborhood watchman here was actually one of the Jin brothers. Pressing down hard, he demanded to know where the rest of the stash was. Of course, the guy swore he had nothing, but Jin brother saw him carrying 3 massive bags earlier, and now there was only one. Even with his joints getting twisted, the thief kept screaming his innocence. Since a simple arm lock was not getting any answers, a solid beating seemed like the next logical step. But just as Jin brother prepared to unload on him, someone stopped him. With a gentle pat on the shoulder, a very calm savior stepped in. To everyone's shock, it was their beloved community leader, Mr. Jen. He asked Jin brother to let the poor guy go first. He suggested they talk things out like civilized people. Since he heard about someone secretly hoarding the community food supplies, he wanted to handle the investigation his own way. Jin brother finally gave in, tossing the thief aside for Mr. Jang's sake. Shivering on the floor, the guy looked up to see a helping hand reaching down for him. It was the generous representative of the basement parking lot. Mr. Jang's warm smile always brought calm, but trust me, there was definitely something dark hiding behind that friendly mask. After some soft-hearted persuasion, the man finally pointed out his hidden stash. Sure enough, there were 2 massive bags missing from before. He hung his head in absolute shame. The thief wept, explaining he had 5 family members to feed, and the standard rations were barely enough. Hearing this, Mr. Jen did the unthinkable and handed over his own daily share. Made it clear that while rules are rules, and everyone must pool their resources to survive, he deeply understood the sheer desperation of families barely getting by right now. This saintly move almost brought the thief to tears. He thanked Mr. Jen repeatedly, swearing right then and there that if Mr. Jang ever needed any favors, he would be first in line. Turning to the crowd, Mr. Jen urged everyone to grab their food and head home. Behind the scenes, the Jin brothers were deeply confused. How did he get the thief to surrender everything? And why on earth did he give him extra rations? Smiling, he claimed he merely taught the thief a simple life lesson. Naturally, the brothers wanted to hear it. Mr. Jen then began explaining a vital piece of human history. Throughout history, rebellions usually erupted when different social classes fought over resources. But these massive riots are actually classified as collective social behavior. In a riot, if you aren't caught red-handed, you rarely face a judge. So, Mr. Jang simply reminded the thief that if he broke their rules, the community would shun him completely. He would be nothing but an outcast thief. Plus, once this disaster ends, the law will return, and he'd have to face the wrath of the very neighbors he robbed. All those terrifying thoughts stacked up, making the choice incredibly easy. Watching from the sidelines, Uncle Lou smiled. He knew Mr. Jang left out one crucial detail, though. In any angry crowd, there is always a mastermind pulling the strings. Troubled times breed heroes and villains alike, and Uncle Lou saw that exact dark potential in this kid. Meanwhile, our main character was busy bashing his own walls with a sledgehammer, testing his newly fortified base. It was exhausting work, but his survival was on the line. At least his windows were basically bulletproof now. With the whole house fully upgraded and tested, he could finally sit back and relax. Well, for about 2 seconds. Knock, knock. The door rattles again. Seriously, does nobody sleep around here? Creeping quietly across the room, he wondered if his greedy neighbors were back for another round. Peeking through the door lens, his eyes widened. Out on the freezing landing stood Lee Hyona, tears streaming down her face as she shivered and desperately called out his name. Oh, look, the classic drama routine. She began rambling about how she could never betray his love, claiming true devotion only shows itself when times get tough. She begged him to open the door so she could open her heart. But inside, Hanfang was remembering the exact night she ambushed and murdered him in his past life. He vividly remembered how this vicious witch and her boyfriend had slaughtered him. Right now, she was reciting the exact same script, meaning her killer boyfriend was definitely waiting in the dark, ready to bash his head in the second the door opened. Hanfang's first instinct for sweet revenge was to grab his loaded gun and shoot this trashy couple right on the spot, but he froze, checking himself. The power was out, so a gunman hiding in the dark shadows had all the advantages. If he missed his first shot, he was dead. Using his electric door trap was also out, since shocking both of them simultaneously was going to be almost impossible. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm. He switched off his generator. He only had one chance to make this right, which meant zero room for panic. He had to think. The real threat wasn't the crying actress. The main danger was the boyfriend lurking in the shadows outside. Hanfang needed to pinpoint his exact coordinates so he could strike first, which was going to be tricky. Luckily, his memories of his past life gave him the cheat codes. He knew the bastard always hid in the blind spot right behind the door. He calculated the exact target. Gripping his heavy sledgehammer, Hanfang lined up with the wall where his killer was standing. A crazy plan popped into his mind. It would take some focus, but it was perfect. Pressing his palm against the wall, glowing purple energy flowed from his hand. Meanwhile, Lee Hyona was still outside, screaming her lungs out like some tragic damsel in distress, begging Hanfang to save her. Her accomplice was actually getting cold feet, but she hissed that this loser had truckloads of supplies delivered right before the blizzard hit. Honestly, anyone would kill for that kind of food in this apocalypse, but these two idiots made the ultimate mistake of targeting a guy with absolute god-tier powers. Suddenly, the solid concrete wall directly behind the unsuspecting killer began to ripple like wet clay. A giant, sledgehammer-shaped stone block pushed outward, preparing to strike. He started hearing a weird scraping sound, but the girl was way too busy crying her heart out. By the time he realized the danger was right behind him, it was too late. Wham! A stone-wrapped sledgehammer burst from the wall and smashed directly into his jaw, completely shattering his face. The witch froze in pure shock as she watched. Her boyfriend flew through the air like a broken rag doll. He lay there shivering in the snow, completely unable to speak. And then, the legendary indestructible door finally began to open. Hanfang stepped out of his fortress, carrying a heavy fire extinguisher and wearing a terrifyingly smug smile. The wicked girl stared at her favorite target, now absolutely frozen in pure terror. Before she could utter a single word, Hanfang blasted the fire extinguisher, covering her face in thick white chemical foam. Even choking, she desperately tried to keep up her fragile act. She coughed and begged him to stop blasting her with chemical powder. She even swallowed a bunch of it, which is definitely not recommended. The witch kept gagging as her body gave out. She pleaded with Hanfang in a soft voice, begging him to stop spraying that white liquid. She even swallowed some, which is definitely a bad idea. The witch coughed uncontrollably as her entire body and Leona was freezing to death from the chemical spray. Opening her eyes, she spotted her rich blonde bodyguard, the actual sugar daddy she brought to rob. Hanfang collapsed on the floor. He was shaking like crazy and begging for mercy. Too bad for him, Leona was busy freezing to death herself. Just then, Hanfang's hand cut through the thick chemical smoke, reaching straight for the witch. She tried to dodge, but he grabbed a handful of her hair and scarf together. Pure adrenaline must have kicked in, because Leona ripped herself away, leaving a chunk of hair behind. Talk about a slippery snake. She scrambled to her feet and booked it, screaming bloody murder for help. Hanfang cursed as the witch slipped away way too fast. But her buddy, the guy who just took a massive sledgehammer hit, was not having a good time. He could barely stand, so Hanfang, fueled by pure rage, booted him straight in the gut. He was ready to stomp this trash to sleep, especially since this guy literally murdered him in his past life. But the golden boy begged for mercy, crying about his rich daddy like a classic spoiled brat. He warned that touching him would bring big trouble, so Hanfang naturally answered by delivering a brutal right hook to his jaw. Our main character did not care who his father was. He wanted to bring the pain and teach this spoiled kid a lesson he would never forget. He was ready to beat him to a pulp. Realizing his threats were useless, the rich guy tried a friendly approach, calling Hanfang his brother and claiming they had no real issues. He actually claimed there was no beef. That lie triggered Hanfang's past life trauma, and he slammed the guy's head into the floor again before mounting his chest like a savage. He rained down punches, screaming out all his hidden agony. This pampered idiot had treated human lives like garbage. He had murdered Hanfang in cold blood in his previous life, with blood on his hands and zero remorse. Hanfang dared the punk to speak up, but the rich boy's jaw was so thoroughly broken he could barely even make a sound. Hanfang stood up, eyeing the modified bat on the floor. This was the exact weapon that ended his first life and kicked off his second. He stared down at his helpless prey. The golden boy wept, spitting blood while crying about how unfair this treatment was. This pushed Hanfang over the edge. The same guy who murdered him for no reason wanted an explanation now. Hanfang raised that brutal nail-studded bat and swung it straight into the rich boy's face. The terrifying sound of breaking bone echoed down the dark hallway. Payback complete. The murderer of his past life was finally dead. But as Hanfang's adrenaline faded, he looked down at the absolute mess on the 18th floor. His heart was hammering. The sheer violence of his revenge caught up to him. Nausea hit him hard as he stared at the bloody remains. Spinning around, he barely managed to throw up on the concrete floor. As he tried to catch his breath, someone suddenly cleared their throat. He turned to find the weird outcast girl sitting there, casually finger-painting in the pool of blood. She witnessed the entire murder, but instead of screaming, she calmly offered to help clean up. She handled the cleanup without blinking. This girl was not normal. Hanfang knew she was bad news, and keeping her around was dangerous. So, he claimed that other angry thugs might raid his apartment any second, hoping that would scare her away. He told her to go home so she would not get caught in the middle of a gunfight. But she just sat there, drinking her orange juice, completely unbothered by his warnings. He wanted her out for her own safety, but she refused to budge from his living room. Realizing words were not working, Hanfang warned her that the coming days would get deadlier. He told her they could both end up dead. In response, she slammed her juice glass down like a rebel, making a final stand. She claimed the evil king's true eye would protect them from any danger. But since her dark magic was currently out of juice, she needed a nap. Tired of her Chunabu act, Hanfang grabbed her before she could escape. He ordered her to cut the cringe, edgy talk and listen because their lives were on the line. The girl simply stared at his hand clamping down on her arm, then looked up. She quietly told him to just open the bedroom door instead. Totally lost, Hanfang decided to play along. He slowly peeked inside, and whatever was waiting for him in there, it completely broke his brain. He stood there, frozen. Meanwhile, down in the basement garage, things were chaotic. Survivors were crowding around, blocking everyone else waiting for their food. The distribution system was holding up, even though supplies were running dangerously low. Things were quiet for now. But then there was Leona, a girl who barely escaped Hanfang's house. She was now forced to queue with the regular folks. With no rich sugar daddies left to manipulate, she gave her info and was handed a single piece of bread. The witch was absolutely fuming about the night's disaster. Her rich wallet of a boyfriend had vanished after dropping cold, which made no sense. She knew Hanfang must have rigged a trap, but she could not stop thinking about what was inside his apartment. Right before the fight, she had spotted a flickering light and a wave of warm air. That meant he had electricity. He did not just stock up on food, he was fully prepared for this frozen apocalypse. The realization made her incredibly bitter. That selfish jerk never warned her about the end of the world. He was living like a king while she ate garbage. She had to find a way back into his apartment. But as she plotted her revenge, she accidentally bumped into a guy in line. He immediately recognized her, and a bright flashlight beam hit her right in the eyes. This stranger cheerfully invited Leona over to the Block 5 lobby, where survivors had a nice, warm fire going. Not wanting any part of it, she claimed she was heading home, but this creep was extremely persistent. He started flexing his stash, bragging that he had enough food to last them a while. He obviously had a thing for high-maintenance girls and saw his chance to make a move. Leona was a toxic opportunist, but even she felt disgusted by this absolute creep. When his food bribe failed, the guy flipped and started shouting, accusing her of scamming extra rations for fake roommates, which she actually was. The surrounding crowd started whispering. Desperate to escape, Leona shoved the creep away and slapped him across the face with her free piece of bread. Humiliated, the angry creep raised his heavy flashlight to beat her down. But before he could strike, Nurse Jin stepped in. She delivered a slap, so insanely powerful it sent him flying into the concrete wall. Seeing the fight get out of hand, the crowd ran to call their leader, Mr. Jang, to restore order. Meanwhile, Leona was totally shocked by the nurse's incredible strength. The sweet nurse handed her a card, offering a medical checkup anytime she felt sick. Wanting to avoid further drama, Leona thanked Nurse Jin and tried to slip away quietly. But the loser was not done. He scrambled up, tackled the sweet nurse, and pinned her to the floor, while screaming insults at the nicest person in the whole building. Just as he prepared to strike, a hand grabbed his collar and yanked him back. With one easy move, everyone's favorite gangster, Brother Lee, slammed the trash to the floor. His lips were dry, and he looked half-starved, but he absolutely hated guys who laid hands on women. Just then, Mr. Jang arrived to break up the fight, and the creep started pointing fingers at Hyona, snitching on her for hoarding resources and cozying up to the rich kid who was inflating prices. Since this idiot clearly had not learned his lesson, Brother Lee was about to beat him up again. But before he could lay a hand on the creep, Mr. Jang grabbed the guy by his collar, lecturing him on what their committee is actually about: protecting the weak and making sure everyone gets to eat. Ultimately, the snitch got off with just a harsh warning. Mr. Jang then approached Nurse Jin and Brother Lee, apologizing while offering them an invite to join the group. Brother Lee instantly rejected it. He is not about to steal from people under some fake banner, and would rather starve than lose his morals. Nurse Jin said no too, though she was much nicer about it. She hates their aggressive ways, but offered to help medically. As the two left the parking area, Hyona interrupted, begging Mr. Jang to let her join instead. This gold digger clung right to his arm. Despite looking like a total mess, she tried using her failing charms to secure a powerful protector. But being a total savage, Mr. Jang made it clear they only take people with actual value. Brother Lee is a powerhouse, and Nurse Jin heals. A parasite like Hyona is completely useless in this frozen wasteland. She has zero worth to them. Desperate, the witch racked her brain and lied that she knew a secret spot packed with tons of supplies. Meanwhile, inside Hanfang's room, it looks like he is playing a bizarre guessing game with his new roommate. Between outcast girl's hands, a small black hole hovers. As she pulls random items out of the void, Hanfang just sighs. He is trying to explain the specific tool he needs, but she keeps pulling out things like clothing mannequins. Turns out, outcast girl has a pocket dimension ability. She can summon a black hole that vacuums up everything nearby. The catch? Vacuuming things in is a breeze, but pulling specific items out is a messy game of chance with terrible accuracy. Hanfang gets super curious about what it actually looks like inside her subspace. She admits she has never checked it out herself. Since her hands go in safely, Hanfang thinks he can stick his head inside for a quick peek. Please do not call the cops, guys. It is not what it looks like. With half of his body submerged in the void, he opens his eyes to a massive, endless dimension. It is unbelievably huge. Mountainous piles of food and random junk float in total chaos, proving she really is the one who looted the east side. But suddenly, Hanfang's eyes tear up as a terrifying realization hits him. This pocket dimension has absolutely zero oxygen. He frantically yanks his head back out of the airless void, gasping for breath like a dying fish. Just 5 seconds in that cursed place was pure trauma. He yells at outcast girl because she never warned him there was no oxygen in there. He felt like his body was literally getting vacuum dried. Ignoring his whining, she keeps digging through her infinite stash of loot, eventually finds the prize. Turns out, Hanfang wanted remote-controlled toys. Boxes of high-tech drones and RC cars come spilling out of the void. Our boy is so hyped he instantly forgets his near-death trauma. Meanwhile, on the freezing stairs of floor 18, a few raiders are looking to rob some helpless victims. This floor has become infamous lately with creepy rumors of a monster roaming the dark hallways. The leader with glasses laughs off the ghost stories. Besides, Mr. Jang ordered them to scout this floor, and they cannot fail him. Even though they are highly skeptical of the intel they got from that girl, Hyona, a job is a job. But little do these fools know, Hanfang is watching their every move with his brand new toys. Luckily, they set up the cameras just in time to catch these uninvited guests. They have already crafted the ultimate home defense plan. Hanfang is ready to spark a little chaos and kick off plan 2. He sets a 2-minute timer on his watch and steps out. Meanwhile, the raiders freeze on the stairs as a bizarre sound echoes from up above. Suddenly, a wild flash of multicolored lights appears. It is actually the fleet of toy cars Hanfang sent down earlier. The raiders let out a sigh of relief seeing simple toys, but what they missed were the mini-bombs strapped to them. The moment the fuses spark, small explosions tear through the stairwell, engulfing the thieves. Do not worry, they are not lethal, just flashbangs designed to blind them. As they stumble around, a drone suddenly hovers right over their heads, carrying another bomb that sends them scrambling. They scramble to run back where they came from. They try to outrun the mechanical beast, but Outcast Girl is an absolute pro pilot. Hanfang cheers, wanting to teach these crooks a lesson they will never forget. But because he wants to torment them a little too much, the drone flies too low, getting right in range of a desperate counterattack. As the glasses-wearing raider swings wildly, his crowbar clips one of the drone's propellers. Losing power on the left side, the drone starts spiraling out. They cannot afford to lose their only eyes in the sky. She fights to regain stability, but the damaged drone spins right out the open window. Suddenly, Hanfang's 2-minute timer hits 0, and the fireworks strapped to the drone explodes like a mini New Year celebration. The blast ruins the remaining propeller, making them lose all control over their precious toy. She tries her best to guide it down for a rough crash landing. Realizing where it fell, Hanfang gears up in his warmest gear, preparing to venture out to retrieve it. They desperately need that camera, but right before the feed cuts, they spot something bizarre. Slumped on the stairs outside is a body. Zooming in, the supposed corpse looks suspiciously like Brother Lee. Hanfang is baffled as to why this tough guy is freezing to death out there. Maybe he got ambushed. Now, he has 2 big reasons to go outside. Hanfang warns his roommate to lock the door and keep it shut. He packs some survival gear, while Outcast Girl hands him a radio so they can stay in touch. Finally, he grabs his loaded handgun, praying he will not have to pull the trigger. Flashlight on, he quietly creeps down the steps. The 17th, 16th, and 15th floors are clear since the raiders fled. But according to his gear, the temperature has plummeted to a deadly -498 degrees. Without extreme protection, any human will freeze solid in mere seconds. Brother Lee is in extreme danger, and Hanfang must hurry if he wants to save his buddy. Meanwhile, the bruised scouting team reports back to Mr. Jang about the traps. He listens calmly and offers them a meager reward for their bruises. Just 3 sets of heavy clothes and a single pack of instant noodles. In this apocalypse, dry noodles are absolute gold, reserved solely for loyal workers. Looking incredibly pathetic and frozen, Hyona begs Mr. Jang once more to let her join. Again, he shuts her down cold. They cannot even verify if Hanfang set those traps. Besides, if not for old Uncle Lu, witnessing someone hauling tons of food before the freeze, Mr. Jang would not believe a single word she says. Now, they are planning to raid the upper floors with massive numbers. Whether Hyona's info is actual facts or just garbage will be decided tonight. This is her one shot to prove herself. Grabbing a heavy iron pipe with both hands, she is ready to do some dirty work to survive. Before they march, Mr. Jang warns everyone to stay safe. Their numbers are their strength. Led by the big boss, at the front, the massive mob of raiders starts marching up the dark stairs. Halfway up, they stumble upon the frozen, unconscious body of Brother Lee. Splashing some hot water, "All right, you and I are jumping right into the action." After Mr. Jang forced that nasty drink down Leslie's throat, he woke up with a burning tongue, glaring at his captors with pure disgust. He felt incredibly unlucky that these clowns were the ones who rescued him. When Jang's little puppy dog demanded he show some gratitude, Brother Lee just let out a sarcastic laugh. Our favorite gangster refused to submit, calling them out for acting like heroes when they are just common thieves. The angry dog tried to attack, but Jang held him back. The smiling big boss offered Leslie another chance to join their little club. But just like before, he got a harsh rejection. Now, the raiders were getting really annoyed. They hated his stubborn attitude after they saved him. But Brother Lee does not take orders from anyone. Before he could walk up the stairs, Jang grabbed his shoulder. The shady boss gave a fake smile, asking if there was some misunderstanding. He claimed they only wanted to pool their strength to help the weak survive. But our boy Lee saw right through that phony grin. This charity committee was supposedly protecting people, yet they only gave the elderly 1 meal every 3 days. That is basically a slow death sentence. Plus, Brother Lee has no family around, so trying to guilt-trip him into joining their group was never going to work. Up on the stairs, Hanfang was silently watching and listening to everything. This confirmed his suspicions that Jiang Shuyu did not care about anyone but himself. It made total sense why they recruited young blood while letting the sick and elderly starve. If this keeps up, their little union is bound to tear itself apart. Tired of the disrespect, Jiang's attack dog got right in Li's face, barking about how ungrateful he was. But the idiot made a major mistake by stepping too close, right into Brother Li's strike zone. Our gangster with a heart of gold delivered a massive headbutt. The impact sent pain shooting through Li's own fragile body, but he still stood on business. One killer glare from a man with nothing to lose made those armed thugs step back, while his own crew waited for orders. Jiang watched. Slowly, the thugs got over their shock and began surrounding Li again. Even though he was trembling and barely standing, our hero didn't back down. He dared the thieving bastards to try him. Watching from above, Hanfang realized his bro was about to collapse. He desperately needed backup. And fast. But there were just too many of them. Jumping in blindly meant getting swarmed. Still, Li had saved him so many times she couldn't just let his savior die. But watch this, guys. An idea struck Hanfang's mind. He pulled out his pistol, aimed straight down at the crowd, and calmly prepared to change the game. With a gun in hand and finger on the trigger, he watched. No one had even touched Li yet, but his bro was already swaying like a leaf. Sick of these thugs ganging up on his friend, Hanfang fired a warning shot. The bullet barely missed the lapdog's crotch, sending everyone into a total panic. A real firearm in this building? Unbelievable. Hanfang slowly walked down the stairs with his gun raised, coldly ordering every single one of them not to move. That definitely froze them in place. Looking up, a surprised Brother Li recognized the gun and immediately realized it was his trusty little bro coming to save him. While the raiders practically wet themselves, Jiang stayed creepily calm. Hanfang kept his weapon aimed and carefully slid his house key to his trembling brother. They slowly retreated, keeping their eyes locked on the intruders. The thugs looked at Jiang, wondering if they should rush the duo while they were busy fumbling. But Hanfang shut down that idea with another loud gunshot. He warned them once, and they were still testing his limits. Next, he ordered them all to drop their weapons. He told them to get on their knees. Terrified, they complied, watching him warily. This bought the brothers just enough time to slip back to safety. Once the duo's footsteps faded, Jiang stood up and demanded to know who that gunman was. And of course, the resident snitch, EX Hyona, immediately opened her mouth. She revealed it was Hanfang, the very guy whose apartment they were planning to raid. The angry lapdog immediately screamed at her for keeping this a secret, but Jiang calmed everyone down, knowing she had no reason to lie. He explained the situation to his men. If Hanfang has a gun, then guess what else he has? Supplies. The thought of stealing a massive hoard of food lit a fire under these brainwashed idiots. Jiang was now absolutely convinced that the rumors were true. Those massive deliveries Uncle Lu saw before the freeze were definitely the real deal. But taking it by force won't be easy now that they might get shot. However, Jiang figured Hanfang was just a coward who was too soft to actually pull the trigger. If he were a killer, he would have shot someone already. Besides, nobody can stay locked up inside forever. The big boss ordered a strategic retreat to gather shields and gear. They needed to breach room 1804 soon. Speaking of room 1804, the brothers finally made it to the door. Li's hands were still shaking so badly he could barely slide the key in. While Hanfang kept guard, scanning the hallway with his finger on the trigger, the lock finally clicked. Immediately, a wave of cozy, warm air washed over them. It was pure heaven. Stepping inside, Li stared in utter disbelief at a fully working heater and a humming generator. And behind those glass doors, a massive mountain of food and supplies that would make anyone drool. Li slowly turned to Hanfang and asked, "What on earth is going on with this paradise?" He was totally stunned by the luxury. Just then, our resident quiet girl popped her head out to ask if Hanfang managed to retrieve the drone. Oh, right. He was so focused on saving his buddy that he completely forgot about the drone in the first place. Whoops. 2 hours and several massive, hot meals later, Brother Li was finally sitting down and getting caught up on what was really going on. Hanfang gave him a cover story, claiming he predicted the freeze and hoarded food. He apologized for keeping his loyal brother in the dark for so long. He admitted he was just terrified of info leaks, which is why he kept a tight lid on things. Hearing this, a full and happy Li stood up, and he bowed deeply with pure gratitude. If not for Hanfang, he would be a frozen corpse right now. Getting a warm meal was an absolute miracle. Tears of appreciation streamed down the tough gangster's face, but Hanfang just smiled, telling him he was simply returning the favor for all those times Li protected him. Deeply touched, Li praised him as the ultimate brother. Then, he filled Hanfang in on the grim situation downstairs, because things in the building had drastically changed, and you and I know it gets worse. Ever since the power went out, that bastard Jang has been going around stealing everyone's food by force, all in the name of collectivism. Sure, he gained a massive following, but he also made some serious enemies who hated his guts. Turns out, normal humans cannot survive on microscopic food rations, so they dipped. The big boss acted totally unbothered by his shrinking cult, but secretly, he was constantly sending his favorite little lapdog, Jin Xin Wu, to go and silently eliminate any deserters to protect their precious community. Hanfang was completely shocked to learn that Jin Wu and Jin Chen Wen actually used to be sweet, caring twins back in the day. Basically, this shady committee used every dirty trick in the book to expand their cult fast. But good old Brother Lee knows karma is a real thing, and boy, is it coming. These idiots made the ultimate mistake of trying to rob a guy named Li Jianghao. Big mistake, because that man is a former middleweight boxing champion of the entire country. Naturally, the local thugs got absolutely destroyed. But that stubborn bastard, Jiang, refused to lose face in front of his brainwashed cult. So, he ordered his raiders to keep attacking, but every single one of them got beaten into a bloody pulp. Thanks to this absolute beatdown, our champion boxer gained his own loyal fan club, featuring two very special powerhouses. First up is Yong Yu, an underground boxing veteran who spent years fighting in the shadows. He is famous for his insanely fast reflexes and speed. Then we have Jin Zhongzai, another loyal fan who is blessed with godlike strength and built like a literal brick wall. With these two heavy hitters on his side, a brand new faction was born, and they absolutely despised the hypocritical cult leader. Brother Lee explained that this desperate cult leader was scrambling for a quick fix, so he decided to target Hanfang's stash. He tried to warn his little brother, but collapsed on the stairs instead. Honestly, it looks like the bad guy's empire is already falling apart. As our trio plotted their next move, creepy scratching sounds echoed from the hallway. Outcast Girl checked the security cameras and saw the enemy thugs swarming right outside the door. Hanfang immediately jumped up to power up his high-voltage door handle trap. But Outcast Girl held him back, sniffing the air, warning him about a strong smell of sulfur nearby. Suddenly, boom! The entire room shook violently. These lunatics actually brought real explosives. Judging by the sound, they are using specialized demolition bombs, but nothing too massive. At least, not yet. Checking the live feed, it finally explains why they are carrying those heavy military riot shields. And yep, that backstabbing girl, Li Hyona, is leading them. While they prepped their next explosive charge, Hanfang quickly connected his electric trap. A split second later, a horrific scream echoed outside. Looks like some poor idiot just got fried. The terrified raiders jumped back, but the ruthless leader ordered them to keep going. This time, he wanted them to double the explosives right around the edges of the door. So, they brainlessly rigged the walls and triggered another blast. The explosion cracked the concrete but still failed to breach. The leader insisted that their bombs were not the issue. The door was just heavily reinforced. Refusing to admit defeat, he ordered his men to triple the charge this time. If that fails, they will just keep adding more gunpowder. He is dead set on demolishing this place today. Inside, Hanfang and Brother Lee desperately piled up heavy furniture, but the massive third explosion almost blew the barricade apart. It nearly shattered their eardrums too. But right after the loud blast, a scary cracking sound echoed. It seems those heavy explosives are finally starting to crumble the solid walls. If this keeps up, the entire wall is going to collapse, making their wooden barricade completely pointless. But Hanfang has a wild backup plan, and first, they need to clear the entrance. They had to move all the heavy junk they just piled up. Outcast Girl stepped forward to help, leaving Brother Lee highly skeptical until she raised her hands and summoned a mini black hole. Brother Lee stumbled back in absolute terror. As the black hole effortlessly sucked in the massive barricade, he nearly fainted from pure shock. What should have taken hours of backbreaking labor, it was finished in literally 1 second. Brother Lee now had a very healthy fear of this terrifying little kid. With zero time to explain, Hanfang activated his glowing purple ability, coated his hands before rushing to the cracked wall. He quickly spread the energy over the surface, softening the structure so he could manually reshape and weld the broken concrete. He had to stay laser-focused, or the curing process would take hours. Once every single crack was covered, he unleashed his green light for Phase 2. Fortunately, his crazy idea actually worked. Mixing the purple and green energies completely restored and reinforced the entire wall. Poor Brother Lee just watched his brand new roommates perform literal wizardry, and his brain is officially melting. Outcast Girl casually popped up, warning everyone to duck right as the next bomb went off. The trio quickly covered their ears. Hanfang had barely finished patching the main walls, and fresh cracks started spiderwebbing across the room. The desperate raiders had switched targets and were now bombing the floor. At this rate, fixing individual spots was going to be completely useless. He urgently needed a new plan, but this next idea was highly risky and required 100% trust from all of them. Luckily, they were all in this together. Outcast Girl is always ready for chaos, and Brother Lee is a true ride or die. Whatever the plan was, they just needed to follow Hanfang's exact instructions down to the very last letter. After a few more brutal blasts, the reinforced entrance finally gave way and exploded wide open. The cautious raiders slowly crept into the smoke with their heavy shields raised high. They were eager to steal every single scrap of food. The leader warned his men to watch out for any sneaky ambushes as they swarmed Hanfang's house, sweeping the entire kitchen. But weirdly, they came up completely empty-handed. Aside from some dusty trash and a useless box of seeds, there was nothing. Realizing they just wasted expensive explosives on garbage, the angry thugs turned on Lee Hyona, demanding answers. Shaking with fear, she swore she was telling the truth and pointed them straight toward the bedroom door. But as they reached out to open the final room, Brother Lee burst out, kicking a heavy shield right into the raiders' faces. Behind him stood Hanfang, already holding a loaded handgun, aiming it straight at the boss. Without a second thought, Hanfang pulled the trigger, but the bullet just ricocheted off their reinforced shield. He calmly warned them to leave immediately, or things were about to get extremely messy. From behind the barricade, the boss began preaching about sharing supplies, accusing Hanfang of causing innocent people to starve. He claimed they were only here to deliver justice for this ultimate sin. This shameless hypocrite actually told our hero to hand over everything to clear his conscience, spouting a bunch of garbage about unity and surviving the apocalypse together as one. Hanfang was completely sick of this guy's fake righteous speeches and pathetic moral blackmail. Unfortunately, his brainwashed cult members were eating up every single word like hungry wolves. They were desperate to unleash their rage. But instead of panicking, Hanfang saw this as the perfect chance to rewrite the narrative. Putting on his best Oscar-worthy offended face, he loudly asked what fictional supplies they were even talking about. But that annoying girl, Lee Hyona, chimed in, shrieking that they must have hidden the stockpile somewhere in the apartment. He kept insisting she saw bright lights and felt actual heat coming from his room. Completely done with her drama, Hanfang fired another warning shot, sending her diving for cover in terror. Sadly, the heavy riot shield blocked what would have been a beautiful headshot. Hanfang openly mocked her for telling such pathetic lies, reminding her how she had scammed him in the past. If she had not traded her food for useless seeds, she wouldn't be in this mess. Now the angry raiders are turning on Hyona. But wait, their smart leader, Mr. Jen, steps in. He actually stops the infighting before it gets ugly. He suggests a simple test to find the liar. All they have to do is search the bedroom to see if Hanfang is hiding anything. Hanfang plays it cool and lets them search, though his finger stays on the trigger. After tearing the room apart for a few minutes, the raiders find nothing but junk, a scared little girl. Our favorite outcast girl plays her part perfectly, crying and calling Hanfang her brother. Now the raiders are absolutely furious because they just wasted hours breaking down a door. An angry Mr. Jang demands answers from the lying witch. Since they got absolutely nothing out of this raid, she needs to explain herself fast or things are going to get ugly. They wasted hours and gear for zero loot. She better talk, or these hungry wolves will literally tear her to pieces. Panicking and completely losing her mind, she can only scream. She is telling the truth. But let's be real, nobody is buying her trash anymore. Her only excuse now is that Hanfang must be pulling some crazy magic trick. Classic villain logic, blaming the victim. Leona snaps completely, runs out from behind the shields, and charges straight at Hanfang, blinding him with her flashlight in a desperate frenzy. She actually snatches his pistol. Pointing the gun right at Hanfang's chest, she demands to know where the food is. Even the raiders are looking at her like she has lost her mind. Hanfang just smiles and dares her to shoot. He keeps playing along, claiming she already scammed him clean a long time ago. But just as she is about to pull the trigger, the raiders slap the gun out of her hand. Talk about a plot twist. Mr. Jang's thugs pin the crazy witch down while she keeps screaming that she isn't a liar. But before Hanfang can reclaim his weapon, Mr. Jang grabs the gun himself. He slowly raises the barrel, staring straight into Hanfang's eyes with a cold, threatening glare. His thugs yell at the witch for wasting their time and get ready to beat her with pipes. Fortunately, Mr. Jen steps in and stops the bloodbath from happening. Since the raid failed, Mr. Jen is in full damage control mode. He hypocritically tells his men they are a peaceful committee and this is not an execution ground. Mr. Jang lowers the weapon, acting like a saint. He even apologizes to Hanfang for all the trouble and chaos his men caused today, offering a total peace treaty. He actually hands the gun right back to Hanfang and promises to make things right later. Hanfang takes his weapon back very carefully, keeping his guard up. Then, Mr. Jen drops an offer for Hanfang to join their group. He tells him to think about it and let him know his choice at the supply run tomorrow. With that, the raiders finally leave. Our trio is left standing in the cold, depressing, empty room. Hanfang keeps his head down, looking deeply worried about his friend. But the moment the door shuts, he sighs with relief. The acting show is over. Now, they can finally relax in total warmth with some great food. Since his apartment is ruined, they move upstairs to the outcast girl's super cozy and warm place. It's all thanks to her secret power that this plan actually worked. Before the raiders even broke the door, Hanfang set up a brilliant trap. They hid every single piece of food and gear inside the outcast girl's pocket dimension. They tossed trash around and opened all the windows to freeze the apartment. They had to make it look like they had been starving in the cold for weeks. Let's be real. Watching those greedy villains break down a door just to find absolute garbage while our team eats a massive feast is pure gold. This epic fail is going to tear the committee apart from the inside. When greedy raiders get hungry and get zero loot, they start blaming each other. Since Hanfang is armed, they will take out their anger on the defenseless witch instead. The plan worked beautifully, though there was one tiny risk when they grabbed his gun. But Hanfang is playing chess while they play checkers. He knew Mr. Zhang would act righteous and return the weapon just to keep his holy savior image intact. And if the villain actually decided to shoot him, joke's on him. Hanfang had already emptied the chamber beforehand. The gun was completely empty of bullets. Giving them an empty gun just made their acting look even more believable. Brother Li finally relaxes, thinking they can just hide out and enjoy their secret luxury life. But Hanfang has bigger plans. Their real mission now is to completely destroy this fake committee. Cut to the garage, where the daily food distribution is happening. Even though the food portions are shrinking, the brainwashed survivors still praise Mr. Zhang. But while everyone is distracted by the tiny rations, two shadows move in the dark. Hanfang and Brother Li slip right into the restricted zones. As the guards head back to the garage, our duo does their best to blend into the shadows. And incredibly, they pull it off. According to Brother Li's spy work, the first 4 floors are completely empty, while the higher-ups live way up on the top floors. The workers live on the 5th and 6th floors, while Mr. Zhang and his inner circle rule from the 9th to 12th. The main warehouse should be right in the middle. We are talking about the 7th and 8th floors. But there is a major catch. Guards will be crawling all over the place starting from the 5th floor upwards. They must remain completely silent, leave the gun cold, and only use metal pipes for stealth takedowns. But as they climb higher, they notice something really weird. There are literally no guards. They reach the 7th floor without a single fight. Brother Li starts worrying if they even took the right stairs. I mean, sure, the enemy is short on staff, but zero security is just suspicious. They split up to sweep the floor. Hanfang wanted a fight, but this is too easy. Since the bad guys still have the numbers, our heroes have to play smart. If they can find the main stash, they can ruin this entire criminal organization. After all, their power is only held together by food. If they locate the vault, their pocket dimension buddy can just sweep the entire place clean in seconds. But finding the exact room on a massive floor is going to take some serious searching. They need to move carefully and watch out for hidden traps. Suddenly, Brother Li whispers the signal. Hanfang runs over and is completely speechless. Right there on the door, someone literally wrote the word warehouse in giant letters. It is the most obvious bait ever, and they even left the key in the lock. If Brother Li was alone, he definitely would have opened it by now. This blondie is a great friend, but let's be real, he is not the smartest. There are literally tripwires wrapped around the handle. If these guys have bombs, who knows what is inside? Hanfang immediately stops him before he blows them both to pieces. For now, they just need to map out the area and locate the real vault before making their grand move. But as they plan their next move, the door right next to them slowly creaks open. 2 armed guards step out, and you and I are about to see some real chaos. So there they were, plotting their little supply heist, when reality suddenly smacked them in the face. After a second of pure, unadulterated shock, Hanfang finally woke up and bolted like his life depended on it. He dragged Brother Li in tow along, but the guards were right on their tails at the stairs. Hanfang had to play the hero, saving his bro from a massive headache by blocking a metal pipe swing. He blocked it with his own pipe, and Brother Li delivered a brutal, soul-crushing kick right to the guards' family jewels. That bought them just enough time to scramble back and lock the door. Too bad the noise brought a whole parade of guards from downstairs. Left with zero options, they had to book it upstairs, praying they wouldn't run into any more angry rent-a-cops. Reaching the 8th floor, Li noticed Hanfang clutching his arm, definitely broken from that earlier block. Now, they desperately needed a hiding spot, and they needed it 5 minutes ago. But before they could even search, Li froze. A massive shadow loomed behind our boy Hanfang, and before anyone could yell a warning, Hanfang was snatched away like a bag of potatoes, straight into a pitch-black room, with the door slamming shut behind them. Hanfang blinked his eyes open, only to see a giant, creepy, hooded figure towering over him like an absolute sleep paralysis demon. Talk about a jump scare. While Brother Lee was outside uselessly denting the door, the hooded stranger demanded to know what they were doing up here. Hanfang tried to lie his way out. He claimed they were just looking for supplies, but his terrible acting failed instantly. The man stomped right on his broken arm, making him scream. The hood fell back, revealing a messy, gray-haired old man. Beardy told him to cut the garbage. He wasn't stupid. He saw them bypass the 5th and 6th floors, proving they were up to some sneaky business against the ruling committee. Hanfang asked if he was stalking them, but Beardy just smirked. He pointed to the corner and asked why Hanfang thought there weren't any guards patrolling these high floors. Turns out, all the warehouse guards were knocked cold and literally stacked like cordwood in the corner. But before they could bond over it, the sound of a guard army echoed outside. Yep, Brother Lee probably got busted. The old man sighed, annoyed by the interruption, and walked to the window. He cranked open the frozen handle, letting the freezing winter storm blow right inside. Hanfang panicked, asking why on earth he was opening an 8th-floor window. But Beardy argued that with the massive snowbanks outside, it was actually more like a 4-story drop. The snow had piled up so high it reached the 4th floor. With a fluffy landing pad like that, jumping is practically safe, right? Besides, with an army of raiders coming, what choice did they have? It was either leap into the abyss or get beaten to a pulp by the guards. Speaking of those guards, they were already hammering on the door. Suddenly, the crazy old man's plan sounded all right. Before Hanfang could even process it, the madman threw himself out the window. The door burst open, and with zero time left, Hanfang decided to send it, leaping into the freezing void after him. Falling from the 8th floor, he prayed the snow would save his neck. For a little extra safety, he aimed his hand down, letting his magical purple light cushion the impact. Meanwhile, the old man popped out of the snowbank completely unharmed. Hanfang had a pretty rough landing, but hey, he survived, even if his ribs felt a little bruised. Up above, the guards stared down like they had just seen 2 complete lunatics. Moving fast, Beardy rushed to a nearby window and smashed the glass with his elbow. Hanfang was seriously impressed. This old guy was a survival beast. Hanfang scrambled in after him, successfully escaping the guards. Turns out, Mr. Zhang's men didn't have the guts to copy their leap of faith. They had to take the stairs like absolute normies. Soon, the old man guided Hanfang into a room and started a cozy little fire. Hanfang admitted he would have been toast without this bearded savior, especially since Beardy dragged him all the way up to the 5th floor instead of hiding on the 3rd. The guards would obviously search the lower levels first, setting traps everywhere down there. Seeing Hanfang look a bit tense, Beardy asked if he was terrified, which is totally fair, since they were currently warming themselves next to a literal dead body. Talk about an awkward camping trip. When Hanfang asked why he saved him, Beardy corrected him. If given the chance, he'd actually love to take Hanfang out himself. But he did offer some praise. He commended the kid for having enough active brain cells to avoid the bait at the fake warehouse. But now, he wanted information. It was time for Hanfang to spill everything about the committee. Any lies, and Beardy would happily beat the truth out of him. And seeing how he wrecked those guards, he wasn't joking. Hanfang realized this old man was up here for a reason. He was either stealing supplies or planning some heavy revenge. Either way, their little duo had totally crashed his party. When Hanfang asked if he had a personal grudge against the committee, Beardy readily admitted he did. Plus, he knew a dark secret their leader, Zhang Shuyu, was hiding. Hanfang immediately perked up, demanding to know what kind of juicy gossip we were talking about. The old man stood up. The kid's reaction proved he was connected to Zhang Shuyu. Pushing harder, Beardy ordered Hanfang to spit out his side of the story first. Spill it, or become the second dead body warming up by the fire. Choice is yours, kid. Terrified of getting beaten to a pulp, Hanfang started trauma dumping about his miserable life. He complained about that absolute jerk, Zhang. To sum it up, the villain blew up his home, kidnapped his girl, stole his food, and even threatened him at gunpoint. Talk about a bad day, but a cheap little pistol seemed way too weak for revenge. Hanfang was blending truth with a few lies, hoping the old man would fall for his sob story. And honestly, it worked. Beardy sighed, agreeing that a crappy gun means nothing to the committee elite. The fact that Zhang let Hanfang walk away with it proved they weren't even slightly worried. Beardy had 2 theories. Either the villain was just putting on a dramatic act to look like a righteous, holy leader, or, and this is much worse, he's hiding something far bigger. He might have a secret arsenal of high-tech military weapons hidden away. Hanfang chimed in, claiming he brought his bro along to decapitate the snake by taking Zhang Shuyu down. If the leader dies, the whole corrupt committee crumbles. Sure, The committee started with good intentions and actually saved lives, but Zhang Shuyu's toxic survival of the fittest attitude ruined everything. Now, everyone believes that being evil is the only way to survive. Even if this icy apocalypse ends, people who have lost their humanity won't ever fit back into a civilized world. That is exactly why this corruption has to end. The old man agreed, but he raised a very real concern. What happens if they actually succeed and take the leader out? In this frozen wasteland, the strong devour the weak. Offing the boss might just spark a lawless bloodbath, as everyone fights like rabid dogs over the remaining scraps of food. Well, since they couldn't decide, maybe they needed a third opinion? Speak of the devil, it turned out someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation from right outside the door. Suddenly, a water canister came flying at Beardy's face. He dodged and retaliated, throwing a punch, but was shocked when his fist was blocked by a surprisingly small, fragile hand. He noticed those little hands were shaking like crazy. Beardy wound up to completely smash this spy's skull, but froze the second he heard a very familiar, sweet voice. Care, cute coat, yep, it's our adorable, fan-favorite nurse Jin. Spotting Beardy, she gasped, recognizing him as Mr. Han from the hospital. Once everyone stopped trying to murder each other, she helped. She bandaged Hanfang's broken arm, constantly apologizing for spying on them. She explained she only came up here to deliver supplies to Grandpa Lee and do a quick checkup. She walked in only to find the poor old man dead. But then, footsteps. Panicking, she scrambled into the next room to hide. Now, Beardy suspects our cute little nurse was actually dirtying her hands. To him, her sweet charity is just a bad joke. He might have a point, but Nurse Jin has zero regrets. Call her heartless or cruel, but she knows staying alive is the only way to help others. Plus, Zhang Shu hooked her up with a free pass to wander wherever she wants, letting her grab sweet perks from the committee without even being on their payroll. Meanwhile, Mr. Jen is busy throwing out the elderly and sick. Poor Grandpa Lee just got booted. Honestly, it makes sense fewer mouths to feed means the big bosses keep their power longer. But guess what? A rival gang is rising in the streets. Since these tough guys hate the committee, Zhang is desperate to wipe them out. That explains why he is dumping the weak-like trash he needs to keep his young fighters happy. With these crazy, desperate moves, an all-out turf war is definitely going to explode very soon. If things go south, finding Zhang's rumored weapon stash is their only hope. But Beardy just laughs, asking what one guy can do alone even if he finds it. Hanfang is like, I will cross that bridge when I get there, but I am not sitting here waiting to die. Honestly, Beardy thinks they are doomed anyway, so why stop a kid from digging his own grave? But he warns them that Zhang and his crew are just tiny fish in a massive pond. The real bloody nightmare is yet to come. In this brutal world, the last one standing wins. And with that cheerful speech, Beardy cracks open the window and leaps out. Seriously, is this guy allergic to normal doors? Now it is just Hanfang and our super strong nurse, Jin. She immediately beams and asks if she can help him out. Hanfang tries to play the lone wolf, refusing to drag her into his mess. But Jin is not having it. She heard the whole tragic story and refuses to just sit pretty while everything burns. She even gets totally mad at that jerk Zhang for hurting Hanfang. Looking at her fierce, sparkling eyes, Hanfang just cannot say no. Since she is in, he actually has a job for her. Meanwhile, back at the garage, the guards are whining about their clash with Hanfang and the old guy. Speak of the devil. The man they expected to hide like a scared rat walks right out in the open. Of course, this gets him dragged straight into the lion's den. Locked in a quiet room, Hanfang gets beaten until he is coughing up blood. Mr. Jen's chief goon ties him up, kicks him around, and lectures him about stealing their precious gear. This brainwashed thug threatens to break his other arm if he ever returns. He is ready to do more damage, but fortunately, Mr. Jen calls everyone away to handle a sudden emergency. Once the coast is clear, Hanfang's body begins to glow with a strange green light, magic healing his raw wounds. Taking a beating was part of the plan to sneak back into the enemy base. Now, he needs to find that armory. But first, he must finish healing his beat-up body because time is ticking. After a quick green light bath, he melts the ropes with his purple energy. He even snaps his broken arm back in place, but the healing magic drains so much energy, he nearly passes out. Note to self, figure out how to patch up single spots instead of wasting power on the whole body. Just as he breaks free, footsteps echo outside. The door swings open and the guards throw in a beaten-up Brother Lee. Luckily, Hanfang acts fast, pretending to still be tied up. Once the thugs leave, Hanfang rushes to check on his buddy. Brother Lee looks like an absolute mess. Let us be honest, he was no supermodel before, but now, his swollen face is 10 times worse. So, Hanfang naturally decides to help by slapping him right across the mouth. Hey, don't judge. It is highly effective. Lee groans, wishing his bro had at least slapped the unbruised cheek, since his left side is totally numb now. He then explains how he got caught while exploring a back room. He had slipped into the power control station to hide, only to find a bizarre, massive hole leading down into absolute darkness. Realizing the guards would search there eventually, Lee risked it all. He grabbed some heavy cables and slid down into the dark abyss. He expected to land in the first basement garage, but the cables went all the way down to basement 2. Strangely, the place was completely empty, except for rows of tightly sealed boxes stacked neatly across the floor. Driven by pure curiosity, he pried a couple open. To his absolute shock, the containers were packed to the brim with massive sausages. He was about to take a closer, delicious look when someone sneaked up from behind and knocked him cold. Next thing he knows, he is getting slapped awake. No wonder that Jerk Jang and his committee act so high and mighty. They are hoarding massive piles of food down there. But Hanfang is highly skeptical, asking if those mystery boxes really just contain meat. If they are swimming in food, why blow up buildings to steal basic supplies from others? Strangely, the boxes had 0 labels on them, but since the items were shaped like giant francs, Lee just assumed. Still, this whole thing smells fishy. But hey, at least they confirmed Jang is hiding a secret warehouse. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach. Outside, the guards are whispering about how Mr. Jen is suddenly in a huge rush to execute Lee, even though they tried recruiting him yesterday. Hearing he has a literal target on his back terrifies poor Lee. But when the armed thugs burst inside, the room is empty. Confused, they begin looking around, completely unaware that our boys are waiting in the shadows. Boom! The trap is sprung. The guards are knocked cold and tied up tight. Since Jang is issuing death warrants, whatever is in that basement must be pure gold. But with dozens of heavy boxes down there, Lee wonders how 2 guys can even carry all of that. Hanfang tells him not to sweat it once they team up with the evil king. It will be a piece of cake. Grabbing his dropped earpiece, Hanfang calls the boss to check if Jin made it to the house. But instead, the little girl asks if it is safe to open up for the lady who stole Hanfang's gun. Oh no. That is not the lovely nurse at the door, it is that absolute psycho, Lee Hyona. Hanfang screams at the kid to keep the door locked and ignore her, but the line suddenly goes completely dead. With no idea what is happening to his crew upstairs, Hanfang knows they need to move fast and rescue the evil king. Once again, our duo has to sneak through the freezing corridors, trying their absolute best to avoid detection. But even though they are keeping as quiet as mice, massive explosions echo from the next floor. Panic is spreading fast as survivors scramble upstairs. The wounded, women, and elderly are being shoved up the steps, while the fucking mice fighters are told to grab weapons and form a defensive wall. It is total chaos as they desperately try to block the attackers from reaching their stockpile. There is only one logical explanation for this level of madness. The brutal turf war with the rival faction has finally begun, and things are about to get messy. Either way, this absolute chaos is perfect for them. Just mask up, blend in with the screaming crowd, and sneak all the way to the self-proclaimed evil king. Easy, right? The stairs are packed with panicked survivors, making it easy to blend in. But you and I both know keeping a low profile is not going to work out. He fell flat on his face while Lee Jingo's top 2 goons cut off the survivors, looking for a fight. Brother Lee immediately pulls his little bro back to keep him safe. He wanted to shield him from the absolute clown show about to unfold. Meanwhile, upstairs, as the evil king watches through a peephole, a wild witch is pressing her ear against the door. She is desperately trying to spy on Hanfang, but hears absolutely nothing. She looks incredibly sketchy doing this, and that is exactly when Nurse Jin catches her red-handed. The nurse shows up holding her medical kit. Caught snooping around Hanfang's door, Hyona completely freezes, struggling to lie. Her brilliant excuse? She is just looking for snacks. Naturally, Nurse Jin does not buy this garbage excuse for a second, but Hyona did not come alone. She brought a whole squad of skinny, useless losers with her, and they are all armed. The mob surrounds the nurse, but she stands her ground, claiming she is just here to treat a patient. Too bad the crazy witch is way too sharp. She remembers seeing the nurse talking with Hanfang earlier. So, she turns to her desperate, starving goons and starts whispering straight lies to rile them up for a fight. The creeps slowly close in as Jin backs away, warning them she will report this to Jang. But Hyona has other plans, thinking a hostage will drag Hanfang out. The goons are not thrilled about kidnapping their only medical doctor, though. But as they keep pushing, Nurse Jin warns them she is about to lose her polite attitude. They ignore her and grab her arms anyway. So our supposedly fragile nurse literally lifts them up and slams them together like toys. Hyona and her crew back away in pure horror. Nurse Jin takes a breath and gives one final warning about getting in her way. But the witch is totally out of her mind. She whips out a knife. She slashes right at the nurse without a single care. If Jin is not wearing that heavy winter coat, she is getting sliced open right here. Hyona tells her squad to stay alert around this crazy strong nurse. But while everyone is distracted, the apartment door slowly creaks open, making their weapons shake out of nowhere. The shaking gets so violent, it turns into an insane vacuum pull. Standing at the door is our self-proclaimed demon queen, showing off her secret superpower. She even throws in some useless ninja hand signs for extra drama. Knives, pipes, and weapons are sucked right into her zone. It is so intense, even Hyona's clothes get pulled. The sketchy raiders try to make a run for it, but the vacuum is just too strong. They literally think a ghost is attacking them. Meanwhile, downstairs, the gang war gets even uglier. Fists are flying and skulls are getting cracked open. Right in the middle of this madness, Hanfang and Brother Lee are sprinting away from a giant beast of a man. Hanfang accidentally punched the wrong dude, and now they are stuck in a literal cartoon chase. Honestly, who would not be mad if a punch swelled your cheek up like a giant red apple? Needing a miracle, Hanfang takes a shot in the dark. He blends his green and purple energy to form a glowing, reinforced glove, getting a surprisingly powerful result when it matters most. But of course, Mr. Zhang's lackeys spot them right in the middle of the riot. If they get captured now, they are dead meat. So, Hanfang cooks up a quick plan to split up. While the gangster runs to grab their little roommate, Hanfang will act as the bait. Playing the distraction role alone is risky, but he is pretty confident. He sprints through the basement parking lot, trying to get everyone's attention. He leaps onto the roof of a car and screams like a lunatic, turning heads everywhere. Then, he throws up his middle finger and drops a fake confession, yelling that he was the one who hiked up food prices just to starve them all to death. Complete silence. Instantly, every single thug in the room, no matter their gang, starts grinding their teeth in pure rage. It is like they completely forgot their own war. Now, they are united under one beautiful goal: catch and destroy Hanfang. Phase 1 is a massive success. Now, he just needs to reach that closed basement gate. Tons of heavy snow are pressing hard against that metal barrier, just waiting to burst through. He runs straight for it, completely ignoring the danger behind him. He misses the fact that one of the brutal twins is right behind him. A heavy punch sends him flying, rolling right to his exact target. With the gate at his back, Mob corners him. Pressing against the cold steel, Hanfang channels his power. He focuses deeply, painting the entire metal gate with his strange purple light. The thugs hesitate, freaked out by the glow. But as soon as the light fades, their anger flares back up. For the final play, Hanfang screams at them to bring it on. As they charge, that solid steel gate suddenly melts into soft mush. It is no longer strong enough to hold back the massive wall of snow waiting outside. Seeing an indoor avalanche heading straight for them, the thugs instantly forget their grudge. Now, it is a race to survive, and we are about to see absolute chaos. The force is insane, tossing heavy parked cars around like toys. The fighting factions are completely swallowed by a freezing wave of white ice. Only the fastest and luckiest manage to escape toward the exit. Once the chaos finally settles, the entire basement is left completely frozen and ruined. Hanfang is smart. He secured a safe little hiding spot beforehand. Once the coast is clear, he digs his way out of the freezing drifts. Amazingly, melting a massive steel gate did not even tire him out. He is definitely leveling up his powers. But before he can celebrate, a familiar old face appears. It is the same old guy who saved him earlier. Hanfang gets the creepy feeling this strange old boomer has been stalking him from the shadows this whole time. As the thugs start creeping back into the ruins, the old man grabs Hanfang and drags him away. They escape to a quiet, empty corner of the first basement. Catching his breath, Hanfang demands answers. He wants to know exactly who this old guy is and why he keeps interfering in his business. Realizing the gig is up, the elder introduces himself as Li Jianghao, the man leading the rebellion against Mr. Zhang. He reaches out for a handshake, but Hanfang hesitates. Jiang Hao wants to cooperate, and even though Hanfang rejected alliances before, times have changed. Still, he is super skeptical and hates the idea of getting played. But the old man points out they want the exact same thing. You and I can see that teaming up with someone this capable is exactly what he needs. He might not fully trust this mysterious gray-haired boomer, but a temporary alliance is his best bet. They shake on it, making their new partnership official. Meanwhile, on a lower floor, Mr. Zhang is inspecting his secret stash of luxury cars. He has absolutely no idea about the giant avalanche that just ruined his day. The upper floor is freezing. Temperatures are plummeting fast. Everyone is scattered. And to make things worse, the prisoners have completely vanished. But the big boss stays cool, thinking these minor hiccups won't ruin his master plan. Meanwhile, Li Jiangho and Hanfang are lurking nearby. They spotted military jeeps and overheard plans to relocate residents. But relocate where? It is a literal frozen wasteland out there. Desperate for answers, Jang Ho charges right in with nothing but his bare fists. Meanwhile, the boss keeps barking orders, totally clueless. Sudden gunshots shatter the peace. Before anyone can even process what is happening, our stealthy fighters have already breached their defenses. Jang Ho systematically dismantles the inner circle one by one. Terrified, the guards start blind firing in panic, but he does not blink. Gunfire and smoke mean nothing to this beast. He only trusts his fists. The elite guards stay close to the boss, ignoring other threats. Big mistake. Hanfang slips right past them, pressing a cold barrel to the boss's head. But instead of panicking, Mr. Jang actually smiles. He knew this showdown was inevitable. Seeing their boss held at gunpoint, the twin guards tense up, but Jang tells them to stand down. He remembers Hanfang as the genius who hoarded massive supplies before the world went to hell. He suspected Hanfang had inside help, but clearly not. Jang tells him to check his pistol's magazine. Boom, a hidden wiretap. Jang planted it weeks ago back at the apartments. He would never just hand over a loaded gun for free. He knows every move. If he wanted Hanfang dead, it would have happened. He still wants Hanfang to join him, sacrificing some people to save the rest. But playing the pawn? Yeah, Hanfang is definitely passing on that. With a quick nod, elite soldiers in heavy tactical gear storm the room. Their perfect, synchronized movements scream highly trained special forces. 3 shooters aim straight for Hanfang's chest. Honestly, he would have just run around panicking if the old man did not pull him away. Pulled behind cover, Hanfang begs for a plan. The old man just laughs and tells him to relax. It is only 3 super soldiers, no big deal, right? Jang Ho will act as bait while Hanfang looks for an opening. Insane plan, considering the enemy has automatic weapons. To prove it works, Jang Ho ducks low and sprints right into the open. He is moving so fast he literally blurs past the bullets. Unscratched, he gets right in their faces. Up close, his fists are deadlier than any rifle. His reaction speed? Not human. While the old man dances with bullets, Jang tries to sneak away in a jeep. But Hanfang is not letting him off that easily. Using his purple energy, he turns the concrete below into complete mush. The heavy tires sink instantly, trapping the boss inside the garage. Jang stares at his side mirror, utterly baffled by the melting floor. Safe at a distance, Hanfang feels pretty smug about his little trick. But before he can melt the next tire, a live grenade comes flying at him. A random hooded guy just skipped guns and went straight for explosives. As Hanfang panics, the hooded guy actually smiles and salutes him. The grenade bounces, sparks, and explodes right in his face. No normal human could survive that blast. His body is shredded. But suddenly, he wakes up to a bizarre, tickling sensation. The dream goats are back. Yes, goats. They are crowding around him, licking his entire body. Honestly, he just closes his eyes and enjoys it. Finally, some romance. A massive, slimy tongue wraps around his naked body. Turns out, it belongs to an absolutely gigantic cosmic goat. Flickers of green light spark, melting and reforming his body. In the real world, his shredded flesh is rapidly knitting back together. The magic light heals his wounds in a blink. He literally died and auto-resurrected. His body is fine, but his mind? Completely vacant. The driver somehow frees the tire and prepares to floor it. But before he can, the side of the Jeep vanishes into thin air. An ominous red light devours all physical matter. With a lazy swipe of his hand, the unconscious Hanfang literally deletes the vehicle. He just deleted half an armored Jeep. Terrified, the other twin aims his gun. Hanfang glares back with terrifying, bloodshot eyes. He grabs the weapon with his glowing hand, instantly shredding it to pieces. The red energy keeps spreading, devouring the guard's clothes. Jang's smug attitude vanishes as he scrambles out of the ruined Jeep. Exposed to the freezing mountain cold, the twin begins to shiver. The frostbite spreads fast as the red light peels away his skin. Within seconds, the lackey freezes to death right before his brother. Fueled by pure rage and vengeance, the surviving twin charges Hanfang with a metal pipe. He wants blood, but it won't be easy. The moment the pipe touches the red energy, it literally vaporizes. Shaken, Jang frantically calls his men to demand heavy reinforcements. Ignoring the survivor, the zombie-like Hanfang finds a new target. Glowing with purple energy, he slowly walks toward another armored Jeep. The terrified drivers watch helplessly as the purple goo melts the entire vehicle. The metal exterior literally starts dripping like hot wax. The Jeep turns completely liquid. The passengers scream and scramble to escape, but they are too late. The metal suddenly solidifies, trapping them inside forever as metal statues. To stop this horror show, a sniper fires, grazing his cheek. The green light heals it instantly. Terrified guards shake as they empty their clips. Seeing the absolute horror before them, they drop their guns and run for their lives. Spec Ops switch targets to cover the retreat and protect Jang, but losing his playmates just makes Jang Ho really, really annoyed, and tried to throw hands with him. Jung Hao is utterly lost trying to decode his crazy moves while dodging a literal rain of bullets as Hanfang unleashes his purple power energy to parkour right up the walls. To make things even sillier, he turns the solid floor into jelly, leaving the armed squad slipping and sliding like clumsy penguins. Once they lose their footing and their aim, he teleports right in. With a flashy red blast, he literally deletes their guns from existence. Talk about a magic trick. Next, green and purple powers blend together, instantly reshaping the leftover gunmetal into a jagged melee sword. It is a wildly chaotic and messy blade, perfectly matching his absolute lack of self-control right now in this fight. With one swift swing, he ends the final two agents pursuing him. But pushing his limits like this has a steep price, and exhaustion finally hits like a truck immediately. Just as he passes out, a sneaky enemy leaps from the darkness to finish him off, before Chinwen can crush his head with a metal pipe. Hanfang faceplants onto the cold, hard floor, completely defenseless. Chinwen thinks he is about to secure an easy victory here. Too bad for him, because Zhongha is here to play bodyguard for his sleeping beauty. No random grunt is surviving a direct punch from this beastly champion. Still, he realized today that Hanfang goes full demon mode when he loses his mind. Grabbing the kid, he hears footsteps outside and books it. Meanwhile, Mr. Jang returns to the dark parking garage, bringing a whole new army packed with shields and heavy batons. He is hiding right in the center of them, clutching his pistol like a safety blanket. During their search, they discover only 2 dead agents. Weren't there supposed to be 3? Yep, the last one actually froze to death in the cold, leaving only a couple of lucky runners alive. Since their scouts are gone, they have no map to the secret base. Mr. Jang has to admit this raid was an epic fail. Time to retreat, cry a little, and plan. Elsewhere, someone is using burning textbooks as a cozy campfire. Hanfang wakes up in a cold sweat, screaming about explosives. That blast is the last thing on his mind. Wait, how is he even breathing right now? Where is this place? He is totally dazed, but, thankfully, his savior is right here. His Prince Charming, Li Jianghao. When asked about what went down, Jiang Hao cannot even explain the absolute chaos without sounding like a crazy person. He does have a clue about what their rival is plotting, though. To get the dirty details, he has a captured grunt who is about to experience a very painful interrogation. According to this guy, their home base sent them to make a deal with Jiang Shuyu. Supposedly, they are trading food and gear for actual human beings. When asked why they want people, the soldier mumbles something about construction work. Yeah, right, like anyone with half a brain is buying that absolute nonsense. The captive keeps whining that they are just trying to rebuild society and save lives, but the lies are getting way too obvious now. To keep him honest, Jiang Hao casually snaps one of his fingers. Shockingly, the pain works, and he admits that failing today means their base will just send an even larger army next time. When asked about potential superhumans joining the fight, the soldier looks away, acting totally clueless. But that guilty reaction says everything we need to know about mutant powers. It is official, they have powered-up elites on their side. Hanfang literally just woke up from his nap, and he is already witnessing some peak brutality firsthand. Realizing this guy has run out of useful secrets, our cold leader ends his life without blinking. To them, this mysterious base is just another threat in this world, with shady motives. They can either wipe them out entirely, or pack up and find a peaceful spot far away. For the moment, Hanfang wants to rejoin his main squad and talk things over. Walking back up, he weighs his options carefully. Finding a brand new home seems like the smartest move to stay alive in this crazy environment right now. But first, he detours to the basement to check out those sweet armored rides and heavy trucks. He tries to be super sneaky, creeping around the dark corners until he hears soft footsteps approaching. He tries to pull off a cool ambush, but turns out he walked straight into a trap. An ambush of his own. Basically, a familiar figure strikes from the side, aiming a heavy punch right at his face. Instantly, Hanfang activates his green shield and blocks it like a pro, completely on pure instinct and without feeling a single shred of pain. Guess that crazy near-death experience unlocked some awesome new defensive skills. Just as he prepares to counterattack, a bright light reveals his attacker is actually Nurse Jin. Talk about friendly fire. Once they stop fighting, he updates the team on the situation and explains his plan to escape this concrete fortress as soon as possible. Brother Lee is furious that Mr. Jang is trading human lives for cans of beans. But our sweet, innocent nurse thinks joining a bigger camp might actually keep those people safe. Come on, If that base was a magical paradise, Mr. Jang would have moved there already, instead of trading slaves like some generic post-apocalyptic villain, right? At the end of the day, they are totally in the dark. We do not even know if this sanctuary exists, and a massive enemy army could attack at any second. So prepping an escape ride is top priority. Luckily, this massive underground parking garage is packed with armored trucks and heavy-duty beasts. It is like a luxury car dealership. Nobody has the keys to the good stuff. Checking a parked Jeep, Brother Lee finds a hidden crate of weapons. Time to let their cute little demon friend hoard this valuable loot. Pulling the crate from a melted Jeep, Hanfang finally sees the terrifying damage from his wild, blackout rampage. Meanwhile, the ladies are distracted by a weird noise. In a dark corner, Nurse Jin hears strange rustling behind a curtain. Our little demon queen pulls out a massive flashlight, shines a blinding beam forward, and they rip the cover away together. What they see leaves them completely speechless. Right there is a massive, roughly carved tunnel dug straight through a giant pile of frozen snow, leading into the dark. Whoever built this must have insane power. Turns out, that captive story was just the tip of a massive, frozen iceberg. This place is definitely no longer safe. Brother Lee finds some frozen drain pipes nearby, but before they do anything reckless, Hanfang calls a timeout and drags everyone away from the creepy tunnel. Going in blind is a terrible idea, so they head back to pack essential survival gear, food rations, and a few explosives just in case things get spicy. Loaded up with weapons and canned food, they are ready for a long trip. Hanfang emphasizes that this first run is strictly a quick scouting mission to test the waters. If anything goes sideways, they are running straight back home. Honestly, this quick packing would be impossible without their cute demon companion's pocket dimension, cheat code storage dimension. Hanfang and Brother Lee head out while the girls hold the fort. Hanfang magic proofs the doors and walls of their safe room first, so no sneaky monsters can get in. Saying their dramatic goodbyes, the little demon queen dramatically blesses her adventuring apostles with her supreme magical eyes. With everything they uncovered, their rival is the least of their worries now. Something far creepier is lurking in that tunnel, and finding a new safe house is their only hope. All right, you and I are jumping right in, as Brother Lee bravely marches into the freezing tunnel. They thought the underground would be warm, but nope, it is a frozen miracle. Did anything even manage to dig through? 15 minutes in, they are climbing tricky terrain, and 30 minutes later, the tunnel splits into a chaotic maze of branching paths. So they pick a random path and keep walking, climbing, and descending for another hour. Every time they spot a manhole cover, Brother Lee tries to nudge it open, but everything is totally blocked by heavy snow up above. Honestly, these two have been wandering so long they completely forgot where they started or where they are going. But thankfully, they spot some distribution drain pipes and a sign from a nearby residential area. Following the pipes, they hit actual brick and mortar walls like a total gift from the heavens and stumble right into an underground sewer mat. Turns out, they have been wandering for half a day just to end up right next to their starting neighborhood. Shushing Brother Lee's noisy disappointment, Hanfang suddenly whispers for them to kill their headlights. He hears vehicles speeding nearby. It is a caravan of military trucks heading toward Han City's neighborhood. Now, you and I are about to see this get wild, because Hanfang and Brother Lee barely managed to hide in time. These trucks are definitely with those special ops soldiers, likely using the vehicles in the sewers to sneakily move people, build their utopian base. Brother Lee gets the wild idea to tail the trucks. And get this, he actually knows a back door into Han City because of a random event a year ago. An old lady fell into the sewers and he heroically saved her. He swears he still remembers the exact spot, bragging about how his top-tier memory made him a straight-A student in high school. But when they actually arrive, right as he is boasting, they find the manhole cover frozen shut. Classic. He shrugs it off and suggests trying the other manholes further up front. Brother Lee climbs up and tries to force his way through 3 more times. Every single attempt? Pure embarrassment. But when they finally reach the 4th and farthest cover, Brother Lee almost cries tears of joy when it actually moves. They emerge into a basement parking lot. Seriously. Why does every series love parking lots? Hanfang immediately warns him to stop flexing and lower his voice. This is hostile territory after all. Staying low, the duo slowly crawls across the floor, using frozen cars as cover to stay out of sight. They pass frozen corpses and clear signs of a brutal fight near the back wall. Several men are desperately hammering away at the concrete, supervised by a couple of special ops soldiers. These guards are complaining loudly about getting stuck in this awful neighborhood with terrible food. Turns out, the assault squad has zero control over their deployment. It seems Han City is already under complete control of this military faction. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking violently. The soldiers scream at the workers to run for their lives because the real heavy workforce is about to burst through from the other side. The wall they were working on cracks and crumbles, and before anyone can escape, a massive explosion blows them all away. Debris flies everywhere, and emerging from the smoke is a giant, overgrown baby with a shiny bald head and a creepy glimmer in his eyes. He is so massive he barely looks human. This monster must be the one who dug the tunnel to their neighborhood. No matter how you look at it, Han City is a death trap, and if these two get spotted, they are absolutely finished. Having dug the tunnel, the big baby demands his snacks. The supervising soldier promises food once the path is cleared, but our oversized toddler does not like the sound of that at all. Veins bulging in his neck, he slams the ground and shatters the concrete. The shockwave rips through the floor, reaching all the way to our duo's hiding spot. That is their cue to get the hell out of this god-forsaken place. They crawl away, desperately trying not to draw attention. Brother Lee is actually doing great at sneaking, until he inhales a cloud of floating dust. He tries to hold it, but sneezes right out loud. To Hanfang's absolute horror, the soldiers immediately spot them crawling toward the manhole cover and order their men to give chase. Now that the gig is up, there is no time to regret mistakes, they just have to run like wind. But the big baby is surprisingly fast, and he is closing in. They had a head start, but this mutant powerhouse is hot on their heels. Getting in range, the big baby slams the floor, causing the entire sewer system to collapse around them. The ground turns into a jagged mess, making running nearly impossible. Left with no choice, Hanfang tells Brother Lee to keep running while he stalls. It is time to test his powers. Unleashing his purple light, he coats the broken floor of the tunnel. The giant baby charges forward, only to feel his boots sink deep into what now feels like sticky jelly. He tries to pull himself free, but his massive weight just makes him sink faster. He realizes Hanfang is a superhuman too, making him a high-value target to capture alive. Too bad for him, because our boy blends in his green light, instantly hardening the floor he just softened. Restoring the soil to solid stone is quick, trapping him solid. The giant baby is absolutely furious now. He just wants to murder this kid and his weird powers. Hanfang is sweating bullets, because the beast is already breaking free with pure muscle. Brother Lee, who was actually escaping, looks back and sees his little bro in deep trouble. Spotting some loose metal pipes on the ground, a brilliant idea strikes him. By pouring every ounce of his power into the floor, Hanfang slowly drains the monster's strength, aiming to trap this relentless pursuer once and for all. He is close to winning. Of course, Brother Lee gets overly protective. The boastful gangster completely abandons the escape plan, grabs a metal pipe, and charges back in to help fight. Since the baby is stuck, Lee lands a massive, clean hit right on that shiny bald head. Too bad it does absolutely zero damage, and only serves to make the fat bastard even angrier. This is the second time Hanfang gets totally screwed by Lee's clumsy blunders. The weakening big baby suddenly gets his second wind, fueled by pure rage to crush these two bugs. Brother Lee immediately turns around and bolts. Hanfang is forced to abandon his trap. And just like that, our boys are back to square one. Classic teamwork, guys. Lee meant well, not wanting to abandon his bro, but his help was a total disaster. After several more minutes of desperate running, they somehow shake the giant meatball off their trail. The path behind them is now blocked by heavy boulders, keeping them safe from immediate danger. But of course, they have a whole new set of problems to worry about. Mainly, where the heck are they? Brother Lee confidently assures Hanfang that the sewer map is firmly printed in his genius brain, promising to lead them to absolute safety. Our gangster cheerfully picks a path and struts forward, leaving Hanfang entirely unconvinced. 10 minutes later, Brother Lee loudly claims he recognizes the sewer tunnels to the left. 20 minutes later, he is still blindly following random pipes. By the 40-minute mark, even he begins doubting his own navigation skills. Thankfully, Hanfang feels a soft breeze. Hanfang takes charge, following the gentle draft until they reach a path leading upward. There is a literal light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, Brother Lee pushes to the front, acting like he discovered the exit himself. They climb a steep wall of ice, carefully avoiding a nasty slip, until they finally reach the end. Stepping outside, they look upon the upper crust world. It is dark, gloomy, and freezing, but the snow has subsided. The world they knew is gone, completely buried under ice. So, Brother Lee hops out of the sewer and realizes the frozen water has turned rock solid. Meanwhile, Hanfang takes a look around and spots something familiar in the distance. It is the Dingfang building, the tallest landmark within 5 kilometers north of their home base. This means they messed up big time and walked the complete wrong way underground. They spent hours running the wrong way while escaping subterranean danger. For context, their neighborhood is in the south, but right now, they are way up in the north. Since the underground tunnels are totally compromised, traveling on land is their only choice. But to get home, they first have to brave the dangerous Jingguan district. Getting back today is basically impossible. But classic brother Lee immediately starts bragging about all his high-profile contacts in this area who can hook them up with food and shelter. But while he is busy dancing around the snowy streets hyping himself up, he slips and faceplants. Luckily, the snow cushions his fall, warning them to move slow on these icy roads. As night falls, the blizzard kicks into overdrive. Realizing they need to find shelter fast, our duo pushes forward to cover as much ground as possible before freezing. They are still 3 kilometers away from Jingguan, and the storm is getting brutal. If they can just survive the freezing cold for 1 more hour, they will reach safe territory. But reality quickly hits them. They either move faster or become human popsicles. And right on cue, they spot something on the road that makes their blood run cold. 2 guys are frozen solid right in the middle of the street. They had packed bags and looked prepared, but Mother Nature wins every time. Plus, their bags were totally empty. They probably died looking for food, which is just the lovely new normal. With the storm getting worse, pushing forward tonight is starting to look like a terrible idea. Neither of them wants to end up like those frozen blockheads. Pushing through, they finally reach Jingguan just as the blizzard hits its absolute peak, blinding their vision. Strangely, a few luxury villas nearby are not buried under the drifts. As they head toward them, dark silhouettes suddenly appear through the heavy curtain of falling snow. Brother Lee confidently volunteers to go say hello. Before Hanfang can even warn him that talking to strangers in the apocalypse is a death sentence, the idiot is already gone, and immediately gets captured. Brilliant. Now he has a gun pressed to his skull, and Hanfang is forced into a stick-up. Hanfang quietly reaches for his own sidearm, but the bandits fire a warning shot. They scream at him to freeze, then immediately start arguing with each other about whether they should keep their new prisoners alive or not. Turns out, they just do not want to carry dead bodies up the hill. Hanfang hands over his gun as a cold barrel taps against his forehead. Now, he could fight, and probably survive a bullet to the brain using his regeneration powers, but that would definitely get Brother Lee killed. So, he plays nice, and they get marched up the hill. The robbers are celebrating their big catch. Hanfang plays the submissive card, reminding them that they already took their gear, so they should let them go. Yeah, not happening. The robbers have other ideas. Hanfang starts sweating, realizing they might be on the menu in some crazy cannibal nest. But looking around, this hilltop is actually an amazing strategic spot. You get a perfect view of the entire city. Once they reach the top, one robber pulls out a remote. He clicks the automatic gate open. That means this place has electricity. Since the grid went down ages ago, these guys must have a massive generator running somewhere inside. Despite the heavy snow, these luxury villas are top tier. Hanfang is genuinely surprised to see they even built heavy-duty defensive barriers all around the property. Seeing this, a devious plan forms in Hanfang's mind. If he wipes out these clown captors, he can easily turn this mansion into a supreme fortress using his little demon king. But his villainous chuckle slips out loud, earning him a swift slap to the back of the head. Ouch. Finally, the robbers hand them shovels and order them to dig. They claim if they dig near the wall, they will get their gear back and go free. All they have to do is work quietly. Then, the big dumb guard, Cozy, is left to watch them on the first shift, but Cozy is already getting super annoyed with his bossy partner. He glares at our boys and threatens to shoot them. When Hanfang asks him to at least take off their handcuffs, Cozy loses his mind and forces them to dig with their hands bound. Well, time to play along. Our main character and his gangster buddy are officially reduced to manual labor. Plus, there is zero guarantee these absolute jerks will actually let them go once the digging is done. Hanfang glances around the yard and spots a massive snow pile near a truck. He looks closer and notices a bunch of frozen arms and legs sticking out of the snow. Yeah, that is not a good sign. Hanfang quietly points out the heap of frozen corpses to Brother Lee, who looks like he is about to pass out from pure terror. Their captors definitely made that pile. One thing is certain, they cannot just sit around and wait to freeze. Hanfang quickly cooks up a plan. He whispers the scheme to Brother Lee, and the show begins. Suddenly, the two start screaming and throwing wild insults at each other like they are about to throw down. They pretend to fight over how to use the shovel, grinding the work to a halt. The guard notices the drama, aims his gun, and tells them to shut up. But the duo keeps arguing, totally committing to the bit. Cozy finally rolls his eyes and gives up, but warns them that the trench better be done before the sun sets. The second he turns his back, the bickering stops. Cozy walks away, completely clueless that the business end of a heavy metal shovel is heading straight for his skull. Boom, big guy is down, and our boys have their gun back. Meanwhile, inside the cozy villa, the smaller robber is drooling over a dirty magazine, enjoying some quality alone time. But before he can get too comfortable, a bright light flashes in his eyes. He looks up and finds himself staring directly down the barrel of a loaded gun. The duo wave the handcuffs and tease him for his bad timing. Just like that, the tables are completely turned. The hunter becomes the hunted. Robbers swear they are just simple debt collectors who got stuck here when the world ended. They insist they had absolutely nothing to do with the frozen bodies outside. Sure, they might be criminals, but mass murder is not their style. Amazingly, Hanfang buys their story and holsters his weapon, offering them freedom. Brother Lee is not buying it and wants them gone. But Hanfang's promise of freedom comes with a very hilarious catch. Cozy and his buddy are stripped down. They are kicked out into the brutal snowstorm wearing nothing but their underwear. Yeah, they are definitely freezing. With that side quest complete, it is home time. It started as a simple tunnel scouting mission turned into an insane detour. They are now miles away from their base, and Hanfang can only hope his allies are okay. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, Lee Jung-ho has just joined Nurse Jin and the little Demon King inside their cozy base. Back at the drifter room, everyone is biting their nails waiting for the scouting duo. But the old man warns them to stop worrying about others and focus on their own survival. A few hours after they left, a massive army marches out of the tunnel. Leading them is a giant with a baby face who bends earth like a pro. Zhang Shuyu happily welcomes this powerful new force. With these overpowered allies, the district belongs to Mr. Zhang now. Naturally, this puts a massive target on Zhang Hao's faction. Right now, Zhang Shuyu is absolutely tearing the building apart looking for him. The old man just laughs at how brainless the tenants are. That army is definitely not here to play hero, and these poor fools won't even realize they have been sold out until it is too late. Surprisingly, the little Demon King actually sounds reasonable for once, saying people just play along to survive this crazy world. Humans are simple like that, she says. After dropping that random wisdom, she instantly falls asleep, and Nurse Jin tucks her in. But this talk of choosing obedience hits home for Lee Jung-ha. It reminds him of his past. He used to be an absolute beast of a boxer, a champion loved by crowds. But no one is undefeated. Inside those four corners of the boxing ring, he was just a vulnerable target. His trainer only screamed insults while he got absolutely wrecked in the face. All that toxic old man cared about was getting his hands on a shiny trophy. He built Lee Jung-ha up, but he could strip it all away in a heartbeat. Those dark memories still mess with his head. Shaking it off, the old man turns to the girls and tells them they need to pack up and run. Zhang's goons are probably searching room by room for any rebels. Staying put is a death sentence. But unfortunately, they are already out of time. Boom. Their heavy door gets absolutely blasted off its hinges. Now, Zhang Hao, Nurse Jin, and the Demon Kid are sitting ducks. How did the bad guys find them so incredibly fast? Easy. That giant, creepy baby superhuman literally sniffed them out, and he is drooling like a hungry puppy. Meanwhile, down in the basement, the military group is busy loading trucks. They are packing massive crates of highly suspicious mystery meat sausages. The big boss gets the final head count. In total, they are moving 97 refugees and 126 supply crates. Getting this haul back to base should be a walk in the park. Puffing on a cigar, the scarred captain asks what happened to the 3 elite scouts he sent ahead. Shaking with fear, Mr. Zhang quickly points fingers, claiming a guy named Hanfang wiped them out. Total shift of blame. Naturally, hearing his elite guys got wrecked makes Captain Scar furious. Zhang Shuyu quickly explains that this Hanfang is a powerful superhuman. His men can prove it too, claiming the guy uses some weird light power. Talk about desperate to look useful. He even brags about doing the dirty work of making those mystery meat sausages, almost letting a dark secret slip before catching himself. But the captain tells him to shut his mouth. Mr. Zhang is just desperate to survive. Luckily for him, the captain is actually happy with the free food. Zhang has officially earned his keep, and the boss has no reason to mess with him. But first, he needs to track down this Hanfang guy for a friendly little chat. Because if there is one thing this scarred captain absolutely hates, it is a liar. And guess who he sent to do the tracking? Yep, our favorite giant baby. After smashing the apartment door open, the big dummy just asks if Hanfang is home. Instantly, Zhang Hao grabs the little demon and shields Nurse Jin. Breaking a door reinforced by Hanfang is no joke. But what is worse, Zhang Hao's survival instincts are screaming at him to get out. This giant baby smells like a straight-up predator. Decades of ring experience tell him he will get absolutely pulverized in a straight fight. They need to escape this room immediately. The old man tries to smash the window with his elbow, but almost breaks his own arm instead. Turns out, Hanfang reinforced the glass too. Talk about bad timing for home security. With no easy way out, Zhang Hao tells the girls to make a run for it while he buys them some time. But before a fight breaks out, Nurse Jin casually steps up. She looks the monster right in the eyes and lies, saying they have no idea who Hanfang is. Incredibly, the giant dummy actually believes her and apologizes for the trouble. Nurse Jin sighs in relief, while Jiang Hao is completely speechless. But on his way out, the giant baby double-checks the door number, room 1804. He was definitely on the right floor after all. That girl lied straight to his face, angered. The big baby smashes his hands into the floor, shaking the whole building. In the chaos, Jiang Hao finds a sliding window. He grabs the girls and throws them straight out into the snowy drop. Looking back, Nurse Jin sees the monster about to crush the old man. And if there is one thing this monster hates, it is liars from the 18th floor. As the girls plummet down to the snowy ground, the building erupts into madness. Meanwhile, Hanfang and Brother Lee are riding home in style on actual snowboards. Honestly, every single mistake Brother Lee made on this trip is fully forgiven because of this epic idea. Naturally, he cannot stop bragging about his legendary business deals at high-end ski resorts. Thanks to the boards, the ride back to the district is incredibly fast and fun. But as they arrive at the building and look for a window to sneak inside, the 18th floor suddenly explodes, sending the girls flying. Stick with me, because this is where things get truly chaotic. Remaining totally chill, the little Demon King opens her storage mid-fall and dumps out every single soft mattress she has onto the landing zone. Combined with the massive pile of snow, the girls land with a massive crash, nearly squishing our snowboarding duo. Luckily, the thick snow and soft mattresses absorb the brutal impact perfectly. Hanfang immediately dives into the snow, pull them out of the crater. Shaking, Nurse Jin explains that a terrifying monster just broke into their apartment looking for him, and speaking of that giant baby, he is definitely not taking the stairs. Driven by pure rage, he jumps straight down. Nurse Jin quickly pulls Hanfang and their chibi mascot out of the impact zone. Besides, the giant baby hates being called a monster. He thinks he is a good boy. But before Hanfang can process this, he is face to face with the beast. Exhausted, Nurse Jin screams at the freeloaders to use their own legs and run. As they sprint, they all look to Hanfang for a miracle plan before they get brutally squished, because this hungry giant is looking for a human-sized snack. Luckily, Hanfang gets a sudden brain blast. He stops running, tells the others to keep going, and reaches into his pocket. He pulls out a small bag and hurls it like a professional pitcher, boosting the throw with his green light. He aims straight for the giant baby's wide-open mouth. The bag instantly reacts with the energy, expanding at a crazy speed. The giant catches it mid-air and bites down hard, expecting a tasty snack, only to taste raw soybeans. Hanfang whispers a quick apology before activating his green light. Suddenly, the hundreds of tiny seeds inside the monster's mouth explode into massive, fast-growing plants. Wild vines and leaves burst violently out of the giant's mouth and nose. Unsurprisingly, he starts choking on the massive beanstalks, completely unable to catch his breath. He desperately tears the thick leaves out of his throat, coughing up blood onto the clean white snow. His hatred for Hanfang is reaching an absolute boiling point. He keeps getting outsmarted at every turn. The giant screams out threats, but his target has already vanished. So, like the giant toddler he is, he throws an epic tantrum. He looked exactly like a spoiled brat denied his favorite snacks. Finally, the special forces dragged themselves out of the basement to lock down the area. Captain Scar stepped up to give his men a quick pep talk. In this frozen wasteland with nowhere to hide, flushing out some rats should be easy. Scar marched straight to his injured favorite student, Curious. The giant crybaby explained how those beans instantly grew inside his mouth. Captain Scar was immediately hooked by Hanfang's bizarre power. This could solve their entire food crisis. He hit the radio, ordering his men to grab the old man from upstairs. He was already plotting a scheme to bait the superpowered kid. Meanwhile, our main crew managed to escape, putting some solid distance between themselves and the hunters. Nurse Jin filled them in. She explained everything that went down while Hanfang and Brother Lee were scouting. She warned him that he was being targeted by that absolute freak of a monster. Anyone who can smash through reinforced steel and concrete is a major threat. After all, Hanfang's defense was strong enough to survive explosives. Nurse Jin almost started crying. She got emotional remembering how Li Jianghao sacrificed himself to save the girls. But Hanfang coldly faced reality. The old man was probably dead. Their only choice was to move forward. They had to make sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain. But Jin and the little demon princess refused to be so pessimistic. They wanted a rescue mission. Even Brother Lee agreed they had to pay him back. Look, it wasn't that Hanfang didn't care. It was just suicide to risk their lives on a nearly impossible mission. But guess what? The girls were right. Li Jianghao was still alive. Barely, though. He was beaten half to death. The soldiers dragged the poor old man through the snow, while Captain Scar blasted his voice through a megaphone. He knew Hanfang was close. He yelled that they were hiding nearby, and claimed everything earlier was just a tiny misunderstanding. Seeing Li Jianghao being dragged through the freezing streets, Nurse Jin almost lost it. She nearly leaped out of hiding. Scar shouted that if Hanfang joined them, his family would get absolute VIP treatment, promising safety for his wife, kid, and brother. That part left the crew totally blank. Talk about terrible intelligence. When no one replied, Scar glared at the old man, asking if his brother was really that heartless. Li Jianghao just laughed, revealing he had only met Hanfang a few days ago. That got him a brutal slap to the face. Captain Scar was absolutely stunned. He couldn't believe this idiot threw away his life for strangers. The old man smiled and added that Hanfang barely knew those girls either. They definitely weren't his family. Annoyed by the bad intel, Scar switched tactics. He told Hanfang to stop playing the hero for random people. If he wanted girls, he could have whoever he wanted at the base. For a split second, Hanfang actually looked tempted by the offer. Brother Li and Nurse Jin had to physically hold him back. Since the adults were proving completely useless, the little demon princess stepped up. She had a genius plan to rescue Uncle Jiang Hao. Down below, Scar was grinding his boot into the old man's broken arm, trying to torture some answers out of him. But too bad for these military dogs, Jiang Hao is tough as nails. Instead of talking, he started asking his own questions about their fancy base. Scar repeated the same generic lines, claiming their camp was saving humanity. Some noble nonsense average folks couldn't comprehend. Jiang Hao just laughed at the script. It was obviously a practiced lie. Since the old guy was dying anyway, Scar leaned in close and whispered the dark truth. In this frozen urban wasteland, what creature is still thriving? What has a massive population you can hunt and eat without limit? Jiang Hao already feared the worst, but hearing it out loud made his blood run cold. These psychos were treating survivors like cattle. The living eat and the dead get eaten. Just as Scar raised his gun to end Jiang Hao, something weird happened. Random items started raining from the sky. Looking closely, the soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. It was a literal downpour of cigarettes, booze, and fresh food. There was even fresh meat and veggies mixed in there. The giant crybaby led the rush as the starving soldiers scrambled to grab everything they could. Scar tried to maintain order. He fired into the air to stop them, but they completely ignored him. Scar went on high alert. This was obviously a classic distraction, meaning an ambush was coming. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed from nearby. A building wall exploded outward as a massive construction bulldozer tore right through, leaving a giant hole behind. Behind the wheel was Hanfang, completely ready to wreck some faces. Now, from the little demon princess's point of view, her brilliant plan was incredibly simple. First, bait the sheep. You drop delicious treats from above to distract the hungry military sheep. Then, Hanfang charges right through them like an unstoppable metal beast, rescuing their captured ally, which basically meant crashing a giant bulldozer through a wall to save Jiang Hao. Honestly, Hanfang was the only one who could actually understand her wild imagination. With the plan set, they rolled with her bizarre strategy, despite how insanely basic it was. They weren't even sure if the soldiers would actually fall for it. Luckily, she already had a giant bulldozer stashed away in her storage dimension. Hanfang never imagined he would spend his evening driving massive construction equipment. Driving something this powerful felt amazing. The vehicle landed perfectly, slicing through deep snow like butter. He quickly steered the beast right toward the distracted soldiers. He swept them aside with the front blade. The guys were too busy fighting over cigarettes to realize they were being shoved away. Scar turned to his heavy hitter. He was their only hope to stop this metal monster. The baby-faced giant leaped right in front of the machine, convinced that nothing could overpower his raw strength. Hanfang knew the guy was super strong, but trying to have a strength contest against massive industrial machinery is pure stupidity. He slammed the blade forward, catching him off guard. He flipped the giant into the air with one clean scoop. After spinning like a top, the guy landed headfirst in the snow. Scar screamed at Hanfang to stop, or he would execute Jiang Hao. But inside that heavily armored, noisy driver cabin, Hanfang couldn't hear a single thing. He just kept driving forward, completely oblivious to Scar's desperate threats. It was a high-stakes game of chicken, and Scar blinked first. He dove out of the way of the massive tires while cursing the kid's absolute ruthlessness. Now, they just had to grab the old man and make a run for it. The rescue went flawlessly. Up next, the escape plan. From inside the cab, Hanfang did his magic. He used his purple light to soften the metal loader, giving Jiang Hao a nice comfy spot to ride. With that sorted, they sped toward a nearby skyscraper. Hanfang gave the quick signal. Brother Li, Nurse, Jin, and the little mastermind shattered a second-floor window, leaping perfectly onto the moving bulldozer's flat roof. As they sped away, the soldiers finally snapped out of it, grabbed their weapons, and opened fire. They quickly jumped into their armored jeeps and trucks to hunt down the crew. They were furious after being completely outplayed by such a basic plan. They shot wildly, but their accuracy was terrible. Scar was screaming at his driver to floor it. Too bad for them. The deep snow on the roads was just too thick. Their tires couldn't get any traction, making high speeds impossible against a giant bulldozer that easily plowed through everything. Alright, you and I are looking at a machine that barrels through any obstacle in its path. Talk about a massive mismatch. Even the enemy camp barely has anything this valuable. In fact, that bulldozer actually belongs to them. It belonged to their own advance team, which only made the captain completely lose his mind with rage. No matter how hard they tried to keep up, their tires just couldn't grip the icy road. Suddenly, one of their jeeps spun out and wrecked the road, causing a massive pileup that forced everyone to halt the chase. The captain's car nearly exploded when a stray gas canister flew straight into their windshield. Looking ahead, the path was completely blocked by a mountain of random appliances and junk. Our little demon king had to step up and save the day again by tossing another pile of random junk onto the road. Acting as the ultimate roadblock, she stood proudly on the bulldozer's roof, absolutely thrilled with her helper role, leaving the enemies in deep despair at her overwhelming power. She looked so cool until the freezing wind made her let out the most adorable sneeze. After driving for a few more hours, they finally shook off any possible pursuers. By now, everyone had squeezed inside the cab with Hanfang, making it insanely cramped. Brother Lee was dying to take over the steering wheel, while the poor old man shivered in the back. Their destination? The hillside villa. Hanfang and Brother Lee figured it would make the perfect campsite. Everyone was on board with the plan, but the heavy bulldozer began to sputter. The fuel warning light started blinking and they were completely out of gas. Luckily, they had the Dark Lord's dimensional pocket on hand. Hanfang politely asked her to produce some oil, but this adorable Chunabu opened her portal and started pulling out endless bottles of cooking oil. At least it wasn't baby oil, so we're safe. Just then, the engine died, and the cab got completely flooded with cooking oil, giving Hanfang a massive headache. After clearing up the hilarious misunderstanding, he asked the little kid to pull out the actual engine fuel they stored earlier. But our self-proclaimed demon queen fumbled around her pocket dimension for ages, getting more embarrassed by the second. As it turned out, she accidentally chucked all their fuel, along with the refrigerators, couches, and other household appliances into the roadblock pile. Yes, even the generators got tossed out. Hearing this absolutely devastated the group, since they basically threw away their most valuable gear. Hanfang had a whole year of fuel prepped for this trip, and now they had absolutely zero. The little kid tried to comfort him by offering some natural cooking gas instead. She even brought out buckets of coal to see if that would work. Hanfang could only sigh at this useless pile of junk, but as he held a piece of coal, a crazy idea hit him. From his past experiments with his abilities, plants that failed to grow turned into a coal-like flammable material. Meat, however, transformed into a mysterious black sludge with highly combustible traits. Since they had to take a desperate gamble, he asked for a metal bucket and a chunk of meat. With the setup ready, he cast his signature green light onto the meat. Sure, upgrading meat properly is tough, but failing on purpose is incredibly easy. Just one slab of meat filled half the bucket with that weird black goo. Everyone gagged at the awful stench of the sticky liquid, but Hanfang didn't mind. He pulled a lighter from his jacket and ignited the liquid. Just as he predicted, the bizarre fluid flared up instantly. He looked pretty proud of himself, but Lee Jung-ha was quite skeptical. Surely they couldn't run a vehicle on meat juice, right? Well, unless they wanted to abandon the bulldozer and trek through a freezing blizzard, they had to give it a shot. So, Hanfang whipped up several more buckets of this putrid, liquefied meat fuel. He turned the key, and the massive machine miraculously roared back to life. Turns out, Hanfang is literally a one-man survival kit. They kept pushing through the freezing, pitch-black night. Midway through their journey, our adorable little sovereign decided to play hostess and offer snacks to everyone. She whipped out an entire display rack of snacks for them to pick from. Zheng Hao asked her just how much loot she kept in that bottomless pocket. Suddenly, he remembered a news report about a supermarket that was mysteriously stripped clean overnight, and the pieces clicked. As they munched on treats, the hillside villa finally appeared. Now, you and I know this bulldozer is strong, but the moment Hanfang tried to floor it, the engine completely gave up and blew to pieces. Yeah, that rotten meat fuel probably had something to do with that spectacular failure. Luckily, the machine survived long enough to get them close to their target. With their cozy shelter just a short walk away, they braced themselves and marched through the raging blizzard. Climbing up, they spotted those frozen bandits Hanfang had kicked out into the wilderness with zero winter gear. Ignoring those human popsicles, the group casually walked straight into the secured villa. Stepping inside, they were shivering uncontrollably from the lethal chill, basically on the verge of hypothermia. Luckily, they found a fireplace, threw some coal in, sparked a fire, and huddled around it. Finally, they could catch their breath. They had actually managed to escape Captain Scar and his highly trained squad. Honestly, nothing beats warming up by a fire during a deadly winter storm. Right in the middle of a brutal blizzard, even their grumpy old companion cracked a smile. He had to admit this hillside villa was an absolute jackpot of a hideout. The strong winds pushed snow downhill, so the peak would stay relatively clear. Plus, it was nearly impossible for enemies to climb up without being instantly spotted. The place was a natural fortress. If they wanted, they could easily turn this to a permanent base. But while Li Jianghe was busy analyzing the tactics, everyone else was redecorating around Hanfang. After setting up the generator, the little demon queen brought out a television, while Brother Li started drooling over a Generation 9 gaming console. Oh yeah, they are definitely staying here forever. Since their own generator got dumped on the road, they were incredibly lucky that the previous owners left a fully fueled generator behind. Hanfang fiddled with the controls for a minute and managed to boot it up. Just like that, they finally had electricity again. He declared it was time for a grand victory feast, but the girls had much higher priorities, like using the working water heater for a nice hot bath. Nurse Jin practically jumped with joy at the mention of a bath. She confessed she hadn't showered once since the disaster hit, so hot water was a dream come true. Let's just say she had a little stink to her. Mere thought of a showering Nurse Jin made Hanfang blush bright red. He stammered that getting the bath ready would be his top priority. Well, he claimed that, but a quick trip to the basement proved otherwise. His job was going to be a nightmare. The pipes were completely frozen, and the heater was totally busted. Even the bathroom itself was a disaster area, entirely buried under ice and snow. The plumbing was a lost cause, but they could still save bath night if they worked around the tub itself. First, they arranged several space heaters all around the bathtub, and then shoveled a massive mound of snow straight into it. Next came the secret weapon to make this miracle happen: some high-powered heating rods. Using this crazy mix of appliances, they managed to melt everything down into actual water. They stared at the heating rods, but the water was warming up at a snail's pace. Every single time Hanfang tested the temperature, it was still freezing cold, even after hours. Just as he went to pull his hand back from another check, a sudden spark of electricity shot out from the heating rod and zapped him. He yanked his hand back and noticed something strange. That sudden shock had triggered his red energy light automatically. Checking the water once more, the frozen slush had completely warmed up. It seemed his red power was behind this rapid heating, crazy temperature boost. With the hot tub ready, the girls dashed into the bathroom. Nurse Jin immediately stripped down, showing off her absolute holy grail, which you and I obviously cannot show here. The tiny demon queen was in there too, making things even more chaotic. She reached into her dimensional void and pulled out an endless supply of bath bombs in every scent imaginable. She even had shampoo, skincare, essential oils, basically girl heaven. Nurse Jin was so incredibly happy, she straight up buried the Demon King deep in her mountains. Can you really blame them for staying in the bath forever? It is absolute heaven on this frozen earth. While relaxing, a naked Nurse Jin commented on the Demon King's surprisingly tiny body. Honestly, she felt deeply insulted because she is actually 21. Nobody ever bought her age, just assuming she was some middle schooler. She insisted her Demon King powers granted her eternal youth. Seriously, someone needs to study her in a lab. Meanwhile, just outside, Hanfang was busy eavesdropping on the girls, listening closely to the dripping water. But then Brother Li showed up to drag him away for video games. Hanfang tried playing it cool, but this gangster knows a fellow creep when he sees one. No act could fool him. He proudly declared that a real man should openly peek at the ladies without any fear. In fact, he was ready to do it right then. Hanfang had to drag him from the door before things got criminal. Instead, the boys settled for gaming in the cozy living room while Li Junghao watched. He was totally baffled that these kids were playing games during a literal apocalypse, but to them, they had everything. Honestly, who wouldn't want to just kick back and play? They are stuck in this villa for the long haul. If they don't stay entertained, boredom will end them before the freeze does. Hanfang is fully aware that the old man has a shady background, but he just wants a peaceful life. As long as the senior doesn't bring trouble to their door, he is welcome to stay forever. Speaking of backgrounds, Li Jianghao felt it was time to reveal his true identity. He was just about to spill his secret mission regarding superhumans when Hanfang abruptly cut him off. He wants absolutely zero part in any complicated drama. The two guys locked eyes in a dead stare, and the elder realized just how serious Hanfang was. With a sigh, he respected his boundaries, promising to pack up and leave the moment his arm fully healed. Meanwhile, the gaming and aggressive trash-talking resumed. Suddenly, the girls stepped out of the bath, looking adorable in fresh coats. Li slung his arm over Hanfang, playfully suggesting they were share a bath to save water. After a brief, useless struggle, Hanfang realized this awkward bromance bath was happening regardless. Tossed right into the tub, he had to admit it felt pretty good. Once everyone was clean, the highly anticipated feast finally began. They went completely wild, preparing a massive, mouth-watering spread. After stuffing their faces, everyone passed out in their rooms for the most legendary sleep ever. Over the next few days, Hanfang focused on fortifying the entire villa, strengthening the walls, roof, and fences. Having plenty of time and resources, he even transformed a top-floor room into a fully functional sauna. Now, you and I can see him hanging out there, sweating while using the massive watchtower window to keep an eye on the hill below. But today, a few mysterious figures are spotted slowly creeping up toward their fortress. One limping figure suddenly collapses in the deep snow. The crew rushes out to grab the unconscious stranger, and Brother Li immediately recognizes him. It is Brother Chang, one of Director Lu's loyal men. Hanfang actually remembers him, too. Director Lu is that scary mob boss who sold him a weapon. Hours later, Chang wakes up with a massive headache. Totally disoriented, he spots Brother Li and gets even more confused. He soon recognizes Hanfang as well, despite only meeting him once. Once the guy calms down, they get him to spill the story. Apparently, a few days ago, rogue soldiers brutally ambushed their headquarters. Many of his men were badly hurt or killed. This shocking news instantly riles up Brother Li, who demands to know the director's fate. See, Director Lu took Hanfang's advice and stockpiled massive supplies before everything hit the fan. They had plenty to survive the crisis, and the generous boss was even feeding hundreds of struggling locals. Everything was perfect until those soldiers raided them. They looted their warehouse, ruthlessly shooting down anyone in their way. Trying to defend the innocent people, Director Lu gathered his crew for a final, desperate stand. Sadly, most were wiped out. The boss got shot in the leg and was taken alive. Left without a leader, the survivors scattered, planning to regroup at a secret backup supply stash. And that stash? It is actually one of the villas right on this hill. It all clicked. No wonder Chang ended up limping right to their doorstep. Brother Li was sick with worry, but luckily, it seemed the military wanted the boss alive. Li owed that man his entire life. Without Director Lu, he would have died on the streets years ago. Fully fired up, he grabs Chang off the couch, demanding they go rescue their boss right now. But Chang snaps at him, calling it a total suicide mission. 2 guys against an entire armed battalion? Zero chance. Still, Li is ready to gamble his life on a tiny sliver of hope. Hearing this, Li Jianghao steps in, asking if this Director Lu they mentioned is the same man from the volunteer group back during his underground boxing days. That generous soul actually paid his ransom, pulling him out of the dark underworld and giving him a second chance. If they are seriously going to rescue such a noble leader, the old man is fully in. He still has some powerful contacts in the city who can provide the necessary muscle. Chang suddenly gasps, recognizing him as the legendary wild dog of the boxing ring, the champion with a 30-fight undefeated streak under his belt. Hanfang immediately bursts out laughing at the incredibly corny nickname, leaving the old man looking totally embarrassed. Now, 3 brave souls are ready to rescue Director Lu. Meanwhile, Hanfang just sits quietly. He is shocked that the arms dealer who sold him weapons is a local saint, but he is not risking his life for a complete stranger. He calmly announces that he is staying right inside his ultra-safe villa. He won't fight, but he refuses to let them leave empty-handed. He also makes sure to remind them to keep their superhuman abilities strictly under wraps. While Chang recovers, Hanfang takes decent care of him, but they keep things low-key. No serving luxury food to avoid raising any suspicions. They even put him in the most basic room possible to hide their wealth. When the big departure day arrives, they pack massive bags of supplies, weapons, and ammo. Hanfang gets the need for guns and instant meals. But one thing completely puzzles him, Chang's massive request for cigarettes. See, cash is totally worthless now. In this harsh new world, factions use cigarettes as the ultimate gold standard currency. Equipped with some skis, Hanfang sends the trio off with a big smile. Chang bows deeply to Hanfang and his supposed sister-in-law, Jin, promising they will repay this massive debt. It takes poor Jin a second to realize he thinks she is Hanfang's wife. Once it clicks, her face turns so incredibly red she could melt the surrounding glaciers. Now, left alone with the 2 girls, Hanfang is determined to protect his home, installing strategic cameras all over the snowy hills. Alright, you and I are back with our boy Hanfang, who just covered the entire neighborhood with security cameras. With security locked down, he went straight back to his lazy daily routine, a life of gaming and snacks. But today, Nurse Jin ran out of the kitchen screaming, waving a knife around. Shaking like crazy, she tried explaining the disaster to little Choo-Choo. It was an absolute tragedy. They only had one single cabbage left. Hanfang demanded to know what other fresh greens they had, but Choo-Choo's answer was not what he wanted to hear. She claimed they had plenty, but by plenty, she meant only 3 grocery carts. See, she hates vegetables, so she barely grabbed any during her supermarket raid. The only exception? Cucumbers. She has a literal mountain of cucumbers. But this was a massive blunder on their part. They had been eating through their stock without doing a single inventory check. At this rate, they would starve. Currently, Hanfang's cheat powers only worked on soybeans, wheat, broccoli, and meat. Anything else was a massive failure. Now, with only 1 cabbage left, he had to find a way to multiply it. Everyone's health was resting on his shoulders. Taking the cabbage to the living room, he stared at it, desperately searching for a solution. All he could do was pray and hope his green power would work. But his first attempt immediately fried the fresh veggie, turning it into a sad pile of black charcoal. He plucked another leaf and tried again with the exact same brain-dead technique. Surprise, more charcoal. He kept repeating this until the entire cabbage was completely gone, but he refused to quit. Next up were carrots and potatoes, while the girls just watched the free comedy show from afar. By sunset, he had destroyed every single vegetable he touched. Not a single lucky success. Hanfang felt absolutely miserable for destroying their entire supply. But Choo-Choo did not care at all because she still had her endless, glorious stash of cucumbers to fall back on. Plus, they could always pop some vitamin pills for nutrition. Since his overpowered magic was a bust, Nurse Jin suggested a classic approach: why not just plant an actual garden? She had experience growing balcony veggies year-round. With enough light and warmth, they could easily do this. Step 1. They needed some growing racks, soil, and nutrient solutions. They also needed high-power LED lights to mimic the sun. But as their master plan came together, Choo-Choo, our supposed professional supermarket thief, confessed that she had absolutely none of those. They completely forgot to factor in her uselessness. So, Hanfang and Jin headed outside to dig up some dirt from the yard. Too bad the ground was frozen, solid as a rock. Normal shovels did absolutely nothing. Unleashing her monstrous superhuman strength, Jin gave it a hard swing and sent the shovel head flying straight into orbit. Yep, they were wasting time. Freezing in the cold was useless, so they went back inside to brainstorm. As punishment for her inventory failure, the little demon king was demoted to crafting pots out of old water bottles. Surprisingly, she was a natural at it. She quickly piled up a bunch of recycled plastic pots, just waiting for dirt. Who knew recycling would be a Tier 1 apocalypse skill? Since she was actually working hard, she began nagging them about the dirt they promised to bring. Talk about awkward, they were stuck at step 1 because of some frozen ground. This frozen earth was a major roadblock. Choo-Choo suggested using a heating rod to melt the ice, but its range was way too small. If only they had a way to flash melt it. A fast melting trick would make this a breeze. Suddenly, the Demon King jumped up from her chair with a brilliant idea. She called upon the legendary apostle of bathwater to step up. Hanfang got the hint immediately. Back then, his mysterious red light had heated up their bathwater instantly. If he could replicate that phenomenon, melting the frozen ground outside would be easy. But after standing there dipping his glowing red hand in a bucket of water for 20 long minutes, absolutely nothing happened. He had to think back to that bathwater incident. What exactly triggered that sudden surge of heat? After analyzing every single detail, the truth finally hit him. The secret ingredient to his firepower was none other than electrocution. He asked the Demon King for something to shock himself with. Now, you and I might expect a reasonable tool, but she immediately handed him a high-voltage power strip to use. Talk about a supportive teammate. After some digging, she finally found a safer option, a low-voltage self-defense taser, or, as she called it, an electromagic staff. Even though the warning label promised only a mild numbing sensation, Hanfang was still sweating bullets about shocking his own body. But he had to trust her this time. He flipped the switch and dunked his taser-charged hand into the bucket. Kids, do not attempt this. The shock was way stronger than advertised, making his eyes roll straight back. But hey, it worked. The water got nice and warm. Hanfang rushed outside, weirdly excited to electrocute himself in the snow. He still didn't understand the science, but results are results. He pressed his glowing red hand against the frozen dirt and zapped his own arm. This time, he braced himself like a champ, and the thick layer of ice instantly exploded away. Steam rose, leaving him with a muddy puddle of warm water and actual, harvestable dirt. Our boy was absolutely hyped. It had been ages since he last saw real, unfrozen soil. He scooped up enough dirt to fill their water bottle pots, completing phase 1. Luckily, Choo-Choo's stash was loaded with various vegetable seed packets. Hanfang just wanted to grab random ones, but Nurse Jin shut that down. explaining that the brutal cold would kill most standard crops. True to her background as a master gardener, she selected the few seeds that stood a chance. They set up their operation in the empty basement for better insulation, packing it with high-power LED lights and heaters. They went all out, but the temperature was still too low. Without enough warmth, those seeds would never sprout. Since the infrastructure was ready, Hanfang decided to step in and boost the growth using his green cheat light. Time to play God. Tuning his frequency to the seeds, he carefully balanced the flow of energy, like he was playing a high-stakes rhythm game. To his utter shock, the crazy plan actually worked. Little green sprouts started breaking through the soil. Energized, he went to town zapping the rest of the seeds. Of course, results varied, and he definitely had his fair share of failures. Still, after tons of trial and error, they managed to grow dozens of sprouts. Sadly, the freezing indoor draft took its toll, and the baby plants began to wither after a few days. Even with the heaters blasting, the basement barely reached 10 degrees. They needed to hit at least 20 degrees for survival. Adding more furnaces was an option, but there's a limit. If they couldn't trap the heat, they had to go deeper. Logically, the further underground they went, the warmer it should be. So, what about digging out a sub-basement? Jin was totally on board. With her monstrous power, digging out another subterranean floor would be a breeze. But before they started sweating, Hanfang wanted to see if his cheat codes could help. His red and green lights did zero damage to hard concrete, so he decided to unleash his purple aura's softening powers instead. To his relief, it worked like a charm. Well, almost. The softened stone looked and felt like mud, but it was still somehow just as structurally hard. Out of ideas, Hanfang tried combining all three of his elemental lights. He shuffled the order of his colors and tweaked the frequency, but nothing worked. His powers turned plants to charcoal and meat to fuel, but stone? Stone just refused to budge. That is the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After days of continuous testing, we still have nothing to show for it. Guess you and I will have to wait till next time. So many failures. Hanfang was officially at his absolute limit. Out of pure frustration, he slammed his glowing red fist right onto the concrete. Suddenly, he realized that high-intensity red light has a secret power. It can basically pulverize anything in its path. Eager to test this out, our boy tossed the plant sprouts aside and started demolishing the floor. He let loose his red aura, spreading it out as wide as possible. Then, he slowly cranked up the power. Success! It worked like a charm, letting him surgically dismantle the flooring. Those stubborn rocks that had been causing him massive headaches for days finally began to cave in. The results were absolutely epic. But of course, there was a major catch. Disintegrating even a small section of the floor completely drained him, leaving him collapsed on the ground in pure, bone-crushing exhaustion. Now, he has to train daily to build up his stamina for this power. Since they found the fastest excavation method, Hanfang did the heavy drilling while Nurse Jin used her peak physical strength to carry the debris. She hauled those heavy rocks outside, working tirelessly for a whole week. In the end, they dug 10 meters deep and built a brand new 20-meter-wide room. After some heavy-duty remodeling, the project was finished. Their secret underground greenhouse was finally complete. Hanfang and Nurse Jin felt a deep sense of pride, watching their little green babies settle into their cozy new home. But now, it was time for Hanfang's favorite part. Every single time they climbed back up the super narrow basement stairs, he would always let Nurse Jin go first. Why? So he could enjoy a beautiful, front-row view of victory. Truly a man of culture. If things go according to plan, they should harvest everything in 2 months. They kicked off this operation 2 weeks ago, but their food stock ran dry 4 days ago, forcing the trio to eat nothing but broccoli. Honestly, Hanfang is about to lose his mind eating those green devils, but there is no other choice. It is the only vegetable he can consistently grow using his special green light power. Maybe they should try growing quick bean sprouts next. They are super fast and ready to eat. Or, hey, maybe Hanfang can get a taste of heaven instead. Nurse Jin suddenly slipped on the stairs, falling backward, and boom! An incredibly soft, pillowy cushion landed straight onto his face. He was so startled by the sudden impact that he could not even appreciate the holy moment. Back upstairs, he tried to act cool. The man was literally bleeding from his nose, and trust me, it probably was not from the fall. Nurse Jin tried to inspect his face, but he was way too embarrassed to let her get close. When they finally walked into the living room, they found a totally bizarre sight. Q had drawn a giant occult circle on the carpet, placed a laptop in the center, and was dancing like crazy. She was apparently trying to summon the fifth evil eye, which is just her Chunabu name for their broken security camera feed. Yes, she is trying to fix high-tech equipment with spell casting. Incredible. Their mansion sits right on a super steep mountain ridge. If they keep the path cameras running, they have a perfect view of any intruders. So, Hanfang and Nurse Jin slid down to fix it. Thanks to the brutal snowstorms lately, their security cameras have been glitching out constantly. But right as Hanfang finished installing the brand new camera, a muffled explosion echoed through the icy air nearby. The blinding snow made it impossible to see where the blast came from. Hanfang figured it was fine and told her not to worry. Sure, there are survivors nearby, but they should be safe. As long as everyone minds their own business, right? The next afternoon, Hanfang woke up and started his daily routine. Naturally, his very first stop was the second basement to do some much-needed farming experiments. His main goal right now is to speed up their crop growth. He started by trying to sprout fresh seeds, but getting the right rhythm down proved to be an absolute nightmare for him. He quickly realized that different plants require completely different life energy frequencies. There is no one-size-fits-all trick here. For every new vegetable, he has to start from scratch and figure it out. After 30 minutes of non-stop trial and error, things took a dark turn. Today was a terrible day to be a plant in his garden. In just half an hour, he accidentally incinerated their crops. Most of the sprouts were turned to literal charcoal. Thankfully, he did not touch their main batch of near-mature vegetables. Realizing he might be overdoing it, he decided to tone down his energy output. Taking a bit of a gamble, he gently bathed the first batch in a very soft green light for 30 minutes. He is extremely careful not to overdo it, keeping the daily exposure quite brief. By the 5th day, their hard work finally paid off in delicious vegetables. Holding a massive Chinese cabbage pot, Hanfang could not wipe the giant grin off his face. But then, things got a little weird. He somehow grew a radish that looked exactly like a human foot, and some highly bizarre tomatoes. But the absolute worst was a giant, mutated green cabbage sitting quietly in the corner of the room. Sure, his magic green light made the vegetables look incredibly cursed, but at least they were healthy. Given their desperate situation, they would happily eat anything edible, no matter how ugly it looked. Though, that foot radish is definitely looking a bit sussy. They cooked up their harvest for an epic all-veggie feast. 2 weeks of hard labor were completely devoured in one sitting, and man, it was worth it. Even the Demon King changed her tune about farming. Now she is demanding they grow sweet strawberries and melons next. However, the only leftover on the table was a plate of sautéed giant cabbage. Absolutely nobody wanted to touch that monstrosity. They just had way too much of it. The moment reminded Hanfang of Brother Li, who would gladly eat anything put in front of him without a single complaint. It has already been 2 weeks since he went down the mountain. His food supplies are definitely gone by now, leaving Hanfang only able to pray for his friend's safety during this harsh winter. But, as they finished eating, another loud boom shook the distance. This was the 6th day in a row they had heard these alarming blasts. Still, with their hidden location, they felt pretty safe. Besides, the blasts only happened once a day. But 3 days later, things escalated quickly. A rapid-fire barrage of massive detonations tore through the frozen hillside, completely shattering the silence. It was getting so loud that it was ruining Hanfang's peaceful daily life. Annoyed by the constant noise, he grabbed a ladder and climbed up to the roof to see what was going on. Even with his trusty binoculars, the thick frost made it impossible to see the other icy peaks. He wondered what kind of maniacs were causing such an insane racket out here in the open. Whoever it was clearly did not care about drawing attention to themselves. While the blasts were still far from their villa, if they kept creeping closer, things were going to get very complicated. And honestly, Hanfang was not eager to test if his physical enhancement could survive a direct missile strike. Their current perimeter wall was just way too low and thin. They needed a serious upgrade. They had to do some quick remodeling, since what was happening out there remained a complete mystery. Making their walls taller and thicker seemed like the smartest move. But Q had 0 concrete in storage. This meant building the normal way was out of the question. Luckily, they had a mountain of building materials already waiting for them. Remember those piles of rocks they dug out of the basement? First, you stack the heavy stones up neatly. Then, you just pour cold water all over them. In this freezing weather, the water turns to solid ice instantly, creating an indestructible barrier. With the temperature constantly below freezing, this stone and ice hybrid wall is actually stronger than solid concrete. The 3 of them went all out on this brand new construction project, working hard. Everyone played their part. When they ran out of rocks, Hanfang literally went and dismantled the neighboring abandoned villas for extra materials. Thanks to non-stop labor, they finished the massive wall in 3 days. It was so incredibly tall that it completely shielded the entire mansion from view. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. But the attackers did not even let them celebrate their new defense. The terrifying explosion started up again. This time, the bright flashes were close enough to be easily seen from the balcony. To make matters worse, each blast was creeping closer and closer. The bombardment intensified until a massive blast directly struck one of the nearby villas. Debris exploded in every direction, and heavy chunks of stone slammed violently right into their new ice wall. Just as they finished the roof wall, a tiny stray pebble zipped by and sliced Hanfang across the cheek. Talk about close calls. If they had finished that wall even a second later, things would have been catastrophic. With danger looming, Hanfang rushed inside and told the girls to get down to the second basement immediately. They ended up hiding in their underground garden for 12 straight hours before finally sneaking back upstairs. On night 2, a sudden explosion caught him mid-shower and scared him half to death. Our boy had to bolt all the way down to the basement, wearing nothing but a tiny towel to cover his dignity. By morning 3, their neighbor's villa was literally vaporized, and a stray shell smashed right into their ice wall. Then, on day 4, Hanfang was just trying to do his business on the toilet when boom, the shock of actual bombs made his system shut right down, and he almost ended up flashing the Demon King himself. By the 5th day, he was completely done with this chaos. He grabbed his sniper rifle, geared up in ski wear, and prepared to step out into the war zone. Hiding underground with barely any food, water, or sleep was pure torture. Now, he was fully loaded, highly irritated, looking incredibly stylish. Hanfang was determined to hunt down whoever was turning this frozen wasteland into a shooting gallery. He told the girls to play it safe and stick to their safety protocols until his return. His ski trip down the mountain went smoothly, but it gave him a front-row seat to the absolute devastation. Seeing the impact of those blasts up close for the first time was eye-opening. Shredded military uniforms lay scattered across the snow, suggesting the army was definitely mixed up in this mess. He wondered if that big baby and Captain Scar were behind the chaos. Traveling deeper into the war zone, Hanfang spotted more mangled remains frozen in the snow. Deciding to play it smart, he climbed to a higher vantage point to scout the area from a safe distance. Up there, the biting cold was brutal on his lungs, but as he peered through his binoculars, he spotted a massive cave that looked suspiciously like a hidden military base. Massive artillery cannons were mounted right inside the cave walls. Mystery solved. Those were the culprits. Near the entrance, soldiers were creeping around, clearly expecting a fight from inside. Suddenly, they rushed inside, firing their weapons like absolute maniacs. It looked like some serious internal drama was unfolding, but before the rest of the troops could push in, an invisible force blasted them backward with insane power. One poor soldier got launched so high, he landed right near Hanfang's hiding spot. When he checked the guy out, he was just a pile of shredded limbs. That entire squad had been wiped out in seconds. Shifting his gaze back to the cave, Hanfang saw 3 figures casually walking out into the open. The trio consisted of a little girl carrying a massive bazooka, a surprisingly stylish young boy, and a gorgeous white-haired lady in a classy coat and glasses. Suddenly, she paused, looking intrigued. She stared directly at Hanfang's hidden spot and smiled with mesmerizing purple eyes. Talk about peak mommy design, guys. But for Hanfang, this beautiful sight only brought pure dread. Even though he was hundreds of meters away and high above them, he felt like a cornered animal. Paralyzed with fear, he stayed flat on the ground. Peering through his scope once more, he saw that little girl pointing her bazooka right at him with a terrifyingly wild smile. She pulled the trigger, completely vaporizing the peak of the hill he was lying on. Luckily, he managed to slide down the slope just in time to escape the fiery blast. There was no doubt about it, they had spotted him from miles away. These 3 were bad news. He needed to get some serious distance before planning his next move. Meanwhile, frantic gunfire erupted below. A few surviving soldiers were desperately trying to defend themselves. They were running for their lives, firing blindly as they retreated. But escape was impossible. That quiet kid raised his hand, sending a massive wave of snow to block their path. He did all this with a completely blank expression. With a simple gesture, he caused the snow to collapse inward, creating a devastating icy shockwave. Hanfang realized he was severely outmatched. A massive blast triggered an avalanche, and Hanfang had absolutely nowhere to run. Millions of tons of snow swept down the slope, burying everything in its path for what felt like eternity. When the chaos finally settled, the entire landscape looked completely different. A faint red glow suddenly pierced through the snow, and Hanfang managed to dig his way out, pulling someone else with him. He had nearly suffocated, but his quick reflexes saved his life. Now, he was dragging an unconscious soldier through the deep powder. Spotting a nearby dam, he rushed over to find cover. Without that structure, he would have been swept away and buried forever under the massive slide. It was clear that Quiet Kid possessed absolute control over ice and snow. In a frozen apocalyptic wasteland, that is easily the most broken power imaginable. Now, he just had to hope his new prisoner could feed him some intel on that terrifying trio. After searching the area, he found an abandoned building that had escaped the worst of the avalanche. He dragged the limp soldier inside and found a quiet, dusty room to set up. He tied the guy up secure and tight. Once they were safe, Hanfang gave him a little love tap with the butt of his gun. The moment the soldier woke up, he instantly started begging. He was ready to spill all the secrets before Hanfang could even ask a single question. It was almost disappointing Hanfang had prepared so many fun interrogation techniques to try out today. Pulling up a chair, Hanfang demanded to know who that lady and her kids were, and how they managed to single-handedly destroy an entire military base. The soldier visibly trembled in fear. To him, those three were absolute monsters. One could control ice, another fired massive energy blasts, and the last was a living bomb. Hanfang pressed for more details on their broken abilities. First was that stunning purple-eyed lady, who could launch shockwaves with a flick of her wrist. She could literally send an entire battalion flying through the air like cheap kites. Next, the chaotic little girl possessed explosive abilities that turned anything she touched into a bomb. And that kid was a total menace, manipulating snow at will, making him completely untouchable. While the terrified soldier kept cursing them as freakish monsters, Hanfang stayed quiet. Honestly, given his own cheat-like abilities, he could not really judge them for flexing their powers. It seemed like superpowered individuals were popping up everywhere lately. He had one final question for the guy. Who was the absolute idiot responsible for the bombings near his mountain home? The soldier desperately swore that his squad had nothing to do with it. Their base had already been seized by those monsters, and today was just a failed attempt to take it back. They had even brought in heavy reinforcements from headquarters, but still got wiped. The constant explosions still annoyed Hanfang, but getting revenge on this trio was going to be extremely difficult. All those bodies he saw earlier were clearly the work of that elegant lady and her chaotic gremlins. Fighting such an absurdly overpowered squad seemed suicidal, and it deeply annoyed him. His peaceful, lazy lifestyle was officially under threat by total lunatics. Having gotten the answers he needed, Hanfang decided to untie the soldier and set him free. The terrified soldier bolted into the snow without even waiting for his hands to be untied. Well, not that he would be needing them anyway. The second he stepped outside, he was vaporized. He was literally deleted from existence. Immediately after, a barrage of heavy explosions rained down on Hanfang's hiding spot. One massive blast nearly blew him to pieces, but he managed to reinforce the structure in time to protect himself. These attacks were no accident. They were targeting him with pinpoint accuracy from miles away. Even though he was hiding several hills away, those monsters had somehow tracked his location. The three-person army was not even rushing. They remained at the base while the little girl, she was busy showing off the destructive moves she had been practicing all week. But Damie Mommy suddenly sensed that even after that crazy barrage, their target was still alive. In fact, his energy was actually getting stronger. Whoever this guy is, he survived an avalanche and a literal bombing. Mommy immediately ordered more explosives just to be safe. If he is still breathing, they are going to hunt him down. No loose ends. The little ice boy looked completely miserable, but the crazy bomb girl was absolutely hyped. Meanwhile, back in his cozy little bunker, Hanfang slumped into his chair. What a day of near-death experiences. He thought about taking the fight to them, but a 3-on-1? That is just a fast pass to the afterlife. Plus, if he flees, the explosions will never stop. To protect his lazy, peaceful future, he has to end this threat. So, he grabs a sharp rock and starts drawing up an epic master plan. Right in front of the dam is a massive snowfield, completely boxed in by giant hills. And camping right there are three absolute freaks with superpowers. The crazy girl turns anything she touches into a bomb, but Hanfang knows his shield can take her hits. The leader shoots deadly energy blasts from long range, which is annoying. But his biggest problem? The kid who manipulates ice and triggers massive deadly avalanches out of nowhere. If that brat drops a mountain of snow on him from afar, Hanfang and the entire dam are getting buried alive. Luckily, our boy has a sniper rifle ready. It is great for long-distance payback, but he is definitely no professional marksman. If they are too far, he will miss. Especially if they hide in the hills. Spotting them would be a nightmare. Hanfang racks his brain for a better strategy. A snow trap sounds fun, but he would need to predict their exact path. Plus, the ice kid could easily bypass it anyway. But then, a brilliant idea strikes. What if he baits them to the bottom of the dam and opens the floodgates? A massive wave would wash them away like trash. But how does he bait them down there? If he runs down himself, he cannot trigger the gate from above. Massive gate is about 7 meters tall. He remembers reading that Arctic ice fishing spots have ice 2 meters thick, so he should be able to reach the water. Time to double-check his theory. Activating his signature red glow, he melts right through the massive layers of snow. If his calculations are off, he is dead. Sneaking behind a snowdrift, he sends his mysterious purple glow crawling all the way down to the base of the gate, keeping his move completely hidden. Once it hits the sweet spot, he boosts the power, softening the freezing concrete until a tiny stream of high-pressure water starts blasting out, but he cannot reveal his hand yet. So, he quickly patches the leak using his green glow. Experiment successful. He can unleash the flood whenever he wants. Now, he just needs to bait his targets. While Hanfang plays big brain coordinator, the trio is charging through the snowy forest, ignoring the freezing cold. The leader uses her psychic powers to lock onto him. Hyped up, the bomb girl pulls out a literal rocket launcher, ready to blow everything to pieces. But Damie Mommy stops her before she does something stupid. She tells the ice kid, Yuan Yi, to flush their target out first. The boy obeys, bending the snow on the hill into a massive, surging wave. It quickly grows into a monstrous avalanche, completely swallowing Hanfang's hideout. Inside, our main character is frantically reinforcing the walls to survive the crushing snow. Thanks to his quick thinking, the crumbling outpost barely holds together. Grabbing his sniper rifle, he peers through the scope to find where the attack came from. He spots them immediately. Lining up his crosshairs right on the woman's head, Hanfang pulls the trigger without a second thought. The high-caliber bullet fires. It screams through the freezing air, zooming straight for her skull. But Damie Mommy reacts instantly, deploying a glowing barrier that deflects the bullet harmlessly away. Hanfang goes absolute cowboy mode, spraying the rest of his magazine with zero accuracy. Not that it matters, since every single shot hits her barrier. Since the snow failed, it is the crazy girl's turn to blow stuff up. With her shield up, the trio charges. But those missed shots do not bother him. In fact, it is all part of his master plan to bait them. He packs his gear and climbs a makeshift table ladder to reach the ceiling. He melts a hole through the roof using his red glow. Stepping outside, he takes a deep breath, preparing to launch the ultimate toxicity to trigger them. Hanfang drops a toxic verbal beating that would make a hardcore gamer cry. The three are so utterly stunned by the wild trash talk. They literally freeze. Shock immediately turns to pure rage. The crazy girl wants to blow him to pieces, but when she reaches for her rocket launcher, she realizes it is gone. Damie Mommy already snatched it. The tension spikes. She did not appreciate those trashy insults one bit. Going full sicko mode, she starts spamming the trigger. Rockets fly everywhere in a display of pure wrath. Even while raging, her aim is terrifying. But too bad for her, Hanfang is already steps ahead. This absolute legend leaps off the roof, deploying a parachute for a slow, dramatic float down. Seeing him escape, the enraged squad chases after him. Mommy is so incredibly triggered that even her crazy subordinate tries to calm her down. The toxic bait worked too well. They sprint, gaining on him. But wait, that parachute only has a decoy dummy in it. Hanfang is still up top, initiating his real plan. Softening the concrete, he whispers goodbye. It starts with a tiny leak, but the wall quickly crumbles, unleashing a massive, roaring flood that surges down the snowy mountain with absolutely devastating force. But Hanfang is not done. He sprints across the dam, blowing open the second, third, and fourth gates. The sheer power of 4 floodgates is unrelenting. Suddenly, our villains realize they are in deep trouble. They chased him far, desperate to murder the guy who roasted them. Mommy tries her psychic radar, but there is absolutely nothing nearby. The ice kid is the first to hear a roaring rumble from behind. By then, it is already too late. Realizing it is a trap, Mommy grabs the kids. Yuan Yi slams his hands down, raising a giant snow pillar for high ground. But his powers are no match for this rampaging tsunami. Mommy summons another barrier to shield them. The boy tries to snow surf away, but the water melted everything. There is no snow left. Their barrier shatters, and they are about to get swallowed whole. Tripping over, Mommy's survival instincts kick in as she grabs them. She barely deploys one final shield in the nick of time. This tiny bubble is the only thing keeping them from drowning. Within moments, the valley turns into a wild, rushing river. Up on the dam, the mastermind watches through binoculars. But with the hills blocking his view, with no eyes on the river below, he figured if the freezing water didn't get those 3 jerks, the hypothermia definitely would. Time to head back to the villain base and trash their cannons. Hanfang was already dreaming of his sweet, lazy retirement. He crafted some ghetto snowshoes to avoid sinking into the deep drifts and started his trek toward the military outpost. Sure, glissading across the snow like a majestic winter god would be cool, but real life doesn't work that way. The hike took forever in this weather, but he finally made it. Grabbing a discarded rifle on the way, he slowly crept toward the cave. Sure, he basically outplayed them, but it is always better to be safe than sorry. Imagine surviving 3 crazy, superpowered freaks just to get taken out by a regular bullet. Tragic. Activating his purple glow, he targeted the 2 exterior cannons, changing their structure until they melted into sludge. He almost dissolved the ammo too, but then realized they might just explode in his face. A massive blast would definitely bring unwanted guests. So, Hanfang left the artillery shells alone. Honestly, without the actual big guns, those metal tubes are completely useless anyway. With the outside secure, he crept into the dark tunnel. Inside, he hit the jackpot rows of massive artillery, with enough firepower to level an entire city. Seriously, his villa got off easy with just those puny mortars earlier. If the villains had used these bad boys, his precious snow wall would be absolute history. Those giant shells honestly gave Hanfang the creeps. We are talking actual weapons of mass destruction. No matter how much he buffs his home defenses, one direct hit means bye-bye peaceful life. So, melting these giant threat machines was an absolute necessity. Our boy got to work, turning those dangerous pieces of hardware into useless trash one by one. It took some time, but he got it done. Those long, thick barrels were reduced to sad, droopy metallic puddles. Wandering further into the facility, he stumbled upon an insane mountain of supplies. There was easily enough gear here to outfit an entire army. No wonder those military grunts wanted this place back from the superpowered trio. But Hanfang is just one guy. He cannot carry this massive haul alone. If only that delusional pocket-sized storage girl, Chuchi, were here with him right now. Cleaning this place out would be a total breeze. Just imagining Chuchi vacuuming all these crates into her dimensional pocket made him smile. Maybe he should head back to the base and grab her. Having all this military firepower secured would make them unstoppable. Satisfied with his work, Hanfang finally walked out. But as he exited the tunnel, a volley of loose rocks came flying right at his face. Squinting, he noticed weird magical handprints glowing on them. In an instant, the rocks flared bright red in unison. Boom! A massive chain explosion erupted from dozens of those magically charged rocks. Up on top of the cave entrance stood the culprits. Sixi was absolutely thrilled now that she had finally blasted that annoying Hanfang to pieces. Using her telepathic scan, Damie checked for a pulse, but her cool attitude instantly vanished when she saw the results. As the smoke cleared, Hanfang was still standing like an absolute boss, surrounded by a faint green and purple aura. When he originally saw those weird rocks, he quickly wrapped his winter gear tight and reinforced his clothes with his power. It was close, but he lived. Without full body coverage, he would be absolute toast. It seemed the attack came from directly above the entrance. Annoyed, he activated his red glow and aimed it at the cavern walls. Since they wanted to play dirty, he was ready to play dirtier. The red light quickly coated the cave mouth. In a flash, the solid stone gave way, crumbling under the force of his power. Before the villains could even react, the whole ceiling collapsed, sending them crashing down. Sixi landed hard, Yuan hit his head, and Dami Mommy was knocked out cold. Forcing herself up, Damie yelled at the kids to run. Seeing Hanfang standing there with an assault rifle pointed at them, she tried to drag the children away, but Hanfang immediately opened fire to stop them. Because she was focused on protecting the kids, Damie lagged behind. A bullet ripped right through her leg, completely halting her escape. The two kids barely dove into cover while their leader was down. Realizing she was completely outmatched, Dami raised her hands. But of course, the hot-tempered Sixi kept screaming threats, demanding he let her sister go. Inside, Hanfang was actually sweating bullets over this psycho kid. Those explosive rocks almost ended him a minute ago. If he shot the woman first, the little terrorist might blow him up before he could react. But if he targeted the girl first, the older woman would surely hit him with a lethal energy blast. Plus, that weird boy could easily bury him in snow. Thinking it over, Hanfang decided to try some honest, old-fashioned communication. He declared there was no real drama between them. If they stopped blowing up his house, they could make peace. Damie Mommy was totally baffled, while Sixi just stared blankly. Little Psycho asked if he lived in those fancy hillside villas. Hanfang snapped, passionately arguing that he was just minding his own business when they started bombing him. He would have stayed home if they had not kept throwing bombs at his roof. Looking at her sister, Sixi sheepishly admitted that she simply cannot stop blowing stuff up. Seriously, she gets physically uncomfortable if she does not bomb something daily. Plus, rich people in fancy houses just make her want to press the big red button. Someone put this kid in timeout. Finally, the gears turned, and they realized Hanfang was not with the dumb soldiers who tried to ambush them earlier today. He just showed up at the absolute worst time. Talk about a cosmic misunderstanding. Realizing this entire war was a massive glitch in communication, Damie Mommy got tearfully apologized. She even tried to smooth things over by calling him handsome. Bold move from a literal top-tier beauty, but Hanfang was still pretty annoyed. He mocked her crocodile tears, only to realize she was actually crying because of the fresh bullet wound in her leg. Feeling a bit guilty, Hanfang eventually relented. He let them back inside the base. Fortunately, the facility had tons of medical gear to extract the bullet and patch her up. Hanfang kept his gun raised during the whole operation. Honestly, Damie Mommy was way too calm during surgery. If that were him, he would be crying and screaming like a baby. He also noticed the little girl was acting like a professional surgeon. These guys definitely had a dark history. Once she was patched up, Hanfang laid down the law for their truce. The hillside villas were now a strict no-bomb zone. They would coexist peacefully and ignore each other. Dami agreed instantly, apologizing for Sixi's insane obsession. To show her good faith, she invited Hanfang to take whatever supplies he wanted. Sixi tried to complain, but her sister shut her down with a terrifying glare. If she had not targeted the rich neighborhood like a tiny maniac, none of this would have happened. She should honestly be begging for mercy. Just a minute ago, they were trying to murder each other, but now she was playing nice. Intrigued, he asked how she had tracked him down so easily earlier. But before, she answered, asking him to put the gun down since they were cool now. But you and I know Hanfang is no idiot. Sweet talk does not buy trust. So the gorgeous leader decided to explain that she used a special superhuman technique anyone can master. Apparently, even before this crazy winter apocalypse hit, there were already people running around with secret supernatural powers. These gifted folks emit energy waves similar to a magnetic field. If you can read those wave patterns, you can easily track them down. Intrigued by this, Hanfang decided to stay and keep chatting with the beautiful teacher. Soon, he got a basic idea of how to sense the energy waves of other superhumans. But then, learning that abilities level up with practice, he asked a crucial question. Can someone possess multiple powers? Miss Zhang explained that different abilities usually clash with each other, so a person gets only one gift. This meant Hanfang's glowing red, green, and purple powers were three separate abilities that absolutely should not exist together. After hours of chatting about these insane powers, Hanfang finally lowered his weapon. He introduced himself as just a regular office worker before the world fell apart. She also introduced herself as Zhangru Chenggeng, a teacher. Sealing their truce with a firm handshake, she offered a partnership. But with the gun put away, her gaze suddenly turned ice-cold as she remembered the nasty insults he yelled when they were hunting each other down. She definitely did not appreciate being called a cheap woman or a hideous monster. Meanwhile, little Zixi laughed like a maniac as the entire room sparked with her explosive handprints. This wild girl was just waiting for her big sister's signal to blow them to pieces. Hanfang stood ground, still tightly holding Miss Zhang's hand, and decided to bluff. Summoning some serious fake confidence, he reminded her that her last explosions did not even leave a single scratch, so he is not scared at all. Truth is, he would be completely blown to bits if she detonated the place. With an icy voice, Miss Zhang stated that their alliance is still active, but she demanded an apology for those rude remarks. Feeling the intense heat, Hanfang tried to pull his hand back while playing dumb, but she had a total gorilla grip. Realizing he was trapped, he resorted to the ultimate weapon, extreme flattery. He showered Miss Zhang with praises, calling her elegant, wise, and absolutely gorgeous, a total dream girl. It worked. She blushed and ordered Zixi to disarm, calling him a good guy. Miss Zhang finally let go of his poor, aching hand, but little Zixi still refused to accept a smelly boy as their partner. So, Hanfang used the exact same tactic on her. He praised the little kid to high heaven, calling her cute, sweet, and adorable. It was incredibly effective. Turning bright red from the sweet talk, the crazy little girl was instantly won over. Honestly, both Miss Zhang and Hanfang started worrying that this kid is way too easy to manipulate. Meanwhile, little Yuan Yi was knocked out cold. This kid is sleeping like he pays the bills. With things settled, Hanfang had to head out. He planned to return with backup to gather some supplies in a few days, especially since his home generator was running dry. Miss Zhang playfully showed off her charms, promising Hanfang he could take whatever he desired from her. Since the sun had set, she teased him to stay the night and head out in the morning. Normally, Hanfang would love to stay and see what other kind of tight grip she had, but with crazy Zixi lurking around, his survival instincts kicked in. So, against his true desires, he decided to make a run for it, out of the bunker, and brave the freezing snow to go home. Once he left, Zixi asked her sister if it was really fine to hide the secrets of their powers. Miss Zhang admitted she kept some details secret to use as a future bargaining chip. She then looked at little Yuan Yi, telling him to stop faking sleep now that their guest was gone. Turns out the kid was awake the whole time, but just hates talking to strangers. Since he used his power a lot today, Miss Zhang asked if his body felt different. Zixi immediately started a wild, hilarious checkup from head to toe. She actually checked his backside, laughing like crazy when she found the strange side effect on his butt cheeks. Miss Zhang was just relieved that only his behind was affected. Still, to keep him safe, they decided to ban him from using his power for now. Meanwhile, outside, A lone figure braved the freezing blizzard. Walking up those snowy hills in the extreme cold was brutal. After fighting all day, the exhausting trek back to his villa completely drained Hanfang of his energy. Suddenly, he felt an abnormal, painful flutter in his chest. Dropping to his knees, he struggled to breathe, realizing that the harsh, frozen environment was pushed past his limits. Luckily, he finally reached his property line where his hidden cameras were installed. He managed to crawl to one of them, but unfortunately, nobody was paying attention to the monitors. Back in the warm villa, Nurse Jin was tucked away in her cozy bed, sleeping soundly under a thick weighted blanket with heaters keeping her incredibly warm. In complete contrast to her tidy room, Chu-Kyu was passed out cold in her messy bed. This is where you and I realize Hanfang was in deep trouble. Both girls were asleep, leaving him stranded with basically one health point left. His heart began beating erratically, sending a sharp, stabbing agony through his chest like nothing he had ever felt before. Plagued by extreme exhaustion, he collapsed face first into the freezing snow, unconscious as his body heat plummeted. But through some miracle, he opened his eyes after what felt like an eternity. With blurry vision, he saw Nurse Jin standing under the warm ceiling light. Panicking, his fight-or-flight reflex kicked in. He leaped out of the bed and crashed straight onto the floor with his bare butt cheeks fully exposed. Looking around, he realized he was safe in his own room. His housemates were right there too. Talk about a lucky break. Last night, Nurse Jin got a midnight craving. On her way to grab some food, she noticed his freezing body on the security camera. She quickly threw on her jacket and ran down the hill to save him. Thanks to her inhuman strength, dragging his heavy body back was a breeze. She stripped off his frozen clothes to warm him up. After running a quick checkup, she found no injuries. He had just passed out at the bottom of the hill. Hanfang could only recall that sudden, terrifying pain in his heart. Once he was stable, he gave Nurse Jin and Chu-Kyu a full recap of his wild adventure. Nurse Jin tried to diagnose what exactly triggered his near-death experience, wondering if the extreme cold and physical stress triggered a severe heart spasm. Meanwhile, Chu was way more hyped about his 1 versus 3 fight. Remembering his deal with Miss Jiang, Hanfang eagerly invited Chu to tag along for the supply run, but Nurse Jin immediately put her foot down, ordering him to stay in bed to keep his heart safe. She also banned Chu-Kyu from bothering him. Over the next 5 days, Nurse Jin pampered him back to full health. During his recovery, Hanfang decided to practice that sensory power-detecting trick he learned from Miss Jiang. After focusing with all his might, he finally managed to lock onto Nurse Jin's life signature, only to find her sitting in a rather unusual position. Over in the bathroom, the poor girl suddenly got goosebumps, feeling like she was being watched. At that moment, Hanfang realized he had unlocked an absolute god-tier ability. Meanwhile, back at the military base, Miss Jiang sat in her wheelchair, wondering why Hanfang had not returned yet. It had been 8 long days since he left, but all her worries vanished the second she felt him approaching. Running out to meet him, she was shocked to see 2 new superhumans in tow. You and I are finally about to see these 2 groups meet. Hanfang greets Miss Shang enthusiastically alongside Nurse Jin, before turning to introduce their new, powerful allies. He introduces Jiang Ruking and Yu to the crew. Nurse Jin bows with a sweet smile, while Chu-Chu gives a totally deadpan greeting. That is when the little Demon King and the Dami Mommy lock eyes. They freeze right in their tracks. Chu-Chu instantly turns around and climbs back onto the sleigh, grumbling that coming here was a massive mistake. But then, Miss Shang gasps. She miraculously leaps out of her wheelchair, worriedly calling Chu-Chu her big sister. Everyone is absolutely flabbergasted by this wild, unpredictable twist. Wait, what? Chu-Chu? Chu-Chu insists she is just a cute 12-year-old, calling Miss Jiang an old auntie. But Miss Jiang is not buying it. She literally sprints forward like her leg was not shot last week. A hilarious scuffle breaks out. She confronts Chu-Chu for vanishing from the research institute and worrying everyone. But Chu-Chu claims she was just following her ultimate life dream. And what is that dream? Staying home, eating all day, and rotting until she dies. Relatable. While they duke it out, the other 4 just watch from the boat, completely lost. Once things finally calm down, they head deep into the base. The 2 explain their bizarre relationship, with Jiang Ruking clarifying that Chu-Chu is indeed her blood sister, from a completely different father and mother. Talk about a confusing explanation. See, Miss Jiang was an orphan adopted at age 11, which somehow made the tiny Chu-Chu her older sister. Back then, they were totally inseparable, with a bond stronger than blood. But Hanfang and Zixi immediately stand up to protest the math. No matter how you look at it, Miss Jiang looks older. She totally gets their confusion. It is only natural to assume otherwise, since Chu-Chu has always been so tiny and adorable. To prove her point, she pulls out a receipt. She shows them an old childhood photo. Jang Ruking was clearly a year younger back then, but Chuchu has literally not aged a single day. She looks exactly the same now. If Chuchu is 21, that makes Miss Jang only 20. Talk about hitting puberty like a freight train. Zixi bluntly comments that they look more like mother and daughter. Realizing she just struck a massive nerve, Zixi quickly apologizes. Since they have been separated for so long, Miss Jang has some serious lore to drop about their old research institute. But before spilling the tea, she glances at Hanfang, signaling that she would prefer a private sister-to-sister chat. Catching the hint, Hanfang immediately steps up. He suggests that he and Nurse Jin take a walk to scout the cave for resources, but Chuchu stops them. As companions chosen by her evil eye, they have every right to know. Hanfang and Nurse Jin gladly accept the invite to stick around for the big lore dump. Since it is what her sister wants, Miss Jang sighs and starts explaining. After Chuchu left, their top-secret research actually succeeded. However, the lead professor was mysteriously murdered, and the entire institute was burned to the ground. Talk about crazy pacing. That explanation skips so many details that even you and I are confused. But Chuchu just stares blankly, claiming she already knew everything. Miss Jang warns that hostile factions are now hunting superhumans across the city. If their secret gets out, these groups will chase them to the ends of the earth. Yeah, Chuchu already knew that too. Desperate to drop some fresh intel, Miss Jang pulls down her collar to reveal that overusing superpowers causes weird crystals to grow. Luckily, she found a way to remove them. Chuchu casually mentions that crystals grew on Hanfang's heart a few days ago, but she already extracted them herself. Hanfang is completely stunned. He had no idea. It turns out even Nurse Jin knew about this massive secret, leaving him feeling totally left out. Disappointed that Chuchu knows everything, Miss Jang sadly mentions she developed a technique to sense superhuman energy. This time, Chuchu has absolutely no clue. Miss Jang tells her to stop playing dumb just to make her feel better. Chuchu has always been an unmatched genius. Hanfang finally cuts in to demand the full story. The sisters exchange a grim look and ask if he is truly prepared to hear about the hellish beginning. He is a bit freaked out, but demands the truth. 2 years ago, an 18-year-old Zhang Rujing graduated with her bachelor's, while a 19-year-old Chuchu finished her master's degree. Talk about academic overachievers. Hailed as genius researchers, they joined a secret department after the institute discovered a superhuman frozen solid in a block of ice. A year into this bizarre research, both sisters suddenly awakened superpowers of their own. But on that very same day, Chuchu vanished without a single trace. Miss Jang stayed behind to work with the professor, Zixi, and Yuan Yi. Together, they successfully created man-made superhumans, but just a few months into testing, tragedy struck. The professor was found murdered in a bathroom. Soon, other researchers started dropping, like flies, or vanishing. In the end, the entire facility was completely demolished. Only Miss Jang, Zixi, and Yuan Yi escaped using their powers. Hanfang immediately theorizes that the culprits wanted to steal and monopolize this powerful technology. This theory fits perfectly. The killings and destruction can easily be linked to pure greed. And Miss Jang knows a hostile group in the city called Base that is their prime suspect. They are known to recruit superhumans, which instantly reminds Hanfang of those heavily armed military jerks who previously tried to hunt his group down in the ruins. In fact, the group of soldiers they fought last week was also working for Base. She managed to capture their minor captain, but the man keeps swearing he is not one of them. He claims he is actually from the Uprising volunteer group. According to this captive uncle, he once saved an entire neighborhood before getting captured and forced into service. He was turned into cheap cannon fodder, despite being a highly cultured, sophisticated gentleman. But Hanfang refuses to believe that the group Brother Lee joined would do this. Besides, the Uprising is mostly made of scary-looking gangsters with hearts of gold. They are not cultured at all. Intrigued by the captive, Hanfang demands a meeting. Since they are in a hidden military base, there are rows of prison cells ready. Zixi leads Hanfang down to the only occupied room to see this mystery prisoner. Peeking inside, the captive uncle is groaning that he has already confessed everything. He keeps whining that he was just a victim forced to follow orders for survival. The moment he hears that highly familiar voice, Hanfang completely takes over. He cannot help but smugly gloat at the exact man who once kicked him out of his own home. Zhang Shuyu, the neighborhood's former smug dictator, is now a pathetic, skinny prisoner. Hanfang mockingly asks what happened to the great savior of the people. Mr. Zhang forces a fake smile, totally shocked to see the guy he tried to rob. Trying to play the victim, he claims he only took those resources to save lives. He basically blames Hanfang for not cooperating with his noble mission. But our main character is way too smart to fall for this garbage. So this manipulative snake pretend to totally get why Hanfang prioritized his own skin in a crisis. But Hanfang? Oh, he is completely done with this garbage acting. It is all a total sham. Only brainwashed idiots would actually buy his sob story. From where Hanfang stands, this Jang guy teamed up with the enemy base and is now just playing hostage to save his own skin. Shishi straight up loathes those base scumbags, so finding out she was fed lies has her absolutely raging. Meanwhile, Jang keeps insisting he never lied, but admits he did join the base. He claims he started as a minor captain, but on his very first mission, his squad got ambushed while trying to surround the rebels, so they just gave up and switched sides. Next thing you know, he is disguised as a soldier to help hijack the underground storage in this massive base. But we already know how that went. They got crushed instantly. And that is how he got captured. This guy is a solid storyteller, but to Hanfang, it just sounds like total garbage. He sighs, realizing words are useless, and decides to act. Hanfang grabs the liar by the hair and slams his face straight into the iron bars. This garbage performance might have fooled the high-rise residents, but it is not working here. Even with his face completely wrecked, Jang keeps sticking to his story. Not satisfied with just bruises, Hanfang starts using that lying face as a literal punching bag right through the bars. Cell bars cannot stop this beatdown. Super dizzy from the punches, Jang tries to sit up. Honestly, you have to respect the hustle. His commitment to this script is unreal. He claims he is totally out of options, just a helpless prisoner with a dark past. He even promises never to lie again just to survive. But Hanfang's patience? Yeah, it is gone. Clicking his tongue, Hanfang pulls out a pistol and racks the slide right in the guy's face. Jang gets one final warning to spit out everything he knows about this base group. Terrified, Jang stammers that he was captured by the rebels right after joining, so he genuinely knows nothing else. But since this jerk is still trying to play him for a fool, Hanfang decides to show he is not playing games. He pulls the trigger, deliberately aiming right at the guy's ear. Talk about a loud warning shot. Hanfang is not done yet. He is keeping him alive to milk him for info. But if this idiot keeps acting like a saint, he is completely useless. So, Hanfang decides to leave him to think. Leaving the captive to rethink his life choices, Hanfang and Zixi head out. On the way back, she praises him, saying he looked incredibly cool beating the absolute garbage out of their prisoner. Back in the main room, the rest of the crew is just casually playing cards. Hanfang drops the news about who is locked downstairs, and the moment they hear the name, their jaws hit the floor. A very confused Jang Ruobing gets a quick recap from her sister about the frozen neighborhood drama. She cannot believe she got played by a total sociopath. Honestly, Yuan Yi saw this coming. He basically thinks all hot people are evil anyway. Since Jang is tied to the base group, it is safe to assume something else too. That underground stash probably belonged to them first. Right now, the base's patrols are getting wrecked by the rebels, and they are desperately trying to rebuild their forces to crush them. There is a solid chance Uncle Lee is the one causing all these headaches. But during his little chat with Jang, Hanfang actually discovered who is currently leading the entire rebel group is none other than Lee. Yes, the absolute legend himself is running the show. Hanfang did not buy it at first and thought it was another lie, so he thrashed him again, just for good measure. Still a bit lost, Ruobing gets a massive info dump from her sister about how they fit into this rebellion. Here is what we know so far. The base has set up camp at the international airport with nearly 1,000 troops. They are constantly scouting the city, hunting down supplies and survivors to recruit. They draft young guys into the army for steady meals, but the women, elderly, and dead bodies, they are secretly turned into food to feed the regular citizens. Absolutely horrific. These guys are pure evil. If Zixi had her way, she would blow their entire operation straight to hell. Despite hearing all this terrifying news, the housemates seem totally relaxed. Turns out, Uncle Lee already filled them in on the cannibalism stuff. Hanfang immediately realizes that the annoying old man purposely kept him completely in the dark. Classic. It is obvious that once the base wipes out the rebels, they will turn all their attention towards stealing this underground stash. And our home base? It is way too close. They are bound to get discovered eventually. To stop this nightmare before it starts, Hanfang decides to pack up some serious heavy artillery and head out to help the rebels. Choo-Choo is totally on board with the plan. The gang heads down the hallway where the weapons are stored, and Choo-Choo gets ready to show off her special talent. Muttering some dramatic lines about the evil eye, she opens her pocket dimension and sucks everything inside. Zixi is absolutely losing her mind over this epic superpower. With the guns packed, Hanfang drags Choo-Choo to vacuum up all the fuel and food in the other rooms too. But as he keeps checking off items they might need, poor Choo-Choo looks like she is about to vomit everything she just swallowed. Meanwhile, Ruobing brings out some military walkie-talkies with a 30-kilometer range, perfect for staying connected. Hanfang just keeps stuffing supplies into the poor girl until she is literally at her limit. While they pack, the war out in the city is getting seriously intense. Base forces have completely surrounded the surviving rebels. With Uncle Lee missing in action, poor brother Lee is starting to have a massive identity crisis about his leadership skills right now. To make things even worse, the enemy has strapped captured rebels to their armored trucks to use as human shields. They roll up and offer a final chance to surrender. If they do not comply, they will open fire. They even boast about having thermal cameras that can see straight through walls, so there is nowhere to hide. They start spraying random buildings with bullets to flush out the survivors. They have been searching for ages, but the thermal scans are not showing any signs of Lee or his crew. The guys in the tank are just blindly following orders, completely clueless about where the enemy actually is. Meanwhile, the 4th squad completely clears out their assigned sector. Total waste of ammo, but they keep pushing forward. They get ordered to sweep the next street over. Leading this massive manhunt is none other than the infamous Captain Scar. Just like the others, the 1st and 2nd squads find absolutely nothing. Riding alongside the scarred Captain Zhao is a young officer sporting some seriously clean military drip. This stylish guy is openly questioning the captain's skills. Zhao already has a terrible reputation after letting an awakened escape, and now he is struggling to catch ordinary humans. Super annoyed, the captain explains that the old district is a chaotic maze. Finding these rats takes time, but slowly closing the trap will suffocate them. That is the strategy. After successfully triggering the captain, the arrogant young officer steps out of the car, out of pure boredom. He throws a cigarette in his mouth and lights it with a blue flame from his bare finger. Yep, he is an awakened. Once the kid walks off, the driver asks who that cocky jerk is supposed to be. Zhao warns him that the kid is barely even human. Shaking off the disrespect, the captain orders all squads to tighten the net and leave absolutely no room for escape. No stone left unturned. Just outside the city, 3 figures were absolutely flying across the frozen wasteland, ignoring the massive piles of snow blocking their path. It was Hanfang, Chu Chu, and little Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was basically a human snowmobile, controlling and surfing right through the thick ice. Comfy on his chair, Hanfang praised the kid's insanely convenient superpower for getting them to the city so fast. The poor kid couldn't help but feel like a glorified Uber. Honestly, if Hanfang hadn't bribed him with promises of fresh meat and vegetables, there is no way he would have gotten out of bed. He definitely would have stayed asleep. According to Hanfang's calculations, they just needed to hang a left and cross 2 more snow-buried streets. And just like that, they finally reached their destination. The old sewer system. This was the exact route he and Brother Lee used to sneak back and forth from home. The entrance was completely buried under heavy snow, but Yuan Yi quickly cleared the path down. Once they stepped into the dark tunnels, Hanfang warned them to stick close. These underground paths are a total maze, and getting lost is extremely easy. Their target is the district straight ahead. Guard patrols might be waiting there, so they have to stay alert for a potential ambush. The 3 moved through the tunnels without any trouble, until they hit a massive blockage at the very end. Hanfang didn't even sweat, vaporizing the pile of boulders, blocking the path with his signature red energy. With the path cleared, they slipped out through the second basement of Xingfu District. Staring at the familiar parking lot, Hanfang never imagined he would actually return to this place by choice. All those terrible events happened so recently, yet right now, it feels like a whole lifetime ago. Now comes the hard part, finding Uncle Lee and the rest of the gang. According to Zhang Shuyu, the rebel force is camping somewhere in the old Western District, but there is no exact location. An hour later, the trio easily claimed the high ground in the Western District. From their vantage point, they spotted enemy soldiers slowly patrolling and wrapping around the entire area. They are hunting down the rebel remnants. Naturally, our team figured tracking the soldiers would lead them straight to Brother Lee. But wow, these armed guards are absolutely terrible at their jobs. Still running in circles, actually. Thankfully, a massive explosion went off a few blocks over. Peering through his binoculars, Hanfang spotted one of the base tanks completely blown to pieces. He scanned a nearby building, and there he was, Brother Lee, leading the charge with a bazooka in hand. It looked like an instant win, but the loud blast immediately alerted the other squads. They were completely surrounded. Brother Lee demanded a megaphone, and a teammate quickly brought it over. With his inner punk voice cranked to 11, he started screaming insults at the base soldiers, taunting the weak soldiers to come and get him. Sure, their numbers are low, but their spirits are burning hot. Even if they get wiped out, they are taking down as many enemies as possible. These guys would literally follow Brother Lee straight into hell. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao arrived on the scene and issued a ruthless shoot-to-kill order. He wants every single rebel wiped out. No survivors, period. He does not care if the High Command ordered him to retrieve the mithril from the rebel group. This guy is furious that he lost so many troops, just finding them. He wants pure blood and vengeance. Forgetting the mission parameters, The base soldiers followed their captain blindly. They set up heavy artillery down below, aiming directly at the rooftop. Right where the rebels were taking cover, waiting for the command to fire. Massive explosions shook the area, but wait, it was the base's own tanks blowing up. A highly confused Captain Xiao looked out. He craned his neck out of his vehicle to see a guy and two kids, literally surfing across the nearby roofs, controlling the snow, while Q unleashed a massive rain of military hand grenades. Q kept a steady supply of grenades coming, as Hanfang happily tossed them down like an airborne bomber. All hell broke loose as tanks, military vehicles, and soldiers were blown to absolute pieces. Captain Xiao took one look at Hanfang's face, and all his past failures flashed before his eyes. Thinking logically, he realized Hanfang was just trying to lure him away to rescue the rebel group. Still, capturing an actual superhuman would make him a legend to his commanding officer. This was Xiao's golden ticket back into his boss's good graces. So, without hesitation, he ordered his remaining men to ignore the rebel group completely and chase the brat who just did a drive-by with hand grenades. Grabbing his own megaphone, Captain Xiao tried to start a negotiation with Hanfang. He literally promised him a high-ranking second-in-command position if he joined the base. Little did the desperate, scarred captain know, he was actually chasing after Yuan Yi, whose job was to lead them away and keep them distracted. Once those base idiots finally cleared out, Hanfang and Chu emerged from a massive snow pile on the neighboring rooftop. After signaling the rebels to head downstairs, they met up in the snowy streets below. Brother Lee was finally reunited with his little bro. It was incredibly emotional, with tears, snot, and random facial fluids literally freezing midair. Still sobbing, Brother Lee proudly introduced Hanfang to his soldiers as his sworn brother, someone he had faced life and death with. Hanfang then told the rebels to follow him because he had a surprise. He had prepared some serious gifts for the men fighting this war. To help their cause, Hanfang restored some of those massive cannons he had previously melted and gifted them to the rebels. He then whispered to Lee that they should keep his powers a complete secret from the others, just to be safe. Standing proudly with the massive cannons behind him, Hanfang hyped up the rebels to prepare for a glorious counterattack. It is officially time to turn those base bastards into dust. Stealing the spotlight, Q dramatically declared the rebels as her chosen apostles, selected by the tyrant's eye of truth to rain down cleansing fire. Brother Lee absolutely loved the speech, but the older soldiers were just completely lost and confused. Grabbing Hanfang with pure excitement, Brother Lee begged to learn how to fire these massive cannons immediately, but there was a slight problem. Hanfang only brought the weapons. He had absolutely no idea how to actually use them. Laughing it off, Brother Lee turned to his men, hoping someone knew how to operate them. One of the guys, easily the smallest dude in the entire resistance, shyly raised his hand. It turned out he was a former military artilleryman. Instantly, the pressure was on this one tiny guy to teach them how to blow stuff up. The young artilleryman immediately launched into a deeply boring lecture about the howitzer's manufacture date, muzzle velocity, recoil systems, and a ton of technical jargon. To put his skills to the test, Hanfang pointed at the nearby building the base soldiers were using as their main camp. There is no need for a boring speech, they just need to blow up the enemy. To guarantee those base bastards would all gather inside that specific building, he left a little bait they could not possibly resist. Once those greedy pigs laid eyes on it, they were hooked. They simply could not walk away without taking a bite. Sure enough, the enemy squads completely lost track of their targets nearby. But their mood instantly flipped after making an absolutely massive discovery. They stumbled right into a massive stash of food and fuel. Why on earth anyone would hoard such insanely valuable supplies here was a mystery. Captain Xiao theorized this had to be the rebel headquarters. To be absolutely safe, he ordered his squad to sweep the area for hidden traps. Once cleared, they could pack up and haul everything back. Food and fuel are extremely scarce right now, after all, so they are in no position to turn this down. But as Captain Xiao stared at the tightly packed fuel barrels, a sudden, terrifying premonition hit him. A cold shiver ran straight down his spine. Just a few hundred meters away, Hanfang gave the ultimate signal to light up the howitzers. Having just finished their 5-minute crash course, the excited rebel volunteers manned the massive cannons and unleashed a devastating barrage. The clueless base soldiers were happily loading up the fuel barrels, totally blind to their oncoming doom. Suddenly, deafening blasts echoed through the cold air as heavy shells rained down all around them. Those highly flammable fuel barrels they were so excited about caught the blasts instantly, serving as a horrific accelerant. The oil inside erupted in flames. Fuel barrels instantly erupted, turning the entire area into an absolute oven. You and I can only imagine the horror inside as Captain Zhao got blasted back, forced to watch his men roast alive amid agonizing, helpless screams. Seriously, talk about getting absolutely cooked. The fire did not actually finish off the unlucky captain, but this collapsing concrete structure definitely will. Our rebel volunteers did not stop the barrage, reloading shell after shell until the entire building was completely flattened. Brother Lee was absolutely loving this, even if their eardrums were practically bleeding from the deafening blasts. Once they run out of ammo, their position will be totally exposed, meaning it is time to move fast. This relentless onslaught lasted for 10 whole minutes, completely collapsing the high-rise into a blazing inferno. With the mission officially cleared, the happy rebels rushed to Hanfang to praise their absolute savior. Honestly, they could not have asked for more epic backup. But before they could get carried away, Hanfang reminded everyone to stop wasting time and use this small escape window to run. The rebels agreed, but immediately tried to drag the heavy cannons along. Hanfang stopped them right there, telling them to leave the artillery behind and just rig the whole area with landmines instead. So when military forces show up to investigate, they will get blown to pieces. So, instead of wasting energy hauling heavy artillery, the rebels focus on turning the snowy field into a minefield. While the guys get to work, Hanfang asks about Chief Lu's rescue operation. Brother Lee admits they actually have no clue where the chief is, which is why they are hunting down military officers for information. That explains all their sudden ambushes on patrols. As for Uncle Lee Jiangha, that stubborn old man split up from them earlier, and they lost contact. Hanfang assumes he will show up eventually. For now, they need to retreat to Xingfu district to rest and recover. But before they leave, Hanfang drops off an absolute mountain of weapons and gear in the underground garage, enough to fully equip their entire rebel battalion. At this point, Brother Lee has thanked him so many times it is getting ridiculous. A few hours later, after everyone has safely cleared out, military search parties finally locate the abandoned cannons. They immediately report the find to Captain Xiao, who is currently clinging to life, severely injured, and rolled up in a wheelchair. His physical pain is nothing compared to his pure rage toward his incompetent troops. He barks out clear orders to track down the rebels and find out where they got their weapons. Furious and annoyed, he rolls himself forward, only to hear a distinct click right beneath his wheel. He looks down, dropping his cigar as he instantly accepts his sudden and tragic fate. Yep, surviving 10 minutes of brutal bombings only to get taken out by a single unlucky roll of his wheelchair. Talk about bad luck. Meanwhile, Hanfang watches the distant explosion from a rooftop, wondering which unlucky fool just triggered his custom-made mines. That is when Brother Lee sneaks up behind him, smelling strongly of cheap alcohol. Of course, a good friend is always going to drag you into a rowdy drinking party. Inside a spacious apartment, the rebel volunteers are drinking like crazy and stuffing themselves with hot, delicious food. Yuan Yi even joins in, acting as the group's official grill master. Meanwhile, after hearing 2 massive explosions, the military base sends out another squad to investigate the disaster area. A high-ranking superhuman officer leads the squad. Looking at the charred remains, he coldly orders his troops to gather up the roasted bodies. Now, you and I know that food is extremely scarce at their base right now, so they are not about to let free meat go to waste. He finds what is left of Captain Xiao, and reports that the captain died heroically in battle, but the commander does not care about the casualties. He immediately assigns the mission of finding the key to this firebending superhuman, who gladly accepts the prestigious task. Before starting his search, the firebender stops by the 3rd Brigade's command post. Located in a former high-rise cafe, this is the current base of their prize superhuman, Zhang Dongshu. He is the lazy new captain here, and his excuse is that there is a literal blizzard outside. Only an idiot would work in this freezing weather when they could enjoy hot coffee instead. Besides, that is what subordinates are for. He divides his remaining squads into 3-man teams to expand their search perimeter, warning them that he will not tolerate any slacking off. For Captain Xiao's surviving second-in-command, this new leader is a massive downgrade. At least their former captain actually shared the physical hardships of the field with his men. This new guy is just a lazy, privileged brat. Unwrapping some fresh rice balls, Captain Zhang predicts that the rebels will eventually run out of food and crawl out of hiding. Once they do, his patrol units will immediately pinpoint their exact location. Taking a big bite of his rice ball, the self-centered captain starts praising its incredible taste. To him, only high-status elites deserve such luxury in this brutal frozen apocalypse. He even bets that those miserable rebels are currently chewing on snow just to stay alive. Well, while he thinks he is eating like a king, our rebels are actually dining like gods. They are stuffing their faces with endless meat, hot stew, fresh veggies, and plenty of beer. By the end of the feast, everyone is in a blissful food coma. Some are literally crying tears of joy as they eat, having not tasted such luxury since the global freeze began. The younger guys are especially obsessed with the fresh greens. In their pure happiness, they all pledge their ultimate loyalty to Hanfang. officially declaring him as their new leader. Brother Lee explains that he only recruited this rowdy crew 10 days ago, so they are still pretty green. Still, he nudges Hanfang to show a little more leader-like generosity. So, Hanfang pulls out their ultimate secret weapon, a fresh pack of premium cigarettes. The moment that rich aroma hits the air, even the guys who were fast asleep sit straight up, eyes wide with desire. To wrap up their incredible feast, they sit back and happily light up. It takes about 2 seconds flat for the entire room to get completely hotboxed by thick, smoky clouds. Having gone months without a single smoke, this was pure heaven for them. Luckily, Chu-Chu brought gas masks for herself and Yuan Yi, as they silently judge these grown men smoking near a child. Now that their primary mission is complete, Yuan Yi asks Hanfang if they can finally head back home. After all, they only came to deliver these supplies. With that taken care of, there is really no reason to linger. Besides, Hanfang is currently on thin ice with the military base, so he must return before trouble starts. Hearing this, Brother Lee gets worried that Hanfang's safe house might be compromised. Hanfang quickly tells him to shut up, keeping his secrets safe. He explains how he raided an underground military warehouse after tracking a lone soldier, heavily boosting the rebels' firepower before they say their goodbyes. But before they part, Brother Lee hesitantly asks Hanfang if he can spare just a few more cartons of those cigarettes. Apparently, they literally pawned off some of their own rebel brothers and need the smokes to buy them back. Utterly horrified and confused by this dark confession, Hanfang demands an explanation. Lee explains that there is a black market in the city trading human lives. Now, you and I might find this shocking, but when they were starving, they pawned their comrades. But now, the human traffickers are demanding 4 times the original price to buy them back. If those ruthless traders harm his men, Brother Lee says he will completely lose his mind. Right now, a strong man trades for just 10 jin, or about 6 kilograms of grain, while a single pack of cigarettes is worth 30 kilograms. Life is dirt cheap here, but tobacco is gold. Cheap grain is the absolute baseline, but fresh produce is practically priceless. Brother Lee even heard a crazy story about someone trading 3 fresh tomatoes for something completely mind-blowing. 3 gorgeous women. Naturally, Hanfang immediately thinks about his garden full of precious crops. Maybe he could trade his veggies for some premium veg? Get it? He quickly shakes off the thought. He snaps out of the daydream with a massive blush. Anyway, the intel they got from those captured patrols reveals that the base does not actually control this entire frozen wasteland. See? They use the old subway tunnels to move troops. They have a death grip on anything near the tracks, but areas without subway lines are just too annoying to manage. So they just abandon them. That is why the rebel volunteer group is hiding out in the old district, far from the tracks. And with some cigarettes, they can finally buy back their crew. They need serious muscle to rescue Director Liu later. Brother Liu was hyped to recruit more guys, but the brutal fatigue from endless running and fighting finally caught up with him. An old frontline battle wound suddenly tore open, dropping him right onto the floor. They quickly moved their unconscious boss into a room packed with electric heaters to keep him warm. The nasty infection suggests this happened days ago. The guy actually hid the injury so he would not slow them down. He just toughed out the freezing cold and armed enemies. Talk about a true warrior. Terrified for their leader's life, the rebel crew begged Hanfang for help. Since absolutely nobody in this gang knew a single thing about medicine, he stepped up and told everyone to clear out of the room. The guys wanted to stay, but a wise old man kicked the stubborn crowd out to give them space. Soon, only Hanfang, Chu-Chu, Yuan Yi, and the passed-out patient remained. Hoping it might help, Hanfang channeled his mysterious green healing glow onto the nasty wound. But after 10 minutes of trying, absolutely nothing happened. The green magic was completely useless here, even though it worked on him before. Chu-Chu quickly searched her entire dimensional pocket for a cure, but she came up totally empty-handed. Yuan Yi mentions that even the military storehouse is completely out of meds. Another ally survived a gunshot there, but only because it never got infected. This guy will not survive much longer without real treatment. So Hanfang grabs his walkie-talkie and calls up Nurse Jin to guide him through performing emergency surgery. She patiently explains the brutal basics to give their leader a fighting chance. Step 1. They have to dig that bullet out of him. Next, flush the wound with saline and scrub it clean. Disinfect with some iodine, then pump him full of fever reducers and strong antibiotics. Simple, right? Except they have zero supplies. To hunt down these critical drugs, Hanfang gears up and takes Old Man Chang as his guide. Their target? The city's secret underground black market. To get there fast, they need a lift, which means calling their personal snow surfing taxi, Yuan Yi. Old Man Chang is completely speechless watching this kid work, even if Yuan Yi is starting to feel used. Soon, they reach the sketchy outskirts. The market is hidden right under a frozen river, But as they push deeper, the freezing wind starts howling like crazy. Our ice surfing kid is completely fine, but the other two are freezing. Chang warns them that the market is inside an underwater tunnel, and scavengers love to ambush travelers around here. They need to stay sharp. Looking at the massive pile of smashed cars, a lot of poor souls died trying to reach this place. It is a prime hunting ground for criminals. Since everyone carries goods here, robbers are everywhere. Luckily, most scavengers do not have firearms, so our team's weapons should keep them safe. Or, so they thought. Because today, a desperate sniper with a real rifle is watching the road. The guy grumbles that they have not robbed anyone good in 5 days and their food is almost gone. His partner tells him to relax. He thinks they should ambush people after they trade at the market, not before. Apparently, their last target only carried a few useless cartons of cigarettes. You cannot eat smoke, after all. These psychopaths have already resorted to cannibalism, but their backup corpse has gone totally rotten. Just then, the sniper spots a target zooming in. He aims, but as they get closer, he realizes there is no car. It is just 3 people sliding across the snow on foot. He is so stunned he lowers his gun in pure confusion. No way. Are those guys literally surfing on snow? His partner just laughs it off, blaming it on sleep deprivation. Meanwhile, our trio reaches the zone where vehicles are strictly banned. From here on, everyone walks. Break the market's rules, and you end up just like the warning signs outside. By warning signs, I mean the absolute mountain of frozen corpses. Dozens of blue, frozen bodies litter the ground. The horrific sight is too much for Yuan Yi and Hanfang, who immediately lose their lunch. But Old Man Chang just casually walks past. The toll booth is rigged with automatic turrets and decorated with hanging corpses. Gross. Hanfang wipes his mouth, and the crew presses on. After a few more painful minutes, they finally hit the hidden entrance. Inside a ruined building, Chang warns them to brace themselves for whatever crazy stuff they are about to see next. Out of nowhere, a literal metal block rolls up on Hanfang, politely asking to see their membership card. Looking closely, this thing is just an old hotel room service robot. How is this thing even fully charged right now? Chang pulls a sleek black card from his bag and flashes it. The bot recognizes him as member number 250 and welcomes them. The robot cheerfully explains that any violence is strictly banned. Violators will be riddled with heavy machine gun fire until they are turned into literal human paste. Talk about customer service. Yeah, they do not play around. The dried blood of rule breakers is literally splattered all over the walls. But the real shocker? This rundown dump still has a fully working elevator. Lights, robots, elevators, everything runs perfectly. Hanfang can only guess how much insane power this takes. Whoever runs this black market has to be unbelievably powerful and rich. Reaching the end of the basement hall, the robot cheerfully tells them to head inside. Hanfang reaches for the handle, bracing himself for whatever nightmare awaits on the other side. Is it a den of cutthroats, murderers, and black market dealers? Or maybe some shady auction house for illegal gear? Either way, he keeps his hand tight on his gun. Just to be safe, he keeps his pistol drawn. But when they open the door, they are greeted by a horrific sight. Piles of severed, frozen bodies lining the entire hallway. Right at the end of the corridor sits a simple laptop on a stand, heavily guarded by 4 automatic turrets. The upbeat robot cheerfully reminds them that breaking the rules has deadly consequences. And looking at those bodies, they definitely do not do warnings. Hanfang is seriously starting to regret coming here, while poor Yuan Yi is so traumatized he looks ready to faint. Chang literally has to carry the kid on his back just to move forward. The laptop serves as the automated shop. As they approach, the screen flickers to life, all on its own. It automatically loads the black market homepage. The sheer absurdity of this high-tech setup in a frozen wasteland makes zero sense. But since Chang's been here before, he's totally unfazed. Clicking through the site, Chang looks up their captured friends. Old Gan, Old Wen, and Old Kui. Unbelievably, this platform has an entire inventory of human beings listed up for sale. Yes, you can buy back people using cigarettes as currency. After selecting all 3 hostages, the robot politely requests a payment of 4.5 cartons. But before they check out, Hanfang quickly searches the store to add medical supplies. If they want to save Li, they need saline, iodine, ointments, and heavy-duty antibiotics. Time to load up the cart. Once finalized, their total came to 17 cartons of cigarettes. They brought plenty of smokes, but still came up short. Luckily, Hanfang had some extra backup goods. He carefully placed 6 cartons of smokes, 3 tomatoes worth 7, and 1 banana worth 4. The cheerful robot happily accepted the payment and told them to wait for their items prepared. As the machine rolled away down the hall, Hanfang worried they were getting scammed. But Brother Chang trusted the black market to actually have some standards. A few minutes later, the bot returned with the medical supplies. The 3 human prisoners were also brought out, finally reuniting with their crew. Brother Chang just couldn't hold back and pulled his guys into a massive hug. Then came Hanfang's secret order. 10 video games and 30 very special, high-culture photo books. Oh yes, for men of culture. So, Hanfang quickly and quietly shoved them into his backpack. Having secured the goods, the gang left that creepy basement and swore never to return. On the long walk back, Brother Chang immediately tried to beg Hanfang for some of those spicy magazines. Like a true businessman, Hanfang sighed and said he could only spare 2. Brother Chang immediately haggled for 3. Even Yan Yi chimed in, demanding 2 books as a taxi tip. The shameless older guys immediately scolded him, claiming those pages were highly dangerous for a growing teenager. But while they argued over spicy books, a waiting thief pulled the trigger. The sniper bullet hit Hanfang right in the chest. Absolutely thrilled, the sniper licked his lips. He thought he caught a massive prize, forcing the group to scramble for cover as bullets kept flying. Brother Chang got back while screaming his absolute head off. Desperate to avenge his fallen friend, the whole thing turned into a wild gunfight. Now, the thief felt the pressure. The loud gunfire would easily attract rival scavengers in the area. Plus, he could not land a clean shot on the others. Even his high vantage point failed. Brother Chang just kept spraying bullets while weeping over Hanfang's sudden death. Just kidding. Our main guy was perfectly fine. He just used his buddy as a noisy distraction. And, now his friend was putting on an Oscar-worthy drama show. While lead was flying everywhere, Hanfang slipped into the shadows, using wrecked cars to creep closer to the building where the sniper was hiding. Once close enough, he unleashed his red energy. Nobody takes a free shot at Hanfang and gets away with it. Meanwhile, still trapped in the gunfight, the thief spotted the eerie red light way too late. Channeling his power, Hanfang literally melted the building's support beam, wrecking the structural integrity. The collapse began right under the sniper's feet, sending him crashing down into the snow below. Luckily for him, the deep powder cushioned his fall and saved his miserable life. Unluckily for the bandit, Hanfang was already waiting for him at the bottom. The thief stared in horror, unable to comprehend how his perfect shot failed. Hanfang simply revealed the bulletproof armor hidden beneath his thick coat. In this frozen apocalypse, it is just basic common sense. Of course, normal survivors do not just have bulletproof gear lying around. Naturally, the thief assumed he was a military officer from the shelter. Desperate, he blabbered that he belonged to the White Tiger Gang, a group allied with the military base. He claimed he knew Captain Xiao personally, and even helped attack the rebel hall. But instead of mercy, his pathetic babbling only earned him a quick bullet to the brain. Hanfang coldly executed him. Anyone allied with the base gets a one-way ticket to hell. Suddenly, a female voice whimpered behind the rubble, and Hanfang ordered her out. The dead sniper's partner was shaking, terrified she was next. But then she spotted something in their stolen loot bag that gave her a brilliant idea. Grabbing the sack, she slowly crept out of the ruins, crying and begging him not to shoot. Putting on a top-tier sob story, she claimed she was just an innocent captive of that dead thug. She offered her bag of cigarettes to Hanfang as a reward for rescuing her, promising she would do absolutely anything he wanted. Hanfang just stood there, looking like he was totally buying the damsel in distress routine. He walked closer, promising they were the good guys. She kept thanking him while secretly slipping a knife out of the bag. Once he got within arm's reach, she lunged forward to drive the sharp blade into his neck. Hanfang calmly raised his handgun and fired in quick succession. The woman froze as bullets tore right through her. She was shocked that any man could actually shoot a beautiful girl like her. But Hanfang never believed her garbage story. Supposedly kept captive for days, yet her clothes were perfectly clean, she had 0 injuries, and she was wearing makeup. Only a brainless simpleton would fall for that. Brother Chang and the crew ran over, praising his quick thinking. If Brother Chang was the one holding the weapon, he definitely would have hesitated. But Hanfang was already completely immune to nonsense like this. The woman he just put down reminded him of a crazy witch from his past. Checking the thief's bag, he wondered why they did not just trade these smokes for food. Brother Chang explained that the black market requires an expensive membership card. The entry fee is 5 cartons of cigarettes, and the unlucky couple only managed to steal 4. From there, their trip back home went smoothly without any more ambushes. Once home, Hanfang immediately started treating Brother Li's severe injuries. By the very next day, the absolute legend woke up, bringing relief to everyone. The 3 rescued survivors also got their energy back after a massive feast. Later that day, Brother Chang approached Hanfang and asked him to lead their entire rebel movement. But Hanfang shut that down immediately. He only helped out of respect for Li, not to join some suicidal uprising. That would just be incredibly stupid. 2 days later, Li's condition finally stabilized, putting him on the path to recovery. Now, Hanfang really needed to pack up and go back home. Li tried desperately to make him stay, wanting to repay this massive debt of life, but Hanfang had already made up his mind. He promised Li that he would send a fresh batch of food and gear every month. He even left a walkie-talkie for contact. With this crazy amount of support, saving Chief Lu would be easy. Li was so incredibly moved that he almost ripped his fresh stitches open. Thanks to the endless supplies, Li would eventually lead the rebellion. But that is a story for another day. After completing this massive side quest, Hanfang, Chu Chu, and Yuan Yi finally set off. Hanfang appreciated the kid's help during the chaos, so he promised him a big reward. He boasted about his luxurious villa, bragging that it stayed at a cozy 10 degrees. He promised endless gaming on his TV and consoles, which got the kid excited. Chu Chu chimed in, saying the hot sauna was the real prize. Yuan Yi imagined soaking in a warm tub before gaming and couldn't wait. But when they arrived, the kids saw the state of the building and laughed, mocking that this trash house was worse than their cave. Hanfang gasped. After weeks away, his beloved home had turned into a total frozen wasteland. His stove was broken, the generator was completely frozen, and worst of all, his entire green garden had withered away. The main cause of this absolute disaster? The cheap heaters he left running everywhere had shorted out. Hanfang sighed, remembering they were cheaply manufactured. They stood outside, staring at the frozen mess in utter silence. They only planned to grab supplies and return the same day, leaving the heaters blasting. But life happened, and they completely forgot about them for days on end, leaving the villa freezing. To fix this icy mess, they had to boot up the backup generator. But when Hanfang checked the tank, it was nearly empty despite him distinctly remembering filling it to the brim. He tried starting the machine, only to find the fuel had literally frozen rock solid inside the tank. Talk about bad luck. To thaw it, Hanfang had to find a way to raise the indoor temperature. But to raise the temperature, he needs heaters. Heaters need electricity, and electricity needs the frozen generator. Yep, he was trapped in a brutal, endless, vicious cycle. So, he thought about going full caveman. He actually considered torching the fuel tank directly to melt it, which sounded incredibly unsafe. Option number 2? Use his superpower. He activated his signature red glow and grabbed a nearby taser. He used the taser's electric shock to boost his own power output, desperately trying to keep things under control. The last thing he needed was to accidentally blow up the entire fuel supply. At first, everything seemed to go smoothly. The temperature rose, and the frost began to melt away. But then, disaster struck. The electric charge from the taser leaked directly into the fresh fuel. Boom! A mini explosion rocked the room. Luckily, the generator survived. In fact, the shockwave actually kick-started the machine back to life. But standing right next to the blast meant one thing for Hanfang. He got blasted right in the face by a thick cloud of black, dirty smoke. Still, a win is a win. The lights flickered back on, and the girls rushed in to see what happened. They found Hanfang looking like a cartoon character covered in black soot. The silly duo could barely hold back their giggles. They had power, but cheap, sketchy space heaters were no longer an option. Those things just overheat and break. Our main character needed a permanent, foolproof heating solution. While deep in thought, he accidentally leaned backward and bumped straight into the hot generator pipes. Ouch! His stylish tracksuit and his skin got scorched, but that painful burn made him realize something. The cooling water tank was incredibly hot, and a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Meanwhile, the lazy kid Yuan Yi was utterly bored and disappointed. Realizing there was no reward for him, he whined to go back to the cozy cave, desperate to leave this depressing villa. But Hanfang stopped him, asking for one last tiny favor. He wanted to build an entire central heating system using the hot cooling tank, radiators, and tons of steel pipes. Surely, the cave had those materials lying around, right? Too bad Yuan Yi was completely done with Hanfang's demands. Fortunately, Chu Chu checked her phone and got a message from her little sister instead. There was an entire warehouse of steel pipes waiting at the military base. Since the kid was heading home anyway, they decided to tag along. But carrying everything back and forth sounded like a nightmare. That's when Chu Chu decided to show off her brand new magic. She opened a portal right in the palm of her hand, proudly calling it her Spatial Evil Eye number 2. This upgraded portal could actually detach from her body. Anyone could toss items into this second entrance, and she could pull them out from her end. Talk about an absolutely insane shortcut. Sharing her inventory space with others was completely news to Hanfang. It turns out, Chu Chu's power upgraded after she absorbed all that military gear, letting her summon 2 doors to one single pocket dimension. That unlocked her Evil Eye space number 2. Hanfang figured it made perfect sense. His own powers had grown over time, meaning abilities in this crazy world could definitely be trained and leveled up. With this cheat skill, They could just send the kid to gather supplies alone. Once back, poor Yuan Yi was put straight to work. Time for some good old-fashioned post-apocalyptic child labor. Thankfully, Nurse Jim was there to help, flexing her monstrous strength. Choo-Choo's new portal trick was absolutely broken, making survival way too convenient. After hoarding a massive pile of identical steel pipes, it was time for Hanfang to work his magic. To make things safe and easy, he shut down the generator. Since this machine was water-cooled, it was currently holding a massive tank of scalding hot water. To weaponize that heat, Hanfang activated his purple glow and began shaping the metal pipes to perfectly fit the outlet. The plan was to let the burning water flow throughout the entire villa. With absolute focus, he softened and bent the steel, crafting makeshift radiators. These pipes would act as the villa's new veins, carrying the boiling water to every freezing room in the house. Next, he hooked up a water pump to keep the liquid flowing. He designed a clever closed loop, drawing the cold water back upstairs to be constantly reheated and circulated. With everything ready, he flipped the switch. The generator roared back to life with a satisfying mechanical hum, powering up the villa once again. Choo-Choo curiously approached the new radiators. She patted the makeshift radiators but felt absolutely zero warmth. Lounging on the couch with a drink in hand, Hanfang smirked and told the impatient girl to just wait and watch the magic happen. 30 minutes later, his genius project finally paid off. The freezing villa transformed into a cozy, toasty paradise. It got so warm they could literally lounge around in lightweight summer clothes. Who cares if the apocalypse outside is a frozen wasteland? Even Choo-Choo had to give him a rare thumbs up. But as Hanfang was happily eating his meal, a sudden realization hit him. He completely forgot something crucial. In his rush to heat up the house, he totally neglected his precious underground garden. After rushing downstairs and getting the power back online, he quickly mounted the radiators onto the walls, solving the freezing issue. Refusing to let his crops die, he activated his green glow to boost the plant growth. He pumped energy into the dead crops for half an hour, but the results were depressing. The radishes were tiny, and the giant tomatoes looked absolutely monstrous and completely unappetizing. Unwilling to waste his hard work, he took a brave bite of a tomato. He instantly spat it out, gagging from the horribly bitter, sour taste. Our boy was deeply disappointed, but he could always just plant a fresh batch. Hanging his head in defeat, he walked into the living room to ask Choo-Choo for seeds while she was busy gaming on her PlayStation 5. Along with the usual veggies, she pulled out some strawberry seeds she was craving, then demanding an entire steak dinner on top of it. Talk about endless greed, but hearing the word steak reminded him of his early power experiments. Merging soybeans and meat using both red and green lights could multiply his food supply. Excited to test this on his failed crops, he grabbed a cabbage heart, hoping to synthesize a giant, healthy vegetable. Thanks to his constant training, his energy perception was sharper than ever. With enough focus, he could feel the perfect rhythm of the energy flow. But it wasn't that easy. His first attempt yielded nothing but a chunk of burnt charcoal. If soy and cabbage were completely incompatible, maybe fusing parts of the exact same plant would work. He mashed a leaf and a cabbage head together, but that also turned into dried-up charcoal. Having zero luck with leafy greens, he turned his focus to the gross, unripe tomatoes. Grabbing a handful of soybeans, he concentrated entirely on matching the plant's internal energy frequencies. When he opened his eyes, the ugly tomato had ballooned into a giant. The scaling worked, but it still looked hideous. Hoping the flavor had somehow improved, he took a massive bite. The second that slimy, nasty texture hit his tongue, he gagged from the intensely bitter flavor. Undeterred by the gross failure, he tried again and successfully fused a massive radish. It came out in a rather questionable, hilarious shape. He bit into this weirdly shaped radish, and to his surprise, it actually tasted completely normal. That's when the realization hit him. The tomato failed because it was originally unripe, but the radish worked because it was healthy. Basically, his powers could size up food, but the original flavor stayed exactly the same. Out of nowhere, Choo-Choo suggested growing ripe strawberries and embiggening them into giant treats. But she actually came down to tell Hanfang that Nurse Jin was finally back, meaning they did not have to fetch her from the cave. She also mentioned finding a new pet, which begs the question, what monster survives in this brutal, frozen wasteland? Hanfang got his answer immediately. Standing in the doorway was a completely traumatized creature. Nurse Jin's adorable new pet looked exactly like a battered, bruised polar bear. She named this terrified beast Dai, convinced the cute, obedient furball escaped from some zoo. Since he was skinny and starving, her soft spot for needy animals completely took over. Now, Hanfang knew polar bears are definitely not cute or obedient. But apparently, after leaving Miss Jen's place, Nurse Jin decided to jog all the way back home. Mid-jog, this giant predator tried to ambush her. Reacting on instinct, she threw a casual punch and knocked poor Dai clean out. Feeling terrible, she carried him home to play doctor. Hanfang finally understood why this apex predator looked so utterly broken and terrified of its own shadow. Well, looks like they just adopted a giant, fluffy roommate. Say hello to Dabier, the polar bear. The poor guy literally cried tears of joy when Hanfang offered some meat, quickly getting comfortable with everyone else in the cozy villa. Plus, Dabier doubled as a magnificent steed to pull their sled through deep snow. Hanfang kept him fed on cheap synthesized meat to preserve their actual fresh produce. Honestly, keeping a giant polar bear in a frozen apocalypse is surprisingly budget-friendly. They went on patrols together constantly, though Dai always returned home absolutely spent. Nurse Jin would greet them warmly, but the poor bear still flinched. He was definitely not over the trauma of her monstrous, inhuman physical strength. A few days passed. After plenty of superpower-fueled farming, they finally had ripe strawberries ready to harvest. Now came the best part, using magic to scale them up to giant proportions. By now, the scaling trick was muscle memory. They grabbed forks and devoured a massive berry. Choo-Choo even stored some in her subspace to share with her sister and kids. Everyone was stunned by these massive, juicy treats. After polishing off 3 giant strawberries, their bellies were totally bloated, leaving them in a blissful food coma. Suddenly, the entire cave outpost rumbled. The bottom floor was breached. Miss Jang quickly spread her sensory powers, detecting a powerful, hostile ability user breaking in. If Hanfang were here, he would instantly recognize the oversized man-child who literally tunneled through the solid rock. Behind him, enemy soldiers flooded the breach in perfect formation. They cleared a path for Captain Zhang and another female officer rocking the exact same outfit. The captain immediately ordered their reserve squads to push forward. This reserve team was basically a bunch of armed thugs and lowlifes. Their job? Clear out every single room and capture anyone alive, with a promise of rich rewards. Once done, they would get official status and pretty girls as prizes. Completely blinded by greed and perverted desires, the brainless mob charged right in. But this underground maze is dangerous, housing 3 powerful superhumans. To avoid unnecessary casualties, the captains figured it was best to use these expendable thugs as bait. The female captain scoffed at Zhang for offering prizes he could not actually deliver. But Zhang was counting on most of this cannon fodder dying anyway. Only survivors get paid. Zhang suggested they split their forces to cover more ground, and she coldly agreed. Veering left, Zhang claimed the target for himself. The female captain clearly despised working with him, but she had to cooperate. Being far more cautious, she chose to hold her ground to secure their escape route. Meanwhile, those reserve thugs swarmed through the halls like rabid dogs. Captain Zhang advised his main elite unit to hang back and let the trash trigger any traps. Why risk valuable lives when you have fools to do it? Deep inside the warehouse, Miss Zhang detected the 2 enemy superhumans closing in on their position. These elites were the real threat. How they breached from below was a total mystery. Miss Zhang had never anticipated an invasion tunneling up from the earth. They had only rigged explosives near the surface entrance. Plus, Yuan Yi's overpowered ice abilities were useless, deep underground with no snow, and with her injured leg, she was helpless. Fighting off 2 enemy superhumans and an army was impossible. Hearing the chaos over the radio, Hanfang demanded an update, and Miss Zhang delivered the grim news. The warehouse had been breached by superhumans, and they were retreating. Hanfang pressed for details. Realizing the military base was behind this, Miss Zhang described their massive attacker. She described him as a bald, colossal giant. Hanfang instantly recognized the description. It was that oversized infant they battled back in the city district. Ruking quickly assured her older sister they would be fine and would reach out once safe. She then shut off the radio to focus entirely on escaping the incoming threat. If the military reclaimed the warehouse, they would seize all the remaining weapons and ammo. That would spell absolute doom for Brother Li and the resistance fighters in the city. To make matters worse, Hanfang's villa was too close to this cave. If the base secured this outpost, they would easily sniff out his home and destroy his peaceful life. He had to secure those supplies first. And if he couldn't take them, well, blowing them to pieces was always a solid backup plan. So he heroically declared he would not abandon their ally. Choo-Choo, however, was not worried. She knew her sister and Yuan Yi could easily slip away using their powers. Honestly, she found Hanfang's sudden urge to play hero a bit suspicious. That is, when it clicked, he definitely had a massive crush on her little sister. He playfully teased him about it, demanding he start calling her big sister from now on. Nurse Jin was clueless, so Choo-Choo filled her in on the gossip. She hyped up the narrative that Hanfang was head over heels and desperately wanted to rescue his damsel in distress. Minutes later, Hanfang was fully geared up for the blizzard. Poor Dai had to pull a heavy sled carrying Nurse Jin, who was casually holding a massive Gatling gun. Hanfang kept insisting he could handle this rescue mission alone, but Nurse Jin absolutely refused to stay behind. Meanwhile, Miss Jang grabbed an assault rifle while being wheeled out to make their escape. They tried to retreat quickly, but a pack of reserve thugs spotted them in a winding hallway. Seeing a woman, these lowlifes immediately went wild with perverted excitement. They refused to shoot to keep their prize undamaged, a fatal mistake. The girls drifted the wheelchair with perfect precision while Miss Jang raised her rifle and opened fire. She easily gunned down the idiots trying to rush them. Hearing the gunfire, Captain Jang redirected his squad, while nearby reserves closed in on their location. Spotting the girls, the thugs charged. Miss Jang yelled for the kids to hold onto her wheelchair as she charged up a massive energy blast. Gathering force in her palms, she unleashed a devastating energy wave, acting like a wheelchair-bound Goku. The massive recoil sent her rolling backward at high speed, running from the pursuers. Those reserve team losers never stood a chance and got blasted away. Some even landed right in front of old Jin. Poor guys. Talk about bad luck. If they survived the explosion, old Jin basically painted the walls with them using his insane strength. Meanwhile, Big Baby wants all the glory. He is literally flying like a bullet in a wheelchair. Miss Jang and Yuani zoomed out of the tunnel right behind him, while old Jin chased them down like a giant, angry toddler. He is desperately searching for his mama's milk. Our crew was running so fast, they completely missed the giant pile of trash blocking their only exit. Talk about bad timing, but she quickly popped a shield to protect the kids. Using their crazy speed, she literally launched that wheelchair straight into the sky. Talk about a wheelchair ramp. While flying high, Zai blew up the exit to block the bad guys. Her tiny firecrackers annoyed the Big Baby, but they definitely did not stop his rampage. Luckily, the weakened exit triggered a massive rock slide, sealing the path. Not too far away, Hanfang and Nurse Jin saw the massive smoke cloud rising. He used his newly learned radar skills and confirmed they escaped. Meanwhile, the shield around our wheelchair squad barely held on as they crashed into the snow. It almost looked like a flawless landing, until a stupid rock snagged their wheel and flipped them. Even worse, the giant toddler decided to show off his digging skills. He literally dug through the rocks with his bare hands. Sure, he was bleeding, but pain means nothing to him. He caught up to them in seconds, ready to smash. He was ready to flatten them like pancakes. The poor kids were absolutely terrified. Old Jin jumped like an angry, bald Hulk, but got stopped midair. Suddenly, heavy gunfire echoed across the snow. A barrage of bullets hit the Big Baby, though they barely scratched his thick skin. Enter our favorite badass nurse. She might be a sweet healthcare worker, but today she is a polar bear riding, machine gun carrying beast. She easily knocked old Jin away from the group. Talk about perfect timing. Hanfang drove his sled right up to Miss Jang, offering a quick escape, but when old Jin saw him, his blood absolutely boiled. He kept getting outsmarted by the same guy. Lucky for us, Nurse Jin was ready to put this baby to sleep. The second her gun ran dry, she did this. She smashed the heavy weapon straight into his face, shattering it to pieces. The kids were stunned. They thought she was just a sweet, gentle nurse. Yes, she is just built different. She grabbed the kids while Hanfang saved the mama. But even after all that damage, this giant tank refused to stay down. He stood right back up and started chasing them again. Hanfang quickly yelled at Yongyi to trigger a massive avalanche and slow this crazy guy down. Without wasting a single second, Yongyi touched the snow and bent it to his will. Out here in the cold, this kid is a literal god. He summoned a monstrous wall of snow. Old Jin, being an absolute idiot, decided to stand his ground and tried to punch the giant avalanche. But before he could make a fool of himself, a blast of blue fire shot past. The beautiful blue flames instantly melted the entire wall of snow. Once the steam cleared, the Big Baby tried to run after them again, but a calm voice ordered him to stop. It was the enemy captain. He casually told the giant musclehead to let them go, since they had bigger fish to fry anyway. Chasing them down was just a waste of time. Our heroes finally got away and found an old building to rest in. Even the poor polar bear was completely exhausted from all the running. The big guy needed a break. Hanfang told Nurse Jin to take everyone back to safety, while he stayed behind to watch their backs. If those soldiers tried to follow them, he was ready to make them regret it. Miss Jang was seriously glad they were on his good side. They finally hopped on the sled and headed back home. Now, it was Hanfang's turn to play hero. He snuck back into the enemy base. Since the entrance was totally wrecked, there were no guards around. Not that regular guards would even stand a chance against him anyway. He reinforced his clothes, making them fully bulletproof. The only real danger here was that giant baby and the other powerful superhumans deep inside. Since they were deep underground, he had some time. He used his purple light to soften the collapsed rocks and squeezed himself through. He focused hard. Getting stuck there would have been incredibly embarrassing. After wiggling through, he made sure the coast was completely clear. Nobody was guarding the other side. He slipped into the base, grabbed his weapon, and slowly sneaked toward the main supply room. But something felt super weird. There was not a single soldier in sight. They fought so hard for this cave, yet nobody was guarding the loot. Well, if they wanted to make sabotaging their gear this easy, he was not going to complain. He pulled out some dynamite and set the traps. If he could blow up their fuel and ammo, his job was done. He headed toward the armory, but suddenly heard a massive fight nearby. It sounded like the soldiers were fighting each other. The Blue Fire Captain, Jung Dong-shu, had apparently gone rogue and turned on his own men. The lady captain knew this guy was bad news, but murdering his own men is a whole new level. This finally explained why no one was moving.